TISO Grand Prix of the United Kingdom. It currently is a luscious British countryside, the picture postcard setting, you imagine. And as for the track, it's a historic venue full of drama. Welcome to the UK, welcome to Silverstone. Well, after the sunshine and the summer-like weather of Friday, it's a British summer by the way, the weather has turned sour for Saturday. Overnight rain, high winds and a load of damp patches still on track. It's a hard day ahead for the world's best riders. The British Touring Cup had their qualifying session this morning, and it's far from easy, but with already enjoying its title, that Moto3's FP2 gives the riders a chance to experience very damp Silverstone. Those black lines and those curves will be very, very tricky indeed. And the longest circuit layout of the season just got a little bit longer. You're in the company of Peter Giles here. Elliot York is next to me. I'm going to get to him in a moment's time. Before we do that, we'll have a look at the standings from our Friday afternoon and the top 14 that moved on us through into Q2. There were some big names that did get through, there were some big names that didn't here at Silverstone. Alvaro Carpe, who is your top rookie, he is the top rookie in the standings, and he set a new lap record, the turn 9, 104, and her turn 3 bike. That's very, very impressive indeed. David Manza's got great pace, he's there in second, and doing it for the home friends, British Scott Ogden completed the top 3. Chemda Chivino, Santiago Rueda, he could only get to 6th place, but had a bit more pace in the morning. Guido Tini, a standout rookie for Le Mans 12th. Max Keelis scraping into 14th place. Nothing Tim Brody, Paul Africanet, close, but not quite close enough. They'll have to go through Q1, along with Eddie O'Shea and Max Cook are other two British representatives on the Moto3 grid. The cloud has one and truly arrived at Silverstone, and it has dumped a load of moisture down overnight, and it looks like there's a little bit more to come. How we said that the British weather could always play a little bit of havoc. It started early on Saturday. This is Eddie House, good morning. But good morning to everyone I was watching as well. Yes, unfortunately, the great British summertime weather, late spring weather, has arrived. To be fair, it was about as I would expect, not necessarily judging through the fuel casts. I thought we'd be having a few more of heavy rain, but it's not rained for a good couple of hours now, and I think heavy rain overnight for sure. But woke up this morning driving to the circuit, all the roads are where the circuit is pretty damp as well, so it's going to be a tricky section to these Moto3 riders. Nothing to gain in terms of lap times and progression, of course. It's all about getting sealed for these conditions, because we do expect the rain to be lingering throughout the day, so qualifying later could be in similar conditions. So just about getting out there, bedding yourself in on those wet tyres on a long and Saxton flooding circuit to Silverstone, and getting used to the conditions a little bit. It's obviously very cold as well, so we don't expect it to dry up really quickly either. So a tricky session could have these Moto3 riders, but it's going to be a trick to see who adapts best. Good to see all the fans already starting to come in. The signs of one wearing West Ham United gloves, we can do without that, please. Thank you very much for a million fan up here in Commies. But on a serious note, it's great to see the grandstands open, of course, on Saturday, our first Tutti race days. We will have the sprint coming up a little bit later than normal, 4 o'clock local time. That's 5 o'clock European time, or Central European time. And then the British Talent Cut is the last event of the day. Race 1 to 11, and come do myself and Ill as well. So a long old schedule today, and that afternoon looks very, very tricky as far as the weather's concerned. It looks like around 2 or 3 will be where we start getting the rain. It makes an interesting sprint, so that is %. Yeah, it sadly does. A bit of wet weather hit every now and again isn't a bad thing. Obviously, we saw what happened in the morning. It threw us the phenomenal MotoGP race in a special story, of course, so that in France with Johan Zarco claiming victory. But Moto3 riders rolling out at late 30 minutes to go, and as I said, it's going to be intriguing to see who ducks best in these conditions. David Manzi, as they say, and he was really comfortable on that layer time. Honda finished second overall does have a long lap penalty to contend with tomorrow in the race. So it's in toward from Hamza. Let's see. Okay, these conditions pretty quick. Out of qualified, if it is going to be similar or potentially even worse, he needs to qualify in those 2 rows at least to give himself a better chance on Sunday. So with some of the team yesterday, Manzo very impressed. Normally he likes to work together with his teammate Adrian Fernandez, who is up here. He is here, but he's up out on track this weekend. He's there injured after surgery to a hernia on his leg. So he's replaced by Joel Esteban. But Almanza normally divided, who really likes to work in a team environment and whatnot. We're going to have a look here at what happened yesterday. He was going to slow down the racing while and he gets the eye there. The bank held the cameras on the left. No, that made on the right. I think it's fair that the second in France only gets a long lap penalty. Martin will swing on that. Yeah, unfortunately for Almanza did say yesterday afternoon that it was completely unintentional. Of course it was, but unfortunately that's sometimes after the riding's on, the racing on as the riders pile down at Silverstone corner. It's felt unfortunate, the absolutely correct decision to hand him a long lap penalty, second offence, so just a long lap penalty. So a little bit of the soft on the wrist for David Almanza there, but thankfully no was injured, nothing bad came up. It just has to add about 3 seconds to this race time, potentially tomorrow afternoon. Which around here, it's not the worst penalty in the world. It's at left field. Out there on the outside. It's probably the only real place you can put the long lap penalty here at Silverstone. We have had it before at Form 5, but I think Pedro Acosta made that one because he went deep up to serve it. As we come through, this is Stone. Now, this is one of the highest points on the track. So up there, the rain has fallen, will be falling down the other side into the circuit. So right at the top here, it should dry out probably quicker than everywhere else, so that you can actually see a little bit of a dry line forming there. So keep an eye out for that. Some of the wetter parts will be down here into Vale, and that so you can see, and also down into the old turn one as well as the new turn one. Silverstone is relatively flat, but it does have some dips, but it does have some rises, and with the wet weather, that's going to play its part. Yeah, an old airfield here, of course, much like plenty of the British circuits we go to, so you want to be very familiar with plenty of them. But yeah, Silverstone is very flat. The main one you can see from the cameras is the dip down, as we saw David Almanza on the replay from yesterday, into Vale coming out of Stone Quarter. The rest of it, as you say, Pete Coe, is pretty flat. So it's a fantastic layout. What it's missing, I think some riders will say, is a bit of undulation, but nevertheless it's phenomenal circuits good racing now. The likes of Max Keeler, yesterday, his first time yesterday, he said immediately absolutely loved the place, and that's the feeling we get through a lot of these riders coming to Silverstone to the first time, about a completely different layout to the likes of Jerez and Le Mans, tight, twisty circuits, plenty of hard braking zones. But here, there is some hard braking zones, but not necessarily on the Moto3 machine. It's very fast and flow. It's phenomenal to go racing. It's one of those tracks, a little bit like Termas Barrett's, a bit like in Salonia. You're not carrying, you're not going into the corners heavy on the brakes, you're carrying the roll speed right the way through. But this one is long. This is the difference. This is a long old track here at Silverstone. And with that means there's a lot of room to make a mistake. And in these kind of conditions, for some of the rookies, the likes of most of them in that group actually, Max Dealers, Carpe Diem, the number says you Max Cook, he's coming in just for this weekend. But these guys, they will know the risks. They have got to build into this session. It's a vast layout as well, so if you crash, for example, at the Cox Corner at this end of the circuit where the old pit straight was for a few years, of course, before they back to the big Silverstone wing, if you crash it there, you've got a long way to go to get back to the takes here on the Hamilton Straight as Max Keeler gets busy early on Saturday morning. We used to see it only dies with the inside of fellow rookie Alvaro Carter. They enjoyed some battles in Junior GP. The routing rookie scope, of course, but Keeler's getting busy, Odsing feeling comfortable. He's inside the top 14 yesterday. Keeler's once again impressing as you're focusing on Eddie O'Shea. You'll be familiar more than most, you assume, from these shores, with these kind of conditions. So hopefully O'Shea has a decent session and a decent qualifying later on. Indeed, he will be well and truly accustomed to a damp race. That goes all time here. Got Ogden D3 yesterday. Family strong indeed. Looking on for a very strong weekend indeed. He's had a fun go here, of course, at Silverstone, but he'll just be looking to try and convert it this year if he is lucky enough to get up there at the moment. But as you can see, the lap times are a long way off what we're able to see. Yesterday, 2:09 is where we're at now. We should be getting it down to perhaps to the 20s, something like that in this section in these conditions. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe even lower than that by the checkered flag. But the thing is, Al, it's so important that these guys go out there. We don't know what the weather's going to do. They've got their qualifying section. If you sit this one out to play it safe, you might have absolutely no reference point, no feeling if qualifying's wet. Yeah, Vinny's got to go out there this morning in these 30 minutes and try to adapt to these conditions. I think all the team managers would have been saying, look guys, go out there, obviously push where you feel comfortable, but don't do anything to you. The last thing you want to do, especially if you're the likes of Scott Ogden, the guys had a really good day yesterday, up inside that top 14. The last thing you want to do is potentially crash, damage the bikes that later on, of course, with the in-bike green in Moto3 and Moto2. Any injuries you might be able to pick up as well, super easy to do that, of course, in these conditions. So go out there, attack where you feel comfortable, try to get as comfortable as possible, as quickly as possible, but do not do anything silly. So hopefully we see a nice clean session and Frogden. That's exactly what we want to do, especially heading into qualifying. It's really important so Ogden to try and get at least on in that top 10 in qualifying. Hasn't done so since Thailand. So great day yesterday, but it was only Friday, as we say all the time. Saturday is because the different kettle of fish, and of course qualifying is as well. It's all going to stitch, not going to be like in these weather conditions today. It is a bit wet out there, I've got to say. The other thing that will be interesting to keep an eye on in qualifying is that those who've got to go through Q1, if the weather is a bit dodgy, they're going to be the ones with the latest info on the track. They're going to have that head start. So maybe it's the first time this year so far, Q1 not a disadvantage. Yeah, we do see that, don't we? Obviously, in the dry conditions, no one likes being Q1. This often described as a jungle where I know the MotoGP riders absolutely despise Q1 when they're in it because it's the worst session of the weekend. Obviously, everyone's pushed in their maximum to try against those top two places in Moto2 and Moto3, of course, it's top four, but there's no guarantee that you're getting through, even if you've got superior one that pace. But as you say, Kiko, in the wet conditions, if you do manage to get inside that top four, going into Q2, you are holding an advantage. So that's going to be an interesting thing to look out for later as Keeles, with the sound comes out the final corner, gets it all scribbly on the rear end and goes up into P2. Davide Manzacurli D1. That Keeles looking pretty comfortable, as to be said, in these conditions so far. Yeah, if we can follow these two, it sounds like and looks like that's what the race it is at the moment. There's damage when the other one, they will take no prisoners in all of this. Of course, when the athlete's still chasing up Paris Moto3 Grand Prix victory, how much longer is the number 64? They have to wait. He's just gone through the 71 and Dennis Hodger, 2022 British Moto3 Grand Prix winner, of course, as well. So Hodger knows how to get the job done around here. Cormac Buchanan, New Zealander, of course, racing here at Silverstone for the first time on Moto3 machinery, but the number 14 has done very, very well so far in Moto3. I don't think there was any expectation, but he has hit the ground relatively solidly and has been right there in the points all the way through, really. Yeah, has been an impressive season from the New Zealander. Just missed out on the top 14 here, say P16th Buchanan, just one place ahead of Ruche, who would lead his teammate less than a tenth of a second away from that top 14. So narrowly missed out. I think both down in motorsport riders, the rookies who missed out on Motomazukuchu Motion a few times this season, so they're really, really close on Friday afternoon. The times they have been promoted automatically, so good stuff from the two late motorsport guys, the rookies, of course, who are visiting this place for the first time. I did catch up with Ruche Mealy this morning, walking through the paddock. Of course, he returns from injury this weekend after picking up that right wrist injury in Jerez, and he showed me his scar. It's a lofting great scar on his wrist, but he did say, to be fair, yeah, there's no real pain on the bike, which good news, but because of the injury and the operation, he's lost a lot of strength. So obviously a pretty demanding circuit. There's not too many hard braking zones, but he said in sections such as Maggots and Beckett's, when you're flicking the bike from right to left, he's experiencing a little bit down on power and strength. So but he did still pretty comfortable. He said he still was all right. See how he goes today. And obviously he finished in P17. So not a bad job upon injury turn to Moody. Good to see the South African back on board his KTM. Yeah, and we need really to be there. He's one of the exciting rookies coming in to 2025. Maybe not quite the same expectations of Keeles and Teeny and car tape that Movie has shown that he belongs on MotoGP. But to me, he's done already more than what was expected already in the first half of the season at least. So very good stuff indeed from the number 21. We're just getting some times in as well. Armando the 25 ball at the moment, 2:25 ball. Edikilas and Pini. Esteban has moved up into 6th place. Joel Esteban, I think the team are pretty happy with him yesterday, considering it's his first time on the machinery. You may say they've built it up. Always been in the asphalt team, so that's a KTM regardless of whether it's GP or up here in Moto3. So good effort from Joel Esteban. Just the characteristics of the Honda, he deals sometimes with that, but he's adapting well. Yeah, he's from team to team this year, hasn't he? He's started in the Red Bull KTM 10.3, team replacing Jacob Wolfton whilst the Australian was out injured, and then jumped over to the F1 team, a team he's familiar with, of course, either for Ref. Back to Duty GP with the F1 team, but it's a different bike. Last year's model in Duty GP, and then he jumped onto a Honda this weekend. So he's been a busy boy, as Joel Esteban, but he did say yesterday that he found adapting to the Honda easier than anticipated, which is good news. It was T20 yesterday, Joel Esteban, coming into a new team, new surroundings, a circuit he's only been at once last year on a different motorcycle as well, so that's not easy to do with Esteban, but he's done a good job so far. It's never easy, swapping machines, swapping teams from weekend to weekend, obviously taking plenty of different flights, etc., different kinds of circuits. So yeah, good to see Esteban back on the grid. I think he's definitely put your name out there to be deserving the full-time Grand Prix ride next year in the years to come. So nice to see Esteban not struggling too much, adapting to that Honda. Here he is on another 78 Leopard bike. He'll be hoping that he can get into Q2 later on this afternoon. I think he'll be targeting top 10 on the grid if he does. I think Joel Esteban's got some pace. The Leopard Hondas, both teams have some good pace this weekend, particularly David Almanza, who's going to be a very strong weekend on Saturday morning. We just caught a glimpse there just a few moments ago. It was Angel de Carras. Now, what a mistake it was. Last time out had Lamorni for the number 36. Yesterday afternoon, not faring much better. 11th place overall, having been top 3 in the morning. So Angel de Carras, Silverstone forming likewise not brilliant. 11th on the grid and a DNF last year. So he'll be hoping that he can right the wrongs of last year and Le Mans and try and get some good points on the board this year. He absolutely needs a response to Le Mans' mistake. Unfortunately for De Carras, just lost touch, didn't he, with the lead group. Saw the Night Superwader in Kelso racing off into the distance and then trying to push too hard to chase down that lead group. And then under 36 on your screens right now had a nasty crash, to be fair, over in Le Mans, but all safe and sound, but absolutely needs a response. And he gets a little bit out of shape there into turn 1. That's just how easy you can lose the front, lose the rear in these conditions. That's the second time that's happened this weekend. He had that yesterday as well. He went on through turn 1 and 2. So Angel de Carras in wet and dry, having problems down at Turn 1. Good to see the Leopard Hondas. We said they got practice on this Almanzo and Esteban 1-2. Leopard Honda 1-2 at the moment. And Honda working very, very well on Saturday morning in these damp conditions. It is damp, it isn't raining at the moment. The clouds overhead are holding in the moisture for now. So if this keeps like this it'll keep drying, and probably by the time we get to MotoGP in what, about an hour's time, just less than an hour's time, we should be under relatively dry conditions, and that's when it'll be really important for those guys that they're straight up after their pre-practice session into qualifying. So the track evolving all the time, with a dry line clear there on the exit of that final corner. Ricardo Rossi, 18th place for him, but David Almanza with red crash helmets all the way through the opening, through the second sector. What's the third sector? With the 11 wide there. He looked like the magazine because he was just a little bit wide, but we'll take him up now. No wide enough, half a second under. So Almanza, he is the form rider this weekend. I've got to say that Sidey he's doing such a job here. Yeah, looks strong in the dry conditions, of course. Did his second yesterday, and also looking really, really good in these tricky conditions. It's only his standing teammate Joel Esteban within a second of him so far. We see Quiles just dead behind Luke, and I noticed this is no Pedro on the 55 on a decent session up inside, but early finished P25 FC, so Pedro aiming to try and get into Q2 later on as David Almanza gets the rear end stepping out, coming into bad. He definitely runs wide there. I don't think this stat is going to improve that. I could be proved wrong. I am sometimes proved wrong, unfortunately. We're around the final corner then. onto that Hamilton straight. Is he going to improve his time? Yes, he is. Fair play to Almanza. Improves again. Keeney as well. The number 9 scored just behind him. And Peter does improve as well. So deep improvement that, as you say, keep Almanza really on form this weekend. He really is. He went wide. But he had such a margin anyway going into that ball sector. He was still going quicker regardless. So good stuff indeed from David Almanza. Time for Osato just coming across the line in 11th place. Then for Osato had a horror show on Friday. Don't know what was going on down there for the number 72, but he was well down. 22nd in the morning, 21st in the afternoon, and that is not the performance that the 72 and Furusato expects from himself. Neither the team expects him. So what to do for Furusato? Exactly that. Yeah, we often see Furusato come and on a Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon it will be, of course, this weekend, to do the nice slow-mo of David Almanza, your current session leader at turn 4. The loop just after the village corner, swing it left to the slowest corner on this circuit, one of the slowest corners anyway, along with the Zabel chicane, and then you open it up out to the taps through Aintree corner at turn 5 and then down the Waddington straight into Brooklands and Litchfield. So a slow corner, but it opens up really well into the staging section, and David Almanza continues on his way, finds out of Pop's corner into Madison. Mecca's DSI for us also need to respond after a disappointing day yesterday for him and his teammate Tascal Rudder, enjoying some little foot tenants in the paddock yesterday afternoon. So it was all smiles down there, off track, not on track, unfortunately, for the Honda teammates. So they'll be wanting a response. Potentially in these conditions they could find it, especially I'm thinking Duasri, but we'll see a little bit later on, of course. For Osato, just for the reference, has not been in the top 10 on Friday mornings at all this year. I think the problem was it normally improves in the afternoon, and actually, well, they did improve by 1 spot, but that was all. And he has to go to Q1, which is not an easy task this weekend. There's some big names down there in Q1 for today's qualifying session. A couple of riders moving up, Cormac but Cannon, one of them's got Ogden as well in 11th place. No, Detmeter, well, this will be a real opportunity for Detmeter, because he is not one of those riders that you're going to put money on to do something absolutely spectacular. But the rain, the dodgy weather, just levels the playing field, and it'll bring him a little bit of confidence. The thing that he finishes the session wherever he is at the moment in fourth, right on your screen there with a Swiss rider, he's going to be able to lead that come the qualifying and the race tomorrow. Yeah, of course, had a difficult start of the season, left Risso, who after a rough test crash. So missed the start of the season. Obviously, Qatar was a weekend just to bed yourself back in. But had a decent bit of time in Jerez, going to Q2 for the first time on a Friday with a top forward seed and finished just outside the points from P60, but didn't enjoy himself too much over in Le Mans. So Deck does provide an opportunity, clearly enjoys these conditions, still as comfortable. You always say, and you guys will know this as well, the wet conditions, it makes it a leveler, a bit more of a leveler. We see that across every class. It changes the standings up somewhat. So this team, Detmeter's teammate on his 3 has got Ogden improving his lap time. But yeah, Detmeter to P4, he'll be probably doing a rain dance after this session. He looks like he's feeling pretty comfortable, so if he fancies a top 4 spot to get into Q2 later on, then maybe the rain conditions are his best hope. But he'll be probably wanting wet conditions on one side of the coin, but on the flip side dry, to try and get that seeded in the dry, because of course that's what we're going to race in most issue. It's important for these riders to feel comfortable in the dry conditions, more so than in the wet. As long as his rain dance is better than yours, that's all that's important. I'd say a big good weekend though. I mean, Scott Ogden at the moment in the dry is looking very, very good indeed. So Alan Blonick's team, the team manager Alan Blonick here for the CLIP Green Pound, this could be a real British Grand Prix to remember if they can both be at the sharp enough to qualifying and going into Sunday. Absolutely, yeah, that's exactly all the team will be hoping for. Hoping to catch up with Alan at some point this weekend, try and catch him in Moto 3 qualifying later round. We did try and catch up with him in Le Mans, but he wasn't around as such in pit lane, and of course he didn't enjoy himself in Jerez qualifying as he made it to P7 in this session, so a double top 10 for CRT Green Power so far. So they are enjoying themselves this year, especially Silverstone on a rainy Saturday morning, but not as much as this number 22 on the lane behind Honda. But you're going to improve again. Yes, it was by half a second. So Almanza, this is great stuff. Really improving in the background, losing touch, and Quiles another one of the impressive rookies jumps up to P2, only a tenth away, 223.5, 224.6, 1 second away. So this is impressive. Just from David Almanza. The thing with Quiles is I spoke with him in Le Mans on Sunday morning. I said to him, are these conditions good for you, bad for you? What's the sensation of you? And I quite like a challenge in this accent. I'd quite like a challenge, so it's quite good for me. That if it rains, if it's dry, and if it's going wet, if it's dry, doesn't matter. I like the challenge of tricky conditions. So Chile's a remarkably rookie already. He's got a 100% front row record in Moto. The whole last time out, looking for back-to-back poles. The first rookie in Moto3 since Fabio Quartararo 10 years ago to Busan. He might be a second off now. You can guarantee that in qualifying in a couple of hours' time, Max Quiles is going to be absolutely one to watch. I think the word is fearless. I mean, all these rookies, all these riders are fearless in one way or another, but you see the rookies every single year just improving, and of course the age of them now increasing, getting more experience on the road to MotoGP before they reach Moto3 is Kumapakandam rides around the outside of Max Cookman, struck down in P24, just under a second away from Dennis Foggia so far for the British rider. But yeah, these guys are fearless. I mean, Max Quiles just oozes that sort of energy. He's come into Grand Prix racing, of course, knows that it's a huge setup, but just massive belief in yourself, and that's what you've got to have when you come into a Grand Prix race. You've got to believe in yourself. You've got a great team around, of course, with that sport team that believes in him, which always helps. But Quiles is absolutely one to watch for the future, and one to watch for now in Moto3. Okay, after not being old enough to take part until Austin, and then of course to have that injury that caused him to miss his home Grand Prix in Jerez. Quiles bounced back, super strong lead in Le Mans, picked up another top 10 healthy all of points, and yeah, it's just looking good no matter what. So Quiles, a really exciting prospect, of course. Anthony David Almanza again, this is the fastest lap after fastest lap, and he's doing it on his own. Much like yesterday, he's just doing it in the white now. So just hope and cross fingers that David Almanza is not going to burn the limit and not be able to save it. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. I hope he's all right. Just seeing that there's only 24 riders out on track now. That is Charles, Vicente Perez, and Joel Kelso have not gone out and set a lap time, so they're not fancying risking it. Spoke with Joel Kelso last night. He was really reading up there again, so confident of what he's going to be able to do this weekend. The front row is the target, is where he reckons he's going to be right there. So Kelso, and also the other thing with Kelso is he's not putting pressure on himself to get that first Grand Prix win. He says it's going to come when it comes. He's very relaxed about the situation. Sign of the confident rider, but also a rider who realises and accepts that he's there in the lead group now, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, absolutely. As you see here, another slow-mo coming down Manizur, leg dangling, and helping care of some of the 36 machine as well. No clear visors so far, which is a shame. We always like clear visors in these conditions. Time for Santa with his team, Galazri just behind him, but nice to get these slow-mo shots. There's a clear visor of Scott Ogden, one of the home heroes. Of course, in this Moto3 fields, courtesy we've had no crashes so far. I don't know, just the commentator's curse on that, but there's clearly grip out there, and the riders are feeling pretty comfortable to push as well, especially the likes of Almanza, Buchanan, and Beanie inside that top three. So that's good news so far. But yeah, Kelso Iriki, he is another rider that's just losing confidence at the minute. And you know, if Ramon was to sort of suction the pan a one-off this year, and he wasn't in the knee group throughout this season, you probably feel there's a little bit more pressure that you might be putting on myself and the team and those guys as well. But he's been up there throughout this season. It's obvious that race win is going to come at some point sooner or later. So it's good that he's not putting too much pressure on, and that helps as well, because he's not coming into this weekend thinking, oh my god, I've got to win absolutely this weekend this track, but he's got that in the past as well. So good to see Kelso. He's really feeling calm and relaxed. I think that was showed in his post-race interviews as well. He didn't come out all guns blazing and saying some choice words about David Manothi, who was obviously annoyed about the situation on that last lap. That he was very cool, calm and collected, which I was quite impressed with, to be honest. So yeah, Kelso looking strong again this weekend as expected. Everywhere we go this year, the Australian is looking good, which is great for him, great for the Australian fans as well So yeah, Kelso is an outside bet, you feel, in this title chase. Okay, the waiter is one way clear at this moment in time, but there he takes a DNF like Raider had, some mechanical issue, a crash here and there, and Kelso just keeps picking up the points. He is right in the mix, make no doubts about it. 100%. He is only one DNF away from being within striking distance, as Jose Antonio. I don't think that where he was spoke about it, in 19th place, but it's all a bit academic in this session. Does it mean anything? It's just American feeling. If it is what, I think Kelso might actually be out on track now. So read the blood of the M-City machines down then. Just coming down that English straight, we're looking at David Munoz working his way through Stowe and another consistent rider when it's all working for him, and hopefully ironing out those mistakes now. Munoz, the last time he was hurling on through on Joel Kelso, denying him a victory opportunity. Munoz got second across the line. He was penalised into third. Kelso's promoted, and then it was Jose Antonio Wader. It's secured it. Munoz has never had back-to-back podiums, and that Silverstone 1 top 5 finish, so that was in 2023. Besides that, not too much to shout about, and his qualifying record in wonderful 19th, 27th and 21st. So Munoz, he's already through into Q2, so he's guaranteed to be at least the personal best this year, but surely he'll be considerably better than where he's been used online. Yeah, you'd like to think so. Like he was involved in a bit of a collision down at the Dale corner. I think it was in the European lap, we checked that we were too much costly both a lot of time, which is why Munoz finished outside to top 10, start the place. He did qualify in T21, so clearly has pace around this circuit, just Munoz, to keep himself out of trouble. Seal, which is what was set to most of his career in 14, back to talent there, back to speed. So Manza continues on his way in on a fast lap match. Cook a good lap for the home here on the number 13 machine on to P16. So that's good to see from Cook. And he'll be relishing these conditions, the 11 playing fields, as we've already mentioned. So good to see Cook punching up into the top 20. Munoz, he'll be hoping for the decent qualifying later on. I think it's massive for him to be in that league group to get that first podium. We know how tricky it's been so far for Munoz in Michigan. Even as one of the title contenders, moving into them at good one, Dynamo Minto team and essential to really professional sensibility. But it's in the really fancy challenging the title. It's not happened so far, but Munoz needs to get that podium and he really take it, punch up the neck and run with it and try and get plenty more in the 2025 season. Video shows has moved up into 10th place, so the Bricks are at the moment 7th, 10th and 16th, so that'll be given the home fan is something to cheer about. Max Cook, definitely someone who will be a rain dance, because let's put it politely, he's going to be a rider that is going to be a more dry time to be anywhere near scoring good race, good set of points on Mercury. And I say that not because he hasn't got the talent, he's doing something different. Go over and Bricks leave the bikes, then Ian is signed to adapt to the Moto3 bike. The rain might just help him move on up, and he gets a decent scoring on the bleed this weekend. We'll have to wait to see the Max keep him children now. In 16th, the respectable at the moment is another championship leader who's on your screen right now. The number 99 opposed Antonio Wade. I don't know for how much longer. As he comes to the line, he goes up into 6th place. That looks like he's on slick tyres as well, folks. Antonio Wade. Let's have a look. He is indeed. Well, like it's on Rista. I'm not sure there's too much to be gained out of that. But he is on slick tyres. So Relator, let's have a look there. There's the replay. Slick tyres to the 99. Is he the burst to blink? And I tell you what, Moto2 lads are out in the moment. No, we didn't that. Absolutely, I'm just wondering if Joel Kelso was out on slick tyres as well, because he'd only completed 4 laps. Maybe the level of MTA team were just impatiently, knew there wasn't any rain about, saw some dry lines appearing and thought, you know what, let's have a little bit of an experiment. Be careful, of course. I'm surprised that the championship leader, replicating IO guys, has done that. That's play Roy off to P6, so time is pulling on those slick tyres. As you say, well, I'm a little bit surprised it's Bricks to take in 3 chances too. Obviously, good to experiment if similar conditions arise later on this afternoon, that you can go on there on slick tyres and be competitive. So, interesting decisions. Alvaro Carpet continues on the way. Is he also on his slick tyres? I think he might be. Also just up behind him as well, so it looks like both replicating iron riders in Kelso, I assume, as well, who's keeped it up with Carpe and doing a bit quicker than him as well from slick tyres. So interesting that happened in the final stages of this session. I mean, the track racing line is driving. If you make a mistake and go up in it, you are not that far away from giving your team a little bit more work than necessary. This is Kelso, he's on slicks as well as for certain. So slick tyres being done then right at the end of this Moto3 FP2 after a damp start to Saturday here at Silverstone. The heavens are holding up for now, and the track is driving to tick down the hanger straight and see the bottom there coming off to the straight through chapel, that it is drying very, very fast indeed, and particularly up here as well. So it looks like the conditions definitely improved, but this braking area down into But is there on the race tonight. You've got to be taking care, but it is only slow speed. But at the end of the day, slow speed does not mean that speed isn't good enough. But they're coming through the last corner. Let's see if we get any improvements. Yes, we do. Kelso and Carpe and then Layden on a true 97 goes 1.6 seconds quicker. So the slick's the right option for the long time. That's vital information for later in the conditions. And I'm certain that we could easily have a shower in between now and qualifying, and if he dried in the same way as this morning. Yeah, absolutely. David Almanza continuing on the wet tyre, so he's still got pace on those grooved Pirellis. I think the country in Bagel took it left, flick it right. David Almanza, when he rides back to the top temp, he's surprised if he's still getting a bit of correct in there compared to his fresh slick rubber. Yeah, he loses time in that final speed, but still very T3. So decent job done for that man. So clearly the fastest rider in the wet conditions. So good job to make that part of another. It just see two of the top three in the championship, Carpe T6 as well, risking it at the end of the session and going out on those stick tyres. So good insight for later on, that's for certain. And the Moto2 riders that will be out on track in around about 15 minutes time. Yeah, I think we gave it to MotoGP, but at least I definitely gave it to MotoGP until we'd seen the slick tyre. I was not. Can you believe it? Sure. Thank you very much. Carpe, it is, who was in the end, after in fourth place, he was originally top, but his team Agrueda, who stamps his authority out again, even in these dodgy conditions, he can't be topped. Yep, a little bit of a gormand laid down, you feel, at the end of the session. Not that he needed to anyway, but the 99 goes out there on six tyres and those 1.6 if he's quicker than Joel Kelso, because second is quicker than his teammate. So yes, bodes well for later on to the number 99, and does for Kelso as well. Two of the riders we expect to be the top of the time cheeks, and we'll see do the top of the movies level. Kelso will be right there, can qualifying. Nice for certain, on for 5 front rows in a row. That's not happening since Jack Wheeler got 6 in a row back in 2014. So everyone Australian rider at least. Kelso doing very, very well indeed. Third place, David Armando led the majority of that session. He comes away top Honda and also top weather tyre runner as well. Here he is coming to your screen. It's in the wet and dry. Yeah, but from Armando, of course, another rider will be very, very constant now in both conditions. So expect those top threes, is say they've just finished in top 3, but the Reeks good all weekend for top 3, so expect those guys to be real fighters for pole position. Major on Carpe as well, with the option to use listers, but then inside the top line. They've had an impressive D6. And don't forget, Britain Stockton. What can he do at home? Rueda on top, the only rider to dip under the 220 mark. That's about where we said at the start of the session that was heading. Kelso second, Alonso third, fourth for Carpe really comes our way in fifth place. Booker, Buchanan, sixth, seventh for Gironi, and all the way down it is Keyless from C and Joel Esteban, who was elated for it up into the top 10. On to 11th at the end, but he'll be pleased with that. Max Cook 50, Eddie Hershey 70th, Ayla Brits through FP2 unscathed. Time for Rosato moves up one more place, this time the 20th, but he's still yet to get cut much further up than that all weekend. Jacob Wilson down in 21st. Dennis Fodger, your 2022 British Motor League Grand Prix winner, Lillhurst in FP2. Rueda it is, your championship leader and top dog going into qualified. Moto2 will get the challenging conditions started in just a few moments' time in the company. Good morning, everybody, from Silverstone. We are up and running on this Super Saturday, slightly chilly Saturday as well. 16 degrees of air temperature. So when you're in the end of May, that counts as pretty toasty. If you're from this body, well, if you're not, but it's really hot and thick jacket weather. Cloud cover has descended over us now after a relatively sunny start to the weekend on our practice Friday. But the good news on this date soon is British Grand Prix. Eastern at the moment, we have no rain sooling. We have plenty of it overnight. It's certainly impacted on the duty slate at the campsites nearby the circuit. The rain, we hope, because Leicester is now till all the rest of the day. You could ever say that with certainty, like Silverstone. Certainly the forecast indicates to the worst of the weather isn't now past it. Manuel Gonzalez would certainly hope so after dominating in the dry yesterday, leading an in-attack GP1-2 from his teammate Senna. He just a bit searched on lost his score for Alfa Romeo despite a crash in practice. He recovered from that to take third. Diogo Moreira was fourth from Barry Baltus. Dominic Maldonado, your top Nicky from Emi Sasaki, his first automatic Q2 appearance of the season, coming later today. Jake Dixon, who has carried so much of the home support, 8 from Joe Roberts, Claude Navarro, and Ivan Ortola, another Q2 visit to last year's Moto3 winner. Jason G rescued his Friday with 12 in the last stages. Ethan Gabara, Albert Arenas are also ultimately through to qualifying 2. And given the names you did not hear me just do a start, you'll already be well aware that we have a heavyweight qualifying 1 coming up later on today. It's a completed moto field this weekend. There are only 10 riders taking part in qualifying 1 later on today. But among them, we have the riders who are 3rd, 6th, and 7th in the World Championship. Your 2nd, 6th, and 7th, should I say, with Ari Kinnett involved in that session. You're looking at Jake Dixon getting the very latest on-track conditions from Joel Kelso, who was out on track in the Moto3 free practice 2 session a few moments ago with Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison are here to talk you through the Moto2 action that is coming up. That's say Neil, I didn't expect to be seeing many tyres thrown in this Moto2 free practice 2 session this morning, but as Joel Kelso a little bit involved in Jake there, at the end of Moto3, we did see a few riders going onto slicks. We did indeed, yeah. We wanted to have one. We wanted to, the fans watching one, the world's good, the fans here at Silverstone. Yeah, Moto3 was not a million miles away. It was about 10 seconds slower than what they were doing yesterday afternoon in fully dry conditions. And that was obviously considerably faster at the end when things had dried up somewhat. So potentially we might see some riders waited out for a couple of minutes here at the start of this pre-practice 2 session in Moto2. And then, hit the slicks and just walks out for those damp patches that are all the way along the Silverstone track. It was predicted to be a lot worse today. I have to say, I'm pleasantly surprised that we're not hooking out through a sort of a storm as is the ice. And as you can see, lots of quite a few t-shirts out there. This is the UK, of course. Hardy fans and hardy folk. And it's not exactly freezing, I would say. So, conditions a little better than expected here on Saturday. I think it's due to the weather point of view as a go-to today. It may not be the rain, it might likely to be the wind. We're expecting the wind to pick up through today and into tomorrow, and thus potentially upwards of 35 to 40 kilometers an hour this afternoon, which could suddenly slide a wrong for those pitches you have the wrong moment. It's very difficult Ian can do about it. Manuel Gonzalez, though, it's very little anyone could do about him. Right about now, quickest in both sessions yesterday and with something to spare as well. 8 tenths clear in the morning session, 4 tenths clear in the afternoon, so the field are getting closer, but at the moment they're not exactly close to Manuel Gonzalez, who, what he explained to us yesterday, wasn't necessarily concerned about the idea of a wet Saturday. Things like a question, he would prefer it to be dry. Yeah, I think he is one rider that is probably or taking a big sigh of relief on this Saturday morning, because sure he was thinking all of his fine work for yesterday could well be undone if it was seriously underwater. But this is quite some to pass. Manuel Gonzalez was in sensational form yesterday, topping both of the sessions. and setting new absolutely 2-lap records in each of those sessions, all which was a contrast to this one. Eric Canet, who goes through qualifying one for the first time this season. You know, as you look deeper into the lap times of the long runs and crashes today, it does look a little bit better than it might appear. For Eric Canet, it is race rhythm, perhaps one of the closest riders over race rhythm to Manu Gonzalez, but crash at the worst point of the session just as he put on the new tyres. The softer rear tyres who gone for a time attack yesterday. Canet going down at Aintree Corner, turn number 5. He was fifth, wasn't he, around the time that he crashed, to helplessly watch himself slip down the order, ultimately near down pitches 16th place in the standings. As mentioned, it is a heavyweight Q1 coming up later on. Aaron Canet, second in the World Championship. Chivas Vietti, sixth in the World Championship. Neil Sonaus, likes of David Alonso, the already Moto3 champion, who of course won this Grand Prix in incredible fashion for the back of the grid in Moto3 a couple of years ago. He's in qualifying one. Sergio Garcia, multi-Moto2 winner, goes through qualifying one. Tony Arbolino, likewise, goes through qualifying one as well. Later on today. Anyway, it's going to back down in that QL session later on. So although you would fancy Eric Canet to come through that session, can't say it's a surefire guarantee. Yeah, definitely going to be one of the more competitive Q1 sessions that we've had so far this year in 2025. It just needs to remain calm because as Lewis was saying, the rhythm was certainly there yesterday before he had that crash towards the end of practice, which eventually saw him tumbled on the order. And that is a wily campaigner. He has been around a few times in his 6th season, and he knows that now it certainly is not the time to panic, but I'm sure it'll be a slightly uncomfortable sleep for him here on Friday, which is all Joe Roberts' service. Good day for the American overall. Now public first by his 2nd home runs. Joe having some family in this part of the world, lived in London for quite a bit, and he was inside the top 10 yesterday in 9th at the end of practice, which was pretty decent when you consider he was just 4/10 per second away from the top 3. Almost Quentin Gonzalez out of time comparison. So he was so far ahead of everyone else in both FP1 and in practice. It's 8/10 per second in the first section of the weekend, 4/10 per second yesterday. And when you look at the gaps further down the field, that was even more impressive because it was very, very tight from about 3rd all the way down. But Manny Gonzalez able to put some real clear breathing space between him and the rest on the single flying lap. Just to add the numbers to what he's saying, Manny Gonzalez, 2nd from Manny Gonzalez, covered the top 9 yesterday, down to John Mobers, but from Philip Samach in 3rd, 1 second covered Samach in 3rd, all the way down to Chosdino Vietti, in 20th place. And that's how you end up with 2 or 3, or in this case 4 or 5, 3 heavyweight winners set to back it out in qualifying one later on this afternoon. Of course, the Taliban Moto3 qualifying session, which begins the afternoon's proceedings here at Silverstone and the Tiso Spring, which is an hour later than normal local time, at least 8 p.m. local time tonight. The British Grand Prix Saturday Sprint will take place over 10 lap series. Marcos Ramirez, we're moving to the heavyweights in qualifying one. Ramirez 34s in that category too. 7th in the World Championship, as mentioned, 3 of the top 7 in the World Championship bring to the flying board. Unfortunately for Marcos Ramirez, Neil, that is a 3rd Q1 visit on the bounce. He is starting to lose a little bit of that early season momentum, is Marcos Ramirez, when he scored 3 top 10s in the first 4 races. Last 2 races have certainly been quite disappointing. 12th and 15th to this one race in the rest, then 15th in Le Mans. He's really looking to refine some of that magic that he had in some of the flyaways at the start of the year in Thailand and Argentina. Barry Baltus, it wasn't a brilliant day for the Belgian, but solid day, I think we could say, overall. He was in 5th fastest. And as you can see, there is, unfortunately, only one side of the carriage there in the KTM IO box. Colin Payer is, unfortunately, it was an injury. He assisted in training earlier this week on Monday. Is fractured to his right arm and is having to sit out the British Grand Prix. Therefore, Division 2 is quite exciting. It's quite a few Moto2 regulars missing this way team. If joining us for the first time in this Moto2 way team, I sort of need to read who is it here that ordinarily would be. So we're coming off the absence of Colleen Fire. He's injured his race speed. In way his return might not be Paragon next time now. Might need further into some level. We're simply not to see him like this soon. This is great, isn't it? Here it's been placed by Danny Munoz to the forward team. An injury is staying on the Friday after Monday. In contusion, cheeks, chin, and the sidelines. Darren Binder is absent of the Ricky opponent. His left arm in Le Mans on Friday morning, crashed in some and did. Meanwhile, as mentioned by Neil, is missing Sergio Antonio Quintas to the Ital Trans team. The French is left qualified in a crash of the taste of the man 2 days after the French Grand Prix that took place. And we added another name to the list of absentees yesterday, and that is Mario Aggi for the Intimate Honda team. Asia for the Indonesian were named by the team yesterday, Neil. Mario Aggi dislocated his shoulder. I believe he's out on the first practice session yesterday. That is now the 5th time in the last 12 months that Mario Aggi has dislocated his shoulder in the team. I can't recognise that there is absolutely no other alternative than Stewart surgeon's nice. Yeah, and it makes absolute sense when it's helping out with that kind of regularity. There is, I think, no alternative but surgery. And I think it was a fairly innocuous dislocation, wasn't it, yesterday morning? It wasn't as if he was running through the grounded traps whenever his day and daddy was on the bike and, seems stole. That one just doesn't have the strength necessary to race in one of these Mini 2 machines or especially a fast old track like Silverstone here. Just looking at our timing speed, it seems as though the 12 limbs are deciding to wait it out in the pits at the moment to let some other names go and do a bit of the donkey work and try out these conditions. Ana Gonzalez, the championship leader, was certainly one of them. Aaron Canute as well didn't look as though he was in any particular rush to get out there on track. David Alonso just checking a series of little details with his technicians before he decides to saunter on track. Alonso, well, there's another one to just take a few minutes here and see what's going on. Sparsity smile on Alonso Lopez's face now because he was carrying 21st place yesterday in practice. And the this was in the field, seems to be able to get through automatically into King Point into the Suzuki Speed RS team, DT Lopez, Sergio Garcia for the MSI squad, and Tony Arbolino for the Blue Crew Pramac squad. And speaking of Bosca Streamers, there is Luca Bosca Streamers in the grey hair just off the extreme right of the picture, attempting to a rider who won in this Grand Prix a couple of years ago. Sloane Aldegar, the first of what were separate victories in the latter part of 2023, which with Ducati to invest their MotoGP future. He didn't just win that race, he won it so convincingly as well, didn't he? The end and the closing stages just pulled away from the rest as it was on. Would you give a shit on that particular day? I think has obviously gone on to bigger and better things this year. W20M finisher, of course, 9 in MotoGP after his sensational French Grand Prix. He seemed to have a fear with the diesel when we came your last two. It was approaching crunch time, wasn't it, in the Moto2 title fight? We were expecting, okay, Aldegar's going to come and start showing his hand, but it never quite happened for him. The one year ago. Didn't quite happen for Jake Dixon yesterday, it has to be said. Yesterday was by no means a disastrous day. Riding in front of his home fans. He was second fastest in the morning, and 8th in the afternoon, and he could point to the fact that he couldn't do it by the traffic throughout. As long as admitted, took his today afternoon's practice session. Good to see Sam Lowe's here in attendance for the Mark team. Sam, fresh off the back of it appears never wanted the bike weekend in the Czech Republic when we could go at most, when he came away with his 6th and 2 4th places. So Sam really getting the hang of the World Superbike game in Mark colours. 2 excellent rides here. I think there was one fans for that team as well in years gone by. But going back to Dixon, it wasn't a disastrous day, but there was a few shots I think we saw of him midway through tight, because when it did look, far from happy, I think it's fair to say. And I said that yesterday was a bit of a testing day, just as they were trying to get to bed off some of the issues that they've been having in recent weeks. And it's very clear where Jake Dixon is having his issues here. at this Silverstone circuit. If you go through the Porsche times, it was from yesterday's session in the afternoon. Jake was 6th fastest in sector 1, he was 7th fastest in sector 2, 4th fastest in sector 3, but in sector 3 he was down at 18th. So it's those kind of fast quarters you feel through Maggots and Beckett's where Jake is having some of his biggest issues. The interesting, it was a common theme amongst the Despasturos as well, because both Alonso Lopez and Chelsea Vietti for the Speed RS team on that Despasturos referred to the third sector and just looking at precision on the motorcycle to be able to pure lane, slalom your way through and Maggots and Beckett's chapter sequence, which is within the third sector of this lap. Takes the lead away. They need to accept it in. There is Chelsea and Vietti, who was 20th at the end of taxis yesterday. Now Tinty out and only 24 others in this MotoGP field this weekend. With Chelsea and Vietti now in just 7 World Prix this season. That is now a this Q1 appearance. If your glasses are full low from a Chelsea and Vietti point of view, each of the 3 previous occasions he did the dance through. In one of those occasions in Argentina, he went on to finish the weekend on the podium. With glasses half empty, you could argue that he is playing with fire. And normally, riders there in the championship fight, and you have a big confidence level that they're going to potentially win the championship. They demand by themselves in Q1, may often than not. That is definitely fair to say. Some challenge to Vietti, who feels in some of the old issues that have been very present with him throughout his Grand Prix career, unfortunately. You mentioned some of the rhythm that we saw yesterday, boys, possibly cruising that this systematic afternoon. As always, the first 2/3 of the practice session did give us a really good idea just where Hebden was at in this meeting 2 fields. It's very clear that one rider in particular, a bit of an edge is on the race. Cowboys Matty Gonzalez. I was pointing some of the laps that may have been ticked off for either yellow flags or for team type limits. But if you look at it, really supreme days, you're looking at high 2-minute 2s or no to mid 2-minute 3s. Matty Gonzalez was able to do 10 of those. Aaron Canet was able to do 9. Send the edges 7 more. I can see it. Surprised. Danny Volgado actually able to do 5. So Volgado's consistency was very impressive as well. Potentially, the thing that would have made the likes of Canet, the edges, and Volgado worried is the fact that Gonzalez was doing 2 of those laps in his longer run at the start of the session in the 2-minute 2s, which was considerably faster than what anybody else was able to do on their longer runs. Yeah, noticing Matty Gonzalez's run, his first lap of the session was a 2:03. His first lap out of the tits at the beginning of the session. And then of course, this is 11-lap run. 11 laps is around 2/3 race distance tomorrow. 17 laps they'll be racing on 11:15 noon UK tomorrow morning. Gonzalez was still doing 2:03 steams at the very end of that run. And when you look at everybody else who's in the runs, we need expected reaching it, who's doing the next best on the run. The best lap time Harry Canet did, it is on one. It was a 2:03.4. So Gonzalez, neither of Anti's worst was as strong as the others at their best. There was nothing noticeable yesterday. Listening to Matty Gonzalez, speaking to our colleague Alana Magriga in the broadcast, they said, he said that he isn't necessarily tickled for biking yesterday. He's doing a little bit of park durations, took on quarter entry, didn't have the plenty of bits did he touch one to in those conditions. He was still a good chunk of minute of the rest, and it puts him in a similar position to Lamont, I guess, where he knows that he can run a pace that gives him a little bit of margin to play with over the rest, and Steve Tennantly from a bit of superiority over his nearest challenges in the race tomorrow. It certainly seems that way. Quite scary when you heard Gonzalez making those comments that he was having some stability issues on that longer run. Started questioning that this entire GP quality technicians would be able to remedy for your issues for today. So looking very, very good is the number 18 yet again. As we just decided, not really any reason to go out there and risk it. Some Van de Gerber apparently fastest here with a 2-minute 10.1. That is the second drops the lap time that we were doing yesterday. Obviously this session doesn't point towards who goes through automatically to Q2 anymore like it did last year. So there's nothing riding on this session, so to speak, but even in terms of getting some experience that could be relevant to tomorrow's race. I feel stop will be 10, maybe 15 minutes away from that. Essentially something like on this issue of the Tony Arbolino here, we were looking at on screen, who's studied to second place behind our current leader, Zunta Bamingol, but another today, Tony Arbolino, as it is. Few more adherents now this season for him. They are trying to set up in the first session yesterday. They just didn't suit him in the end. So we will keep to some solution. We know that Arbolino has had his trips and problems so far this season. Then they got their strategy on one. Arbolino said late in practice when we were going for a time attack, which left Tony down in 19th place at the end of 2:03.67. Syria was a third of a second away from getting yourself into match B into qualifying two. Nessa's teammate Guevara did make it through in 13th place to the Arbolino, continuing to find the going top then team of Espisnora. And being a bit critical, isn't he, of Fear and team? You know, we see he was quite critical with some of the issues that affected him during the French Grand Prix, and saying that the strategy wasn't what it is today. You get the impression that Tony is really feeling the frustration. And I guess it's understandable. This is his fifth year in Moto 2, and after a really disappointing year in 2024, we're thinking I think it's good. They could kind of hit the ground running with that kind of NE2 team. It's always going to be a bit of a long shot. Those took a bit of time to find their speed. They're new in the Grand Prix category. But you saw now is the time for Tony to be delivering results and to be fighting for world championships. You know, it is angling for a seat in MotoGP in the future, and frankly, with his current level, he's not really going to be under consideration, I feel, from some of the top teams. Certainly, that was the intention of that team, isn't it? To act as a pathway through into Fratmax MotoGP squad, and if it goes well, presumably the Factory came on our MotoGP squad as well. With the introduction of that Blue Crew Premac Yamaha squad, they launched that team along with the Proud MotoGP squad and the Monstredas Yamaha squad in Kuala back at the end of January. Yamaha, Tony Arbolino were there, and so too was Gino Bolsoy, the city balled in that team, the day-to-day running of that German Moto2 squad. He's taken over by a Silver Moto2 called to winner in his own right in Alex De Angelis, who he did energized to Arbolino after the problems which caused him to crash out of the Grand Prix in Le Mans. So plenty of teams set up with lofty expectations, and the aim is potentially leading riders through Moto2 and into MotoGP, but he didn't say that either Arbolino or Guevara to be looking at materially in anyone. The fact to say that Guevara generally is cut the edge on Arbolino in dry conditions this season, plus had his injury problems with the collision with David Alonso in Ferres. Another Guevara yet to send alongside. He is one of those who are waiting out in the pits. Arbolino is clear in the laps. He's currently second with a 2:10.3. Your current section leader is on to Van den Goldberg, who is gone wild here in mixed condition to the past. The front row starter a couple of years ago at 2:08.7, and that is 6.5 seconds away from the best trial times they were doing yesterday. And so we'll gradually get faster, and that will continue. We have mentioned, and as you can see, it's not currently raining. Some track conditions will be improving as this session progresses. Haven't spoken so much, but they are right just on the screens here. The number 81 on percentage edges. Anyways, he was playing second fiddle to his teammate, but still a mightily impressive day from Senna. Consistently fast, fourth in the morning, second in the afternoon. And some previously mentioned, aside from Gonzalez and Canet, he was totally the next first placed one in terms of rhythm. So obviously, Perez proved that Thailand was no thief, could no one off, but said it. I'm sure that he is very much at the sharp end of the Moto2 running order here this weekend at Silverstone. And it's a pretty impressive achievement because this is the longest track layout on the calendar, just under 6 kilometers, 18 quarters, and this is just his second competitive visit. In Jumashi is some work impressive stuff that Zomakovic been raised. So that is Seaput Green towards the front. So fine day, all you have to say for the entire GP sport just a bit. And he's the rider who's playing since that third sector is the area that he needs to push it on. Here it is, turning it now left through Beckett and up towards Cheptel Curve that leads them onto the Hanna Straight. Again, the inch where the Maywa pretty young yesterday, referred to the tip. It is accuracy. You needed to keep yourself perfectly on the racing lines. If you get dead caught at this seated one, you're offline all the way through the next 2 minutes, 3/4 before you get to kind of shredding. You're just using lap time. And to each of those two is, if you look at the tops of time yesterday, the sector by sector breakdown to the reaches, it's giving up to plenty of a seconds to teammate Pedro Gonzalez, which is, he did chunk of the gap, but he had Gonzalez over the entire line, so he can make some strides in that. So it's center of the one, and perhaps he blew it to go on tones with his should be two leading teammate. Yeah, so we see Tillis in the pit lane, just going back to ages. I think this is a more general point, not related to this weekend, but you have to praise him. You have to think it has been quite impressive how Gonzalez has obviously come into that team where he's been for the last year and has been so fast. It'd be very easy to be caught by that, to be involved by that, and to be blind up by that. But ever since Talent, when I've spoken to Senna, he has been looking at that Gonzalez being at the other side of the box as a complete positive. But he said, this is a guy that has more experience than me, that can learn tonight, and has to be, I think, praised. He's adopted that mindset. He's smart enough to know that. Yeah, he's not really net get it done. He's used it actually is positive for Den. Yeah, has been able on occasion to kind of stand up to his teammate on the other side of the box. It's like he's now going to join the morning action at Silverstone. And Gonzalez, any championship leader, has, I guess, in many respects, the most to lose by going out on a slightly two-race track. Among the vast majority, is not all the one now, has been done on dry tyres, and then will go down to a 208.2. His advantage over Devon Alonso is now 7 tenths of a second. Alonso did to second place. He's another rider, I guess, pushing the same boat to Harry Tenet, who is being thought by a lot, but on pure taste really shouldn't be. You saw in the morning session yesterday, he was up inside the top 10, and he was in the top 10 at the time that he crashed in practice yesterday afternoon, and still he crashed. There was a Devon Alonso, was lads, not mine. That was how he described it, and he said that the head counterboard went in a way that really happened. Every 100 times he would crash like that, which led to a lengthy retain job, but didn't need it back out inside at the end to try and maintain his place in the 18. Some Lansong certainly make progress, but I guess if we're to label in criticism, well, two criticisms maybe at Alonso so far, Moto 2, his outright qualifying pace, which he said himself is an area that he wants to improve on, and we haven't seen him put together a particularly clean, error-clean weekend so far in Moto 2 yet. Yeah, which is understandable when he's still learning the tricks of the trades. And he is pushing his limits and finding his limits, which to say is what it takes to get up to speed quickly in a category. He is nicing himself on to some of the quickest names in the class. That crash yesterday afternoon was a bit of a shame. We had been singing those praises earlier in the afternoon for his performance in the morning when he was nibbly sticking with the two Marketeers teammates, Jake Dixon and Phil Salage on track. And some bits looked a little bit faster than them, so we thought Alonso was set up for a good weekend, but point to fastest dudes in this category. He will be scrapping it out to in the top 40 Q1 later today. And it was some unfortunate crash in some respects, and that wasn't a shoot one, but it was quite there's through the match runoff from the exit of Village Quarter down at turn 3. And, there is some fairly handy Silverstone this morning. These kind of mixed conditions. He said age is currently leading away from Zoltan van der Gerber. Alonso there in thirds. Get out here, racing left hill, running with Marcus Ramirez, two of our mysterious names, towards who qualifying one later on in the day. I'm sorry, Kennedy, he's trying to close in to Pedro Gonzalez, who leads in by 16 points, currently in the championship ball, trying to win it. The damage more likely where this meeting is shifting up, continuing to be starting in the sub-third of the grid, which is what he will be as he starts to advance out of P5 1. It is an interesting case. Diola Barrera, there was Dave Plickets yesterday, who knows how to yank a first lap time in time-to-time mode, punched off up into that 8th place yesterday on 2:02.7 as he shits his story of circumstance to Bland into Muri. You look at his ninja one yesterday, and we took Pedro Gonzalez, who's 3 years work in the high 2:02s or the 11:2:03s. Diola Barrera was in the long to meet 2 and 10s. a good second and a half of the pace, but we've controllable to the season. And when it comes to Jürgen Pereira, disregard completely. See, yeah, you called it perfection in Le Mans, actually, as we see Eric having a bit of a machine issue, or he missed the pit lane entry. I think that's more likely what it is. These one might keep it up right after nearly come to proper in the wet grass there, but when he's looking down at his dashboard, it seems slightly confused with something that's going on. In the end, he's made a late call, hasn't he, to dive into the pit lane, because he's still to the problem, and there's nearly across course C. You can still make that call. The pit lane entry is on the right hand side as you come out of Stone and up towards a Vale in the pit lane entry, completely shortcuts the Vale Cup section in the end of the lap. Might have to reluctantly took the pit lanes vaguely at starting points. Just don't really get to Vale corner, because you could have a weird scenario with a flag to flag on the final lap, or would actually click it to come through the pit lane rather than to go around the racetrack. And Larry can end it soon. The way Linz gets given out though is going to tap in as it's going to tap in a section such as this, where the very little is at stake and they get queuing on later on. Absolutely why. And then you would just go back to Joe Guerrero. Yeah, absolutely called him right in Le Mans. There's a similar thing there where he's nowhere on the Friday. If when he was interviewed, he was talking about how good his rhythm was, and I was thinking, oh, what? And then good, a decent qualifying, and and it's just to be running up with the podium man in the race. So that's his stuff. Thought do the Morera. You guys been a consistent runner. Yes, he's missed out on your podium finishes, but there's been the top 5 and 10. That's the 6 occasions we've raced in 2025. And to get that way, where you think, okay, if we can consistently expect the number 10 to be a fit runner on Sunday. It didn't look again so far for you, Mr. Second, I have to say. It's not been a happy season. Did it 10, 83. Chapter Challenger. It's the points. It just was in 25. Flores near more delivered even for the recent GP squad. But he was seventh fastest yesterday. He had the benefit from the tour from Jake Dixon, and it's the moment. Good to see some signs of life there for the 71 Deputies ladder. Really much improved, he said yesterday. I think Molly has been correcting with it, made 1-3 so far. You're free down in the dumps after Le Mans. Just through what happened to Sasaki guitar, and in the where he failed to into the checkered flag, crashed out in each of those Grand Prix, and he was already in a situation where he just simply wants to finish, and he needs to get to the checkered flag, get some information from that French gold plate. Particularly succeeding for Sasaki in the end, came from Silverstone 20th place and finished in the end since 39 seconds at the rest of the race winner. The Soviet is a very sizably step there was being taken from Sasaki in this opportunity. It just transforms your weekend. Looks like the qualifying to just manage the stress, reduces the stress that you carry into Saturday. You guarantee to play some the third 6 rows at the grid, and just as you as the race gets on the road to just get dragged along with the grid to that says you're going to be fighting for points. And you see, even in Moto2 in 2025, overtaking can be difficult. So little to choose between so many riders, particularly in that midfield grid. If you do find yourself down in the down end of the grid positions, it is so difficult these days in Moto2 to pick your way through. I would absolutely agree with that. As we see some fast lap times coming in, as the entire GP will resort absolutely on it. Sasaki goes up in second. As track conditions continue to improve. We've had 13 Moto2 races at this Silverstone circuit. The years gone by, we've had 12 different winners, and it's occasionally thrown up a bit of a surprise results. But let's throw a bit of a quiz question your way, Lewis, if you fancy it. 2 occasions a rider has won here, and it's been either their inlay mini-tour success or one of 2 Moto2 victories that they've scored in their entire careers. Do you name them? We'll immediately disregard the note state, and I'm pretty that was all the Moto2 winners here on it. I'll play this game with honesty. Chief was always the first Moto2 winner, wasn't he, in 2010? Don't remember, didn't winning many. That must have been Bonon's very serious, not the only victory. The Plizelle. But to our previous World Tour goals, they didn't have a race here in 2020, didn't have a race all suited 3 different circumstances in 2018 either. Mr. Gardner was the first win, or one of the few wins, wasn't he, back in the 20s, 70s, 16s at the time that Nakagami won. No, did he take a couple of wins that season? He took one as well. But once it gets past you, my friends, yes, absolutely correct. Julie Cluzel's Moto2 victory came here in 2010, and Takanaka Kamari, I think it's his second of true victories. He's late through the season, but he didn't really do this year. In European for this over two. And as you said, so tooth and trim, I say, well done. This medical on is serious until it becomes how much more to listen quicker than that. This year, the Timble Championship was mentioned by 16 points. His baseline record is said to be showing Smith Tower being absolutely exceptional. This is our 7th round of the season. Of the previous 6, he's done all inside of them. Started second in the other, and that was what he had to come through qualifying one at the Grand Prix of the Americas and was picked to pole position by Jay Dixon. Good start this afternoon as your red hot favourite prepared position once again. You will see if this track fires out, he's been to establish his advantage once again, although the yellow points have never been brought out. Although back to the Iwasaki, here's just improved to second place. Then I'm doing the World Championship lead at Silverstone. You know where it's the third sector now. Yellow's out and turn 5 main free. Maybe saw Richigamme go down yesterday in practice. Only await the identity of the riders brought out those yellows to Silver by the Gonzalez through the final centre. To order the Sing wing is on his right. The sliders of the ground turned on his left. Gonzalez is now into V2 and flies. He's a quarter of a second ahead. Merchant Dixon, who's just behind him on 30. And even all two there in third has been another impressive session for the class rookie. As Lewis said, the victor here last year rolled through the days. Only unbelievable. He looks just so disappointed there. Body language, I think, tells you exactly how he's feeling. Yeah, it's a nasty one. He gets it all crossed up on the throttle coming out. All set the look. And from the left-hand side of the tire through entry. Oh, it is very, very uncomfortable for Tiger Tony. A big way to start his qualifying today here with the British Grand Prix. It's the United Kingdom, I should say, this year. I got the one for that. But they know it, not great timing with the trip through Q1 later today. Grateful to the reaction behind him with Daniel Delgado as well. He was following Arbolino closely. He was able to check on it before getting turned up in back to the incident. Yeah, Arbolino, he used pretty big place in his session. Case mixed conditions kind of situation tends to be to the operator's advantage or they see him in mud conditions or something objectively this scenarios to the operator already covers to the team something else did we wanted to see somewhere where he came through to finish in second place and the 20 sting riders that is set at last time. Harry Boutus is down in 19th place in the number and he's now finally getting mid out for the first time this morning on July tyres. The only benefits he was getting that is to start. There was more inside the final 2 minutes. Sure whether Manny Gonzalez has realised Duke Dixon was following him, not the by the route. As you can see, his team were communicating. Duke is second fastest with the 206.2, currently 2/10 slower than Manny Gonzalez. And Richigamme was also back. So I think why was they deciding? I'm going to keep either of my attempted challenges and a bit of a glimpse into I can do. It's me that can do it. The main really is like they said, you're way faster than anyone else. So I'm close to 3 out of 3 in this British Grand Prix weekend. Zane was second his advantage with Dixon, and they've got Wookie's third and stays. The Ivan Ortola and David Alonso third. I've got David Ortola on the floor just behind Jake Dixon and ahead of Harry Knapp. We've seen Ortola making progress through the last few Grand Prix. He's made through the Q2 in the last couple of Grand Prix. Although he's done that buoyant pinning party one, pinning party the top 10 in the morning, and then finished there in 9th place. And now at first automatic Q2 appearance in Ivan Ortola. Like many of our Moto3 graduates into Moto2 for this season, it's steady start, but when I'm seeing the best of Ivan Ortola in Moto2. They certainly are. You can see something not being dropped by Jake Dixon there. Here, Mullins. Just this area in left field, just this little woodpecker portic here is to be with an ultimate turn on this track. Let's see if Duke Dixon's doing it. And I didn't know the time that he has to aim for in this session. It's not a million miles away through sector number 2. Let's see just what Duke can do on board. It is a bit sideways coming out of Still Corner. So he caught the that is, and that he was headed down into the Maggots Beckett complex. where Tim was losing a lot of his time yesterday. Well, it's certainly morning. It's free practice too, so this means for sessions between Titus and Dennis on two, doesn't it? We've seen that at Red, we've seen that at Milan, and Dennis on two will be team Jews. It's a 2:05.220. It's not a time that record you'd received on two on the last couple of Saturday mornings, but it does, as it stands, put him at the top of this SD2 session. Something good morning, something with the thumb you got to some to the news during us to set this game. Yeah, this certainly is. See, Duke is anybody at this lap here. Why not O'Toole and Antoinette's road? But Andrew's race yesterday was really possible. Bill laps in the 2-minute 3, then up on 20. He was down in the 2:05. It was very difficult to make sense of just exactly what was going on, but it wasn't, appearing super strong or consistent. Antoinette jumps up into fourth. Paddy Gonzalez improves his time, but unfortunately for the number 8 team, he has lost his 100% record of finishing first in every session here at Silverstone, but considering the conditions, I do not think he will care one jot. He is still very well prepared for qualifying coming up, looking to keep that record alive. Will qualify either first or second in every Grand Prix so far this year. Unless it rains again, which is an enormous caveat, particularly when we're in the United Kingdom, we could be all set for a dry about a TT10 playing such a thing the out there in 1 hour's time, which didn't many expecting. Wade May closed the account is a mud spent last night with the thing question that you were time for night into this morning. Dwayne Sidic, actually to this I sit in a little within 3 seconds now as the record pace of Gonzalez today indicates that the night is soon impact is still around this seat. It's only on the racing line. It is to the drive. Montes Ramirez stood in the last two tick the chicken flag. Does he climb up? He does, up into 7th place. It is unto to once again attempt this brief T2 session. So he got his Saturday morning sticking out. They turn to the Reds driver Pedro Gonzalez. He'll take through the World Championship in the team. Gonzalez second, Dixon third, Connect in fourth. That is what we want to see. The track improving considerably in that session. Model 3, as said previously, over 10 seconds off the fastest times in the try yesterday. When they ended this session, you got down to around 3 seconds from yesterday's fastest boost. So he should be a million miles away. You think would pay a fine Rolls run if it stays dry. I know that it is a rather big if. We're in this part of the world and some of those clouds on the horizon that we saw on the onboard there. Fanny thought. You want this is session that for Dick Dixon, 3rd place. Not get up in his solid body here at home. To look as though there were still a few issues in that 3rd sector, especially when we were on board with him towards the end. But as Dixon, they're being fairly strong. Big pressure on his shoulders, of course, this weekend to repeat the feats of 2024. It's pretty clear who he's going to have to beat. The B is through the R2. Here he comes on the lights. He might not top this morning's session, but still he remains the home favourite for pole lights and on. Dennis on chief, and he's spent today morning in a run. And he's on top. Medical Gonzalez, Jake Dixon, you all top 3 in the World Championship were Kenton his heels, Ivan Ortola and Ethan Gamara getting their box his scorers into the top 6. Montes Ramirez, they Q1 competitor later on 7th from Center H, is Devin Alonso and also Mopez. Brendan Gorba led for much of that session, but was looking to 11th dead of his teammate Ian Musis. Herrera 13th, Marbolino, who crashed at Aintree Corner. Howard Arenas and Danny Volgado. Next up, Sujit Alcia, John Roberts and Jorge Navarro took us down to 19th, but Solach just played the 6 laps this morning to take 20th head of Danny Munoz to the Cedar Vietti, Yuki Tudi, and a quiet morning for Barry Bouncer to Sue Golds off the rear in 24th. So the next time Moto 2 around on track, then you'll be qualifying later on this afternoon. We're coming up next, we start to look ahead to qualifying in MotoGP. Free practice 2 is on the way next. Here I have Silverstone as we go French League Grand Prix of the United Kingdom. How is it first Grand Prix de Brisbane in 1977? Silverstone is fast, and then there is a pew at Trevibush. The world's fastest riders. Fabio Quartararo is fighting for a fight for a third straight pole in 2025. Boys, the Fatima goal at Silverstone in the sprints. It's time for MotoGP. The spills all the way back in 1948. Worth Circuit, Silverstone is 5.9 kilometers length, 3.666 miles, 18 times. It really is fast, it really is flowing. The longest circuit on the Grand Prix calendar. 48 years since the first British Grand Prix of the mainland was held here back in 1977. And we did a Garrett. An all-time lap record, which is in the hands right now of Alex Marquez after his British performance yesterday at 157.295. Tough conditions are to kick off the spring after their action. Well, that could have got a little bit later on. Richigamme was stalled, turned down with bad Binder in 17th. Motodia pretty good at the British Grand Prix. As you mentioned, it is a pretty cool start to Sprint Saturday here at Silverstone. But at least sort of be in the country box to Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. And unfortunately, we are going to kick off Sprint Saturday with some rather unfortunate news. You were with us yesterday. You might have seen in practice. We saw Agura suffer a pretty nasty crash going through his thumb curve. We did touch upon the Japanese rookie very quickly. So let's get a bang up to date update on what the conditions were like for the Balachi riders. Because Mario Gonzalez, a bit of supreme form so far this weekend, is joining Jack to give us an update on what it was like out there this morning. Jack, down to you. Yeah, yes indeed. Good morning to everybody back at home on what is still a pretty earnest morning here in Silverstone. As Bertie said, no better man to update you on what track conditions like the man who just last this in that safely in the World Championship in Moto2 at the Diamond. Manny, what's it like out there? Yeah, the track is getting really neat as yesterday. It's true that there are some news, doing some small patches like in turn 2 or 9 and 13, but for the MotoGP guys will be already through that, I think so. Just to be careful with some curves, but the track is hitting well, and finally, right there. Do you have to change your lines anywhere in particular, or were you able to just run as you were yesterday? Yeah, just have some lines in use. Don't sector if your goal to go to the curb. This is still wet. Just to be careful in this corner, but this is the faster you can go. So just look forward to it. Cheers, Manny. Thank you. Anger, Mander Daska, full gas, a big favorite, but for the British Grand Prix victory at Moto2 here tomorrow. They actually kick off our race action on a slightly tweaked Sunday schedule. Alex Marquez, then there we saw the statistics of a rider around the Silverstone night in MotoGP, courtesy that Bray 157.29 side. As you mentioned, a tailful Friday for Trackhouse Racing is at Ayagula, and there has been a further update from the team here at Silverstone this morning. Sadly, there was, as we see it, that real fast crash got into the fourth gear at the farm curve yesterday morning. Ayagula, we saw he missed the full practice yesterday, and sadly, it's the news of there. He's going to miss the remainder of this weekend injured. Potentially a fracture of his right tibia. They're going to explore that further. He's going to go back to Barcelona for some further tests. The injury diagnosed, but they are theory potential fracture of his right tibia, which is the reason that we will see Ayagula no more in this British Grand Prix weekend. That was why to bring him over Delhi yesterday, and the rider who was on the receiving end of that was Marco Bezzecchi, who was born to get to American. So it's not that it's necessarily disrupted or disturbed his mood at all, but it has certainly put Frankie Morbidelli up against it. As we go into tomorrow's British Grand Prix, a 3-place grid penalty coming the way of Frankie Morbidelli. So wherever he qualifies in this morning's Q2 session, Tribute gets that Fox. He's in qualifying 1 at the start of qualifying. He will drop 3 places. Here tomorrow's race, that will not impact his position for the sprint, but he dropped 3 from wherever he qualifies for tomorrow's Grand Prix. And on the Saturday afternoon, so far in 2025, Marc Marquez has been untouchable. He has been unbeatable. So far, he has won all 6 sprints so far this season. That's a big start to him, holding a 22-point lead in the World Championship coming into this 7th round of the season. Marc Marquez fans out in numbers once again. That's Sydney Hotel, just over the other side of the start-finish right here at Silverstone. Great vantage point. Some lucky fans have got for the weekend's action. Marc Marquez flawed quickest he was yesterday with 157.655. He was pretty clear what he expected to be last night. Clear favourites in the sprint and the Grand Prix here tomorrow is his brother Alex, who was in tip-top form. A clash of turn 3, the slight side of Marquez. There's a couple people yesterday. He simply said, I closed this well too later, I played later and I did faster. And then we saw the half jump. He found the ability, now knows how far to go and how far not to go over the course of the rest of the weekend. And Milan's made it sure, unfortunately, Ayagura's weekend is over. Let's get the up-to-date information on Ayagura from his team manager, David Ibbert. Yeah, hope you join his turn. Yeah, it does indeed. David, obviously, some news that I won't be participating in the remainder of the weekend. Just bring us up to date with the latest. Yeah, we expected him. I mean, we waited today to see if various pressure put him this, but he woke up this morning, and it's getting worse and worse. So we went back to the medical center for further investigation, and there is something on his right knee. Okay, something to the ligament at the beach. So anyway, they decided it's better to have another mind, to go deeper in the investigation. And so he was back to Barcelona. Then frankly, on Monday morning, we go to we can look at charter and make the further investigation and then decide what to do. But anyway, he's unfit for this weekend, that's for sure. The initial prognosis from what I believe is the ultimate is tibia, say maybe ligament damage to the knee or whatever it does. The knee area is always very complicated. I know all these things something happened yesterday, but we're at the part of the season now where suddenly the rounds start coming thick and fast. It's too early to say, but we'll have him back in Aragon. Yeah, it's too early, honestly, I can say. And we have to see. I think Monday, Tuesday, we would know I'm out. And yes, and then we see. Also, we have no reserve rider. This he has to be back. No, it's a pity because it's something related, I think, yesterday. To beat the heat and the temperature and the time. So it's a meeting we have to interrupt these median places, but we hope it to get this lifestyle. Yeah, thanks very much to Trackhouse Racing's done delivery. Thanks, Jack, and of course we sent our best wishes to Ayagura. I saw a speedy recovery. There's Tony Brilliant points out there's a very, very valid point as well. If Ayagura is sadly sidelined, it's all our next Grand Prix the Moto Aragon in a couple of weeks' time, of course. Truly is designated sub-rider Well, he's already subbing for the absolute reigning world champion for the Moto2, sorry. Might do a return to for a possible Agura replacement. They'll be hoping that the Japanese rider is strictly healthy to take his place on the grid in Aragon in 2 weeks. So we'll keep your calls updated. Post you all about social media platforms over the next couple of weeks. So we'll say on the targets of Agura. That is a good reason why Gino Bolsoy, Tuba Pano Yamaha team boss, has a big star in his face to kick off spring Saturday here at Silverstone, because it's for Yamaha's noise as he mentioned inside the top 10 yesterday. Miller, the best of them, well, best of 3, Matanak in third, Potirara the next with second, Alex Rigg is 9. He's seeing his life as we've seen the last 2 weeks. Clear Tobias the made by the Awanta factory. And electronics updates, we heard a bit of a revised English, but new hour at the Pontari this weekend. The Tuesday was his healthy concern in his fans dissection was around Silverstone. But it seems to a man that they're all believing that this new lights a more agile chassis, the big breakthrough which is helping on cool to the Yamaha's Paris are a serious managed you can Stacey never going to answer an true ski fight to Miguel there where he's only just over a tenth of a second away from Cluj for himself. He was 13 in practice yesterday, and the progress of Yamaha took a get Pedro Acosta's eye when he was speaking to the media. He'll get into his comments as we go through the session, because he was pretty right, but as mentioned, the newest spending chassis, Yamaha debuted at the Great Test event Autumn of Mon, which is relevant to any bad riders to pay steep 13 and the Timats Sydney made it busy to Miller, turning so much better, and it needed by the turret while around the end. We get into the third and on this time the American spent its champion the near constantly going left to right to left and Jack Miller particularly enjoying might straight that to part of the race of the crash and nearly thought against the race practice but the tell you what is one thing turn you're seeing where it turned to the third when it's just time they said that but gets the ability it took me doing a mega 2 upon it. Best shot of the season so far is how Miller described business always you said it was one slight blip that crashed through turn 60s and they just tweaked some major braking settings and then he hit the curb on the inside as well to put it down at 60, so to rebound and 73rd the best time on the day yesterday was a great job to that 1 minute. It seemed like it well the electronic interior which said Yamaha made is took the power there back in or the control there back in the brilliance of other riders. Then there was a 2 faction control intervention which was compromising their acceleration, compromising their exit. Of course, it's still having to use traction control. The good such up, Melissa can say, you don't have traction control on 300 World Pound MotoGP bike, you'll be launching yourself to the moon. But I think they've obviously just scaled back a little bit. Foot steep, that's probably connection more in the fans of the riders so they could manage it more themselves. But it's like clearly, the Yamaha right now with the aid of some of the tier 1 advancing concessions, and you're like, but take it to advantage of them. A long time, 3.5 years, isn't it, too soon? Break of the Rangitoring to Palace Rider. In with dry conditions, with being on this amazing school qualifying the next hour or so, as we see to hit on the barrel on one of those Yamahas, getting in the way of irritated. Alex Marquez there coming out of Bloodfield corner. There in the studios to the only to be getting unlimited, but Alex Marquez not particularly I almost got out the wrong side of the motor. He just named it, didn't he? Beautifully outlaps, Alex. You can't at this stage. Still 26 minutes of brief practice to go. Was the still there when we saw the track map couldn't on screen? Bottom my corner at 2 minutes ago. Track temperature around the circuit of only 22 to 23 degrees. And he's did say a big roll in why we've seen April night and there's no evidence checked in this sprint practice 2 section. They've gone out on shift, front and the rear. Made 2 in tires. To 90 the temperature, but that in 19 temperature. Pointed. We did see it, Denmark. It started early in the session yesterday afternoon. It needed about hard and it was short tires. It did a couple had crashed in the early part of the session and break this experience to stop the road around that is new. And every to be a screen thing, even this free just do such at this point. This will allow my Barker as a hider seeing by bridge boom through and up. Number 9 to start garage, which is at the back end do sex, second last of the session. My Barker is so I go on the team, but certainly cool they are. The 32-year-old Spartan Gustang, he said he expects them to close a strong track because of their agility in the fast corners, their agility in those flash change direction, which basically is what Silverstone is all about, isn't it? 5.9 kilometers along Yam Circuit. This Silverstone, very, very hard to nail the turn, but that focus 3.66 miles. FP2 arcade close to here stated I 157.3 from suing less than and 5 would be second going on his markers. The hand of Sabio Quantum. Alright, contiguous all the Q2 run. Pole position in the right, pole position last time back opens the bay due to the Dyke Brown to the Gatti circuit above. It's still years since Fabio. There's a new self-stock had been positive freaks, successive Grand Prix. A big Samopi story yesterday. I do not discount it because as we saw it around and the bundler is all capable of your Roberts the fans we've been time attack motor blades. So no question plots of man I need to fear and destiny twine. Listening even wanted to twine in organization for the left in one minute is in British years when you're harbor relatively on to city with a scene mixed on weather conditions even scenario was really the opportunity there but he's now completely clear single and time attack case, which was a real weakness for him on the recent years. They certainly hold confident in Bolsonaro sport is today saying really from your man's point of view now, it's the opposite. They now need to try and what on their race pace is their clean position now what they did get and so I was a bit worried. The chance now to ensure that they stay there when the racing starts. Yeah, and they've made big leaps forward in dry conditions but on the bottom what is the game through there is the wet conditions at the Yamaha and that still does have some woes. Still does have some struggles and we saw the better and patches will minute and crash out in 10 seconds and in the lead. Some 30 points are all in crash out and big contention and as well. And Alex Friends the lugging survived again on I end up on third. He just had no grid for one so but zero grid was like riding on sheet ice. So again the Yamaha's Desmond and I thought some dry race actually. We're just looking back where briefly over to Pedro Acosta who was denied a play to YouTube by the rider we're looking at right now. That's serving Aldegar. Shipping out again, not on the after the Christmas card this one. Now because he took some of the toe, he didn't late on. That's time out carrying more. And that late lattice 57.821 top out again yesterday. I did it but again Costa out of the Tom turn. But when it pops to came to speak to the media here at Silverstone last night, it's fair to say he wasn't mixing his words. He wasn't pulling any punches. He was kind of relatively jovial while delivering. Silverstone like there was a clear basis to KTM management, KTM engineers here Sarah's kill and certain team were not good enough right now. Sent to say irritated multiple times. Clearly patience is wearing incredibly thin right now. Because very serious ideas and just the good towards no is getting those is very deep right and very candid comments that so she just today. But it was very close. He was close against the field yesterday. Pedro Acosta did 11th place. He missed down Q2 by 13 thousandths of a second, and he was less than 6/10 by now it's Marquez. And he was the fastest ride of the day. And it's Alex Marquez who's got that start gear of Alex Marquez. So we saw him in a couple of crashes in the race at one 2 weeks ago. We saw him lose crucial grounds in the World Championship. We might just to red flag this. Might need some of the latest hybrid amid of the circuit coming out in 2016. They might need to be protected a short disruption. Can Alex think of this part? So he's just coming up now as he behind some catch. Oh, it's the rear. The rear that just stacked out. What did they tell us? He was pulled completely by surprise. I did not expect that one at all. Just look at that. The rear tire slipped what it needed, but he's going to grip. Watch this. Yeah, it grips and then pitches him over the handlebars. Next to that, yeah, we have got a red flag. A red flag just to get the marshals. That time to clear the debris and clear out his crash bike safely. That was a real nasty one. We saw him at a real vicious off-throttle high side, didn't we? Able and followed by a pretty rapid front knockout as well. So red flags, as we expected, just to allow the marshals the chance for Alex to get the bike back. He wants to get back to the bunch because the Teglay entrance actually is on the entrance to turn 6. You understand it, yeah. You can understand why Alex is quite keen for the marshals to get his bike to allow him to return to pit, rather to push it to the outside of the track. Yeah, down such as it stinged as well. The track is clear. He is in position now to come as the race champion out the fear of any riders and behind coming through. Well, it's not believe it. Not believe it. Yeah. You didn't need even. We were just stay quiet as we were just getting good. Alex discussing with the marshals. The marshals, of course, all around the world, the volunteer marshals do such sterling jobs and keeping the show on the run. It's real nice to know. Alex would not have been expecting that at all, would he? Just a real cheeking out when he left and the sliding as he was on the gas coming through, shifting. The Woosie correct. He knew him just along to the right. Takes over the handlebars. Yeah, he just started to get the power back in. He wasn't very good question at all, was he? On the throttle. So, yeah, Alex caught cold, was it the cold conditions and maybe just not on the temperature on the right-hand side of that rear tyre, which has caught him out there. Essentially, as we can see, Alex is okay. There'll be a few bumps and bruises, as there always is when you get splits over the handlebar. Like they've had a GP fight. There's no steaming on it. Yeah, it doesn't sound like the steering jams. He's had to give this one up. Something on the right hand side here, up the handlebars in position. Just like with me, little steering. We didn't do it, Tabry. It was me, yeah, little Jim. I'm just like fair play to Alex. He's doing his level backs to try and get this motorcycle back to the effect. You can understand why he's so close. Yeah, he's going to say, well, I can push you down the hill here. So as he wants that bike, to the box, because he wants that bike fixed and available for him should he need it. He'd qualifying too, read him the next hour or so. So that's why Alex Marquez is so keen to get that motorcycle into the pit lane. Well, there is the entries to pit lane. He's now in the pit lane. He's just about to come over the white liner. So technically now Alex Marquez is in lane, because that's where you'll have to have your pit lane speed limiter on 60 kilometers an hour. Here comes the rescue squad. Well, the marshals were rapidly on the scene, and they fair play to them. They've done their level best to assess the situation. And I think if Alex wasn't safe, as we was like 60 metres away from the Amster prick lane, he might have given that up himself. And now the marshals are giving a push back. Well, this does it, right? So I guess what the Preston riders on the grid, I think, is the one that we wait for Alex Marquez to get this bike into pit lane. The one we have to wait for the session to be resumed. So this is delaying the results in this FP2 session. Yeah, we'd only had, just only the 9 minutes of the session completed. A little bit of bodywork, a little bit of damage to be cleared away from the scene as well. Alex Marquez has a rather tenfold start to the session. Well, did probably because he was getting a little bit irate with Oliveira up early on. As we look at the replay as Marquez, well, going to come to the scares, just say this is going through turn 5 the moment then Marquez. You do feel that this is all to do with the very cold conditions here today at Silverstone. We saw track temperatures fairly over 20 degrees. And you can see from the very heavy plough cover, that's what's keeping it very cool there. At Silverstone, we're expecting temperatures today at around, well, at the moment it says it's 18 degrees, feels like 14. So yeah, it's pretty chilly. No question about it. Is Pecco Bagnaia, who is your current session leader when the red flags came out. The 59.7, which is a couple pin shy of what we were doing yesterday. Well, as mentioned, there was some very neat commentary. Pedro Acosta yesterday after he and the quartet of KTMs missed out on a place in Q2. Let's get some thoughts on this Saturday morning from Pedro's team manager, PI over time. Yeah, it was, as the guys were saying up here, some pretty strong words from Pedro yesterday saying that right now it was simply just not good enough. Would you agree with that assessment?
I didn't hear about this much. Pedro was actually yesterday quite and he said that we really enjoy about the bike here, and lots more than last year. So he was really positive what we was talking in the box, so I don't know what he was talking about, but not those. When we are out of Richigamme, we can be happy. But in other hand, with new lighting, was it we had yesterday about the feeling of the liners? The can see the other riders who probably not sure good, so we would just keep working. It was Friday, so I just put this in. And we need to say, careful. As Panther said of the quarter, document competency, we don't have time to be here. So, the fact felt is good as a iPod.
The letter of the bike just isn't able to compete with the continuity pointed at Yamaha in particular as having taken a huge step. Obviously we've got a test coming up in a Paragon. He feels the need for a big step to be taken for him to be able to be at the level that he wants to. And are you confident that the step counted for like did at the Aragon test?
Yeah, for sure. We're in the only and also in the both with the riders. As Pedro said, I mentioned very well that it's you need back there. So I think that's been made over there.
Pretty season. Men say no draws done said this it seemed like great vegans the way and like you're able to eligible again. Here, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks as always to Red Bull KTM boss. We're just gonna get replay here. Super slow motion replay. Nasty eyesight. There's Alex Marquez bang use that right knee and right elbow pretty hard as he hit the tarmac, pitched over the handlebars as he lost the rear. Alex split it in dramatic now. He knew what was coming. As soon as that rear tire started to slide, he's thinking, this is doing rid of his grips. I'm going to be a big trouble, as he was. How do you see Alex, actually? Relatively AOJ, as he mentioned, you'll be feeling it. You don't get tried off the MotoGP bike with that many kind of issues. Just a little bit of revamp then to the schedule after that red flag delay. MotoGP issue, what will be now at 11:55 a.m. local time, so in about 20 minutes or just on 5th, so reboots. And the MotoGP Q2, the start of the time here in the Breeze Grand Sleeve, that will be at 20 past the hour, 20 past 12. And now we're just heard from Richigamme and Pedro Acosta, and it is now Acosta who has taken a tumble. This is cold tyres. That is only just out now. Cold tyres, simple as that. And he's down at Luffield, I think, isn't he? Yeah, but he's just out of Bricklands into the right hand of Luffield, and that time slums quickly to Pedro Acosta, right hand side of the tyre. Vehicle slides a long way into the grass there. The bike goes through to any yellow flags immediately back out again. And Pedro Acosta's weekend. Did she hold through a ticket toe to the better of a 17 more? I think he's taking the turn to the opposite. Such a tie wrap, isn't it? Such a knife edge, because you have to go out and push on your round laps to generate some temperature into the tyres. I thought you could be cool time like Acosta was there, just pushing that a little bit too hard before you've got temperature in the rubber. And down you go. Of course, he is in P5 one, so in less than half an hour, he's going to be out there to P5, so he's also going to be now potentially going out in qualifying 1 with just a single bike. So, and thanks to your start to our Saturday Premier Class action here at Silverstone, isn't it? Back now with two riders sorely be in contention for the Tony with the sprint this afternoon and the main Grand Prix here tomorrow. This is now into Stone Quarter, isn't it? Where Alex Marquez, by such, the Z-Bunks is square parts from that Subtrastracini Ducati, Quantumana and Magnoran. And negotiate that turn 15, although Quattrol is running hot into the turn 16, whereas Yamaha College and it went down yesterday. So clearly you do have to see the exercise and I'm going to caution in these cool Saturday morning conditions. I'm going through habit on the winning arguing. This is now next for his song curve. This is where Gora had his big high side. Yes, like a turn like that side, that rain side to the gear on the down. The Saturday clear about the remainder on this British Grand Prix. Was disappointed. He left it, mate, and you don't take and be calling it. You got the inside and be so you turn trim, cheese village team and very steam order, and then the next time you want the right hand side of the tyre is that not feel for the turn 7, so we boarded and any temperature, well not enough temperature, the right hand side of that tyre and London incentives straight on to the seat of the answer coming up to them. He fall in it and we picked up on your eye and then did straight on tight. So instead we're around up at the box now 60 miles an hour east, right? A bit less speed than these kind of situations, but it's safety through in the short Schuster now was for what I call that it 50 and shoulders becomes now out of the curve. It's the blind empty comps now. Turn 9 gear 180 was now and tipping, and then you start building, shifting through the gearbox through this wonderful maggots Mecu section, and it's right night. All about agility and to the high-speed change in direction. This is where the Yamaha has been excelling all weekend, and then that crucial to get the drive through your channel curves in the green on the inside. Otherwise, you'll continue like a truck in British style. We go up to top gear, and 340 pounds full of stealing. the dry into Stone Corner now, turns this deep. This is where Alex Marquez had his big crash just over T-Bone's garden. Into this wide holler now, at late. I would take you over 29 to turn 16. This is where Miller took a double on the VLR yesterday. Slick cube right there now, through 17. Dismantle like the clock corner, 30 in, 150 covers down, and the curve. Then the short run, to the finish line. Being like you really wanted to take it back your way. You drew the little high score around this 5.9 kilometer Silverstone circuit. Let's just go that down to Jack very quickly. Jack is steals even that Cobji fantastic how cool it was yesterday. I'd imagine it's pretty chilly down in Tiglaidal of Martin. Yeah, it is. It is not exactly the temperature itself, but the reasons that we were mentioning yesterday. And we did say it was going to get stronger as we go throughout the weekend. These significantly stronger today. It is a very cool breeze. I was just speaking to some of the Michelin technicians down in Tiglaidal, and they said that's this morning 30 degrees cooler than what it was this time yesterday. Think to that very cooling breeze, and that is why we're seeing a lot of front-end crashes this morning. There's going to have to be a very tricky Q1, Q2 coming up where the guys are going to have to be ISO casting. Yeah, thanks very much. Again, my point about which I have to say it has a tendency to be somewhat hit or miss. It does say that it might mean hang to like it with Silverstone, but the wind, I think it was on the dairy on Thursday here. On the eve of this British Grand Tour, he said he's the forecast predicting 60 forward hour gusts. So I may race out here tomorrow, which will be the real significant factor. As I get all the kid to get a very close eye on the weather vanes. Because then I do know is about the impact they didn't have. Let's be down in the bedroom. You still see Dean at the racetrack altogether. Instead of time with the last few years ago, which him did his retain the Manchester Spirit to he'll deny it. Porter, just very tickled. Now it's admit he's got the end second in this session. Counterpart is dead, so we're back to still under the 2 year barrier in this session. Like near another, doing a bit of a hard deep stare at the tail of the tactics just of Anthony. Narrowing this down a place in Q2 despite doing on N57, 29. He doesn't fail forgetting the 57s. I'm going to be into Q2. And Dawson, the lessons and two it's up to time in Nitter strain. And me sit that sort of tiny as he is, and the immediate night of mine, and soon it's good to go to the disappointment tremendous morning into these editions that deals to go. But he sent what time? Here after the wild cards, and latest Spargo was saying, keep an eye, he told him to do lap on that analysis of the historic wonder riders. Late year doing some more development work by Jarcy, sort of back to back here, aluminium and carbon fiber swing arm. As they look to dine out some of the windowing vibration issues, impacting new generation, make good time which you see last year. And Leicester was replaced by what he saw from police bagging me. He said, "Man is a top 6 contender." Well, let's find out very soon, won't we? It's that tight at Bradley's second at the moment, behind Bangai in this morning session. So there'll probably be a little bit of red team then coming. We so close to getting through to Q2. With so a bit navigator that this is him coming through the corner. He's taking the checkered flag now, victorious victory of Silverstone in Moto2, his first ever Grand Prix victory, so incredibly happy memories of this British venue to out of the gap. You should just turn him in both the sprint and the Grand Prix. Last time now in the balance, so he brings a lot of momentum to this 7th round of the season. See the great break that you're doing, steady fair Parsons are second, lights in practice just an Eplin with Siri. Pedro Acosta also good set time. Good citizen between Simpsy track 2 anyway, and then the key amount of podium man so Simpsy starting on me back 2 3 rows of the graded 4 by door was the 2 end coming up in just under 20 minutes time, and it is to Theta on film days. Treats you and only didn't it. I'm just getting a market. I keep trying to Pignon is looking through the tick tip, Pignon is his penalty at the moment. It is which is exactly where he finished yesterday. Yeah, but Yarlis said his main issue yesterday was a lack of very quick braking, particularly his carrying lead angle on quarter entry. He said the rear was stuff to ground, just felt like being out. No grip whatsoever. What he said, it was like riding on the mice. So it was the words of matter he had to play yesterday. The have seen him in top notch fair mode recent weeks, haven't they, Maverick? The Yarlis bike fully. The reference rider at the KTM. 17 different sprints did. In the Le Bon sprint, Steers was doing the last 2 Grand Series, so we're starting to see the kind of bit of turn in fixture in the top 6 right now as the youngest, although he doesn't get out of that very tricky Q1 coming up next. It's too important to fight the day later on. It's not that certainly be, because it's not an unblemished podium record anymore, but it's for tomorrow. As seen to that, it's very difficult to tell the last 2 dead throughs. The Reds and my Marquez and continue to do it second, but it's not soon. Winning forms of these sprints. Unbeaten, except for the afternoon so far this season. Yeah, not there's more for the evidence. Yes, but yes, TV. You might have to mind for it this time. Here, my Marquez Corey Sterling, the last winner of the British Grand Prix from pole position. Which is all the way back in 2013. We've only ever had 3 wins from 13 Grand Prix here. In tied in MotoGP. Mr. Marquez works his way through Alex Brindle. This should be the best time of the morning so far. We'll stay on board with 93, and he doesn't disappoint us. You part the ones do think I'm playing 1 of 7, 8. So that leads that interrupted Active 2 session now by over 4 tenths of a second. Rejoining the action, a little bit battered or a little bit bruised, I'm sure, is the rider currently second in the middle championship. And it's Marquez, who's 6th down in 15th place at the moment. Alex has only done 4 laps out in this session. Really amazing, the boosting eyesight. What he lost the rear going through turns 15, just as he was fumbling up some Chancha. Good to see Chancha back after he did miss starting the mom with an arm pump surgery. Like you were saying yesterday, a rather uncomfortable experience returning on the Honda RC213, but he still did it with quite the just going through them, employed all the time. No, so this is definitely the crash to just had to start session in one yesterday, which something with all those doing him serious LCometry thing. So can you maintain for that what just the has to do? Excuse his teammate runs after on push slide. He's stitching to now this house in 2-0-0 10-0 B9. 9th end of the second away, seemingly upright taste, understandably given the team conditions this morning, and so quality damn duties to be aware of. We are indeed 2 seconds away from the start times we saw yesterday from Alex Marquez. They got himself into Q2 yesterday's upcoming pace twice. He was talking big last night with the media, but he's doing like he's doing a realistic of it, a genuine template of sunrise lady here, and Q2. Sorry, down shoulder piece. So a straight up point decision centre himself here to 30-pound fracture. I told you it was some side in 2022. He was leading that thing, wasn't he? From time like the catchy when he crashed out and the on Black's tail life. But look at record actually, the French Grand Prix with a year in the British Grand Prix in MotoGP 6. He might back to his debut season in 2017. This is the only time we see his iPad fish in a Grand Prix top 6 here in the 20th plus. It's way to come. They're a ticket to be good, isn't it? In this mimic session song set after Fern States, there'll be on the HRC Coast Tour 2 hour of Luca Marini and Juan Mia. Also, they've been able to like in the 59s as well. And Zarco is up in 10th place, so he trailed Vondas up inside the top 10. Stood the lines. How competitive it's going to be in this Q1 session coming up. It did. It's the end. And 3 and unders. Set 2, but then that name that sit for onside the Sol and Yaman or June 1 as Gal all is there. We've got, of course, the G2 Frankie Morbidelli, who's going to be in that Q1 session as well, coming up in around about 20 minutes time. So, as ever, the jumping as it is in so too is going to live up to its needs. There's somebody who is suffering right now is South African Brad Pitt, the no points in 2 of the last 2 Grand Prix. Only 1 top 6 so far this season. That was in the Hermes Grand Prix. This rider who's in top 6 in all 4 seasons in the MotoGP World Championship, been there, but the might would find himself way down the rankings, 14th overall. And Story once again here this weekend, he was 17th at the end of play yesterday. He was a good 5 seconds away from striking Q2 and finds himself down at 16th as well this morning. 1.5 seconds further back. So, yeah, you feel right now, he's going to one of the toughest patches of his Tremby-class career. Who's the 29-year-old from South Africa. Was eventually opposite place in around the solitary some cities. This season is 25 Grand Prix since we saw Binder on the podium. Of course, that was in round 1 of 2024 at that time. To do with this of you about her riding style too. Disney trying to the best out of Black KTM in time attack mode. This winner right on board with Heights Marquez, who's superior riding at the point where the decision to pay turning to the water to this long corner as he now makes his way down that very straight onto the Stoll corner. We're in next state. It's midway through the corner as he now takes it in. to the right, and it was right in the back, and very nice side, and ended up doing us to the other side of the racetrack, needing to decided to tuck it in the middle of the racetrack, so it's even a think that it's rebuilding exercise. Yeah, it's 73 this morning now. Well, they won the 2023s for the year at Silverstone. Candy popular trend, and then these buzzer mark domination as this year's springs. Alex, it's kind of like my favourite whole 6 sprint start of the season. The Barclays boys have been eating what it did in every single for the afternoon. Thanks to be that, so I thought this season. Those tips. Thanks to this challenger here this weekend. There was a late sparker that I might end this late action on the from the HRC testing Rashid down in 21st place. Minaberry just still trying to find out why the limits are on an RC213, but nothing really coming second nature of mine. They always do everything he did this factory for him some years is all just in one instinct, where he's still sitting to a short about note. Despite all of his experience, he made some look at a nice spot going when he had to make his 3 within the first. Like not 3-star here this weekend. Because it just shows us that a rider towards the back end of last year was still frequently sighting the 10th side, the top 6 takes more. He's within 5 months out of full-time competitive action and comes back into Snowden. Finds it difficult to get anyone ahead here. The top 2 just shows just how intense the competition is in MotoGP, both in terms of man and machinery. It's taking yourself out of that loop for 2 months. So it's Matisse now hit through the game, moves on, and he just makes a few too many mistakes. What he done is for that snap when he really has to touch on the soft tyre each time, Signy that like together. We've seen another opportunity to back coming up in qualifying 1. He's very very simply in Mark Marquez. Looks like he's doing through this. He's starting off the impetus to the other. Looks like he's doing through though it's qualifying. Did in fact it's not time to this morning session. Lawrence Marquez, he's rebuilding that confidence. He there makes his way to Badia's currently age 2-3. Lawrence Marquez looks set to make it 8 through the order minutes. Just out of to just behind Alex Marquez is a day on that nice GD. He was of course that double winner here last year. Going to be hard pressed to see now. Matisse, he's bullets, Silverstone left holders. Obviously he's having his struggle still. That to get through the KTM RC16 really is suffering on corner entry and mid-quarter speed on last quarters. Still, it just feel like he's got the opposition multiple riding position. Ergonomically, still not really fitting out on that RC16. I guess that's blown out by the time sheets because once again they're down in 20th place. Move at 2 seconds right now behind my blockers. It's a bit of a tough watch when you think what just splashed orders, steerers, absolutely on another level there. The race going through. Yeah, we seen it much to need some of the very third sessions I and eat. Really chill the victory in the round. That finally doing a sprint at the race in itself. Timberlini Bastini tends to show his buzz work on a Sunday, but he's the one to be able to listen to me. Last year, the trend has been clear as the through the season so far. As we get to Sunday afternoon and the cement tired management comes into play in a period 3 spells, Bastini just rises up the order, but he's never into that just so far down on the grid. Decompression is terrifying so far this season. He hasn't clarified it in iron. He's been 17th place so far this year. That was back in Austin, but he came to the 37th, albeit a rather guilty called 3 minute today. Bastini generally just tends to go and show you to the 10 or somewhere near it, but he's already doing it from the bottom third of the grid. What we know is a big Harry Tonti fan because when the Weasley brothers attended the British Grand Prix here last year with special guests, we saw them plant fair mate during the Wingardium Leviosa with the magic wand. I think he's going to need something like a magical perfume, but isn't he to get anywhere near fighting for the title this weekend? Hey, never say never. And how many of us online actually with the bottom 2 weeks ago on Thursday? I think it was your first home drive winner in the Premier Class in 71 years. That's the DC of MotoGP. The late Greg Nicky Hayden, of course, said, and that's why we line up on Sundays because you never really know what's going to happen. I thought there's been a doing to be Tony Susan. There's even through disease keeping away a couple of victories in situations where he was the red hot favourite to victory, both in Austin when he was leading and Jerez when he was trying to recover from a difficult funniest start. He comes about tennis of it is a lot of tennis British Grand Prix yet. Maverick Vinales of the Tates yet. And it's time to spend 2 years be permitted of the seal. It goes a bit to soon. Twice the other KTMs. Against the 13th, first to the 80s. Brad Pitt, that's the 19th place. But Vinales doesn't really split himself up into the 159s now. Need to sit. Not too well, right? Martin Necker had a real big lead off the leaderboard here because he's down his 16th place, as you can see. This on Crosby checks new days to him back into D. What it does indeed at 159. Deploys 0 runs 3 2. Yeah, he's been mustered in single sector. We saw him nail the source that yesterday to find that 157 point. It was really saw 2, which is so close to being the fastest time on Friday. Looking very good, isn't he? Keep an eye on Quartararo as he does go in search of that 3rd successive pole in 2020 size. Maverick Vinales found some work to do in an opening 60-minute Q1 session to get himself in the pole side, but Maverick put together a pretty strong lap. Here he is now through Pop's corner he goes, wide entry. I just took you on the floor to the during leaving to his this absolutely great Baggers and Beckett section. You'd be hard pushed to find a rider anywhere in the world that does not like tackling Silverstone. Degree is actually classic mom schooling Grand Prix second. What about the legacy effects? We still love him move from legacy event to legacy event to legacy event. That is the Perez Money Silverstone. We've got some trips coming up to Magello and Acid. Looking forward to this year's Dutch G3. I think it's the more hundreds, the most research about cities at the Dutch T2. We know that there's always a fantastic crowd in the Netherlands. Where Maverick Vinales has tasted some success in the past. How's he getting all this core lap? 50-16 he goes in. Member checks for KTM. Just the 2 right-handers to complete this long run. As Silverstone in the top gun. He'll come over the line now. He continues to check his flag at the end of back T2. And he was a good lap as well, friend. Maverick put him up in 2 stage place on it, 59.531. It's Fabio Quartararo. We taught this SD2 section because he just disappears off to the left of us. We look into take play. The speed limit comes in around that. You've seen a wide across the racetrack there. Pitch to try his get this theory to take late and shortcut to the final quarter, attaining advantage. So then Quartararo, well, you had to say he's got a genuine shot here, hasn't he? Could be 3rd consecutive pole position. We felt that he had to produce something truly superhuman. See, the guy now goes in for rest, hand him on, that he feels a genuine possibility this time. Yeah, those pole laps at Hitterax and Le Mans just showed the absolute genius skills that Fabio Quartararo. We thought Jerez was something right out of the top draw, something extra special. It was. And then the noise, the cacophony of noise when he took pole in front of his home crowd in Le Mans. I think we all had goosebumps to our goosebumps, didn't we? And when he set that Luxor, one noise he was steering up to Quartararo and co then in the 60-minute Q2 session, pulling up to 20 past 12 now local time after the short delay till the Alex Marquez red flag in FP2. And then P2 would seize the Marquez sibling his closest rivals to Quartararo, and at the checkered flag is Mark second for the winners. It's a guy to 1-7-8. Into turn through the British call is a very lost control yesterday. Martin's on those tyres, hasn't he? He's got race distance on a soft foot tyre, and this spotted 3 finger race distance on the simple rear tyre. You'd be surprised to see what he gets in that combination in the sprint later on today. There might have been a problematic start to doing Martin Bryce Marquez. It was like pre-press 2 session, but the high cycle he added stove. He ends it inside the top 3. Yeah, a painful FP2, ultimately a successful and a fast one. So Alex Marquez, as he gives the crowd a thumbs up, that club corner. Let's call next up your new schedule. So in just under 6 minutes as it is now, at 11:55 we have local time. We'll have action for you in that Q1. You'll be the top 2 fighting for pole in the Q2 session was the other way, 20 past 12. Fabio Quartararo then taps the first session of the morning in MotoGP. Quartararo, Marquez, except with how they lined up on the grid in the board. Maverick Vinales there for Fabio Alligator, who went for a walk on that session. Pick up Agnoria, who was leading the pale red flag. 6 for Marini, Mia, and Milan Nevedelli, completing the top 10 as he gets for the Q1. At second 11 for a pretty hit for Ralph Mendes, John Zarco, and Fabio Di Gianantonio, Pedro Acosta, who went down in left field and mailed and have been invited to play with in Q1. We'll preview more on that shortly. Ice Spotter 16 from Rins Pastudi, Binion Oliveira, Savanori and Chadra continue a group of 22 now. This MotoGP Gold Pretty or anything did, but I were declared on streets this morning. Getting in the way is irritated. Alex Marquez there coming out of left field corner. There we in the city to the rolling to be getting in. Getting in the way is irritated. Alex Marquez there coming out of left field corner. There we in the city to the rolling to be getting in. But Alex Marquez not particularly deep. I almost got out the wrong side of the motor. He just name it, didn't he? The outlaps, Alex. You can't at this stage. Still 26 minutes of brief practice to go. Was there still there when we saw the track map put on screen? Bottom my corner at 2 moments ago. Track temperature around the circuit of only 22 to 23 degrees. And he's, did it say, a big roll in why we've seen April night and there's no evidence checked in this Sprint Tracks 2 section. They've gone out on shift, front, and the rear. Made 2 in tires. The temperature, but that didn't in temperature. Who did see it, Denmark. It started early in the session yesterday afternoon. In near about hard, and I'm sure the tires, it did a couple had a crash in the early part of the session and break this experience to stop the road and that is and after the screen thing, even this free just do such at this point. This will allow Mark Barker as a higher seen by Bridge Boom Crew and up. Number 9 to start garage, was just at the back end do sex, second lap of the session. Mark Barker is. So I go on the team, but certainly cool they are at the 32-year-old Spartan Stag. He said he expects them to close a strong track because of their agility in the fast corners, their agility in those flash change direction, which basically is what Silverstone is all about, is this 5.9 kilometers along Yam Circuit. Clear this Silverstone, very, very hard to nail the turn, but that focus where he's going 6 miles. Yeah, close to our came close to yesterday, did he? I won 57.3, thumb suing less than 10 and 5 minutes to the second drawing on his markers. The hand of Fabio Quantum. Alright, he continues all the Q2 run. Pole position in the right, pole position last time microphones today, due to the Dyke Brown. To the Gatti circuit above. It's still years since Fabio. There's a new self-talk had been publicized freaks, obsessive Grand Prix. A big Samopi story yesterday. I do not discount him because as we saw it around and the bundler is he's been all capable of pulling a few Roberts and the fans, which been time attack motor blades. So no question, the plot of man I need to be on this to decline. It's not even willing to decline in organization, but it left in one minute is in British issues when you'll have a relatively unconvinced city with a CNA mixed on weather conditions here scenario was a real opportunity there, but he's now completely clear. Single and time attack case, which was a real weakness for him on recent years. They certainly hold a confident in Bolsonaro sport is today saying really from your man's point of view now, it's the opposite. They now need to try what on their race pace is their clean decision now what they did get. So it's a bit worried. The chance now to ensure that they stay there when the racing stops. Yeah, and they've made big leaps forward in dry conditions, but the bottom what is the game through their in wet conditions the Yamaha and that still does have some woes. Still does have some struggles and we saw the bear and flashes will minute and flash out in 10 seconds and endlessly we saw Fabian Pozzoli and flash out and picture contaction and as well. Alec Friends the loading supplied again on the end of all absurd. He just had no grit whatsoever. Zero grit was like riding on sheet ice. So again, the Yamaha's desperate and for some dry race actually. We were just looking back where briefly over to Pedro Acosta, who was denied a play to YouTube by the rider we're looking at right now. That's serving Alligator. Shooting out again, not on the just the Christmas card this one. Anna because he took some of the toe, he didn't late on. That's Tom out anymore. And that late lap is the 57.821 top out again yesterday. Did it relegate Costa out of the Tom turn. And when it pops to come to speak to the media here at Silverstone. reputation and some your atmosphere, your favorite in this session really should be Frankie Moivadella on board. Because you have seen nearly a day final already this season in Argentina. He ended the weekend on the podium now. So it's not exactly a nice steel weekend by going to his streaming session. You get to it more than we would expect to do. So the things against these two, really the damage will be 3 plays for penalty fees to serve tomorrow. Costa leading tick lane now on the early KTM it has available for this Q1 session. There's some catch answer on these 35 minutes. Your Honda machine, good to see the tie rider back in action. Having had his recent arm surgery immediately after Varese, which saw it miss the French Grand Prix. So exiting tick lane in poor condition, what we were hoping for in Lake Magnet in the UK. As you mentioned, also KTM is fighting for just those two coveted spots in Q2. As we said, anybody's guess as to what the weather will be like. In a few hours' time, thinking one the time my side and all the sprint here, or the walking week, 10 laps on board there with Acosta. Sure, this will be a call. She's out lap given how he was caught out in FP2, crashing at turn 7 on an outlet. Judy's dump into really right now is still being his best for win night. He's going to contact about the cycle and when coaches to spinded composed to MotoGP. You might have eventually he really is destroying the forward, destroying the confidence, destroying the feeling, isn't he, the 29-year-old South African? And he started deep as a grid. He took him into his seats this season. He's not started in the top 10 yet at any stage. Has been done. He's looking out to fighting out in this section. He's going to reverse that particular trend as he can try and just to attach the Eurons there. Stay dead to the right-hander into Muggett's corner. He got them carefully because we saw Acosta soaring out as clutch his rattle the old turn one. All you're doing here is looking temperature to tire those tyres. You know, there's a few riders who that clearly are not nowhere near optimum racing speeds. This is very ominous, and this is gonna just soon tip which of plumbing how those tyres went out. These tyres flash out in bloomers. The Cordian and Solomon just do it lap and push to get some heat into the tyres, and well, they're doing the opposite. Yeah, it's always quite useful around these so because there are quite a few. The longest race, the longest open, whereas the straight, they're not there to stun. Through the maze track here, they're coming to out of the club. They will be Wellington straight between turns 5 and 6, but in mini straight, the only start to this race some Tim's. So he didn't mind someone to get towed around. He can have a real impact around here. But Pedro Acosta keen to get on with it, and they're here already with a tire 2. Switching over the top as he came through. Really scored and sharing the roof stem tail as he went through turn 1 as well. I think he's pushing. These all actually, the Acosta, he's still got the obvious damage led him on, showing his crash in MT2. Very wrong. Now that he cowers down the Wellington straight. Yeah, the arms grabbing a handful of brakes down into turn 6. This is into Brooklands. Still will be approaching turn 7, the second gear right. This is where he crashed. Being FD2, right after the resumption attempt, the Alex markers red flags. Safety through goes the 37th this time around. Who would tell us like that stuff boosted really tight now. She is spectacular move code corner. So well you really do. Fortune favours the brave in this particular type of Silverstone. Now into the idea ensuring this is perhaps very so precise. The meter decides through this package of negotiation because if you go slightly offline, you compromise. Give this speed through this whole section, but all the cushion levers, all your exit grip, all your exit drive as well. Can we on that? Also, you're mistaking the hangman's bike as well. Might be a bit of challenge. You see, with the wider appears as you're maneuvering yourself left to right through ascensions such as that while across it down in front of you. Stone corner. He'll take a good idea as to everyone else is doing buses, but all the way all come across the line. The needs already become tires to sprint in this session. There were 357 years today, but of course, pretty chilly conditions, a bit of a breeze as well, and some time around this morning they're in 59s during pre-tactics too, so something in the difference on it here. I think Pedro Acosta was really pleased with his version, and yeah, it's a 59.3, so she can't do the Pedro Acosta. So he really has tissue was doing them, so on the side to do it, so I didn't want to do there was Moody's fired that K2 on his side, 360, 17, 19. Ralph Fernandez at the line up already now the track house with and actually because of a high side right there in very nice look down the turn. So you can say 159.0892. It's a pretty good lap that by Ralph Fernandez to his credit. He's over the quarter of a second now clear of Acosta. Xavier Quattuaro there, of course, going for 3 successive poles very shortly. Q2 to his right outlet was Yamaha's Carmen Tavesio. At once he just crops up everywhere, doesn't he? Yeah, I think he just every time he sees a door with Camelot, he throws himself into the ring. Top button, come on, my boss. Hello, Campinotto. We love a cool, so you can have like 1 hour screws, but there's more airtime with some of the riders. It's big than Yamas is making it easier against all your bad time at the moment by going up into your second place. Tail of the sessions where you might not just stay on and build and build as you go through the session. It is it's a long lap, a spot of 6 kilometers and a decade of 2 minutes. Of course, these 15 minutes go by very quickly in this Q1 session. Pedro Acosta, you can already see on his second lap, he's just building time to ticky up pace. But he's how he appears to be the netted to the 158. He might not be able with the performance right now of that Thatcher KTM, but he is still pushing to the absolute maxes. The Pedro Acosta on the brakes, right-hander through 16 we go. We're out to mark here, it's on the big high side. In FT2. Now then once again a real hard, any braking zone into 16. Good overtake, an opportunity this around Silverstone. Now then through 17 you go, he just 1 quarter now to do really appears. They go through the lane angle, the might decided that step tired now, out by the Costa goes, and he does wrestle back control of this Q1 session. In 158.566, puts the Costa top line and flies at the moment, and rounds up his looks to respond and does. He finds the 58 himself, they want to dig there's some brief more, but and put down this briefly back into T2 because now tried me on the stack trick Honda, who's ranked top 6 pace all weekend. So far here at Silverstone. D now slumps up into second. There's big pressure breaking in and they did. These are dead to them. We're on the 15, 9 and 7. That would become the 17th on the grid tomorrow afternoon. So the pretty small 3. He ends the Q1 session in there. Looks like that's the end of the first ones now. And they'll meet them both back into is the Silverstone went into Dick Lane Marie 5th. On 8:58.9, the Yamas at the moment down in 6th place, and then a bit in much duty. Some of the 480s in this session forward, which only a cluster going through. Tends to move downly, staring down the palm with 17th place start in the Grand Prix tomorrow. That's D from the Great Four. His 200 GT or 2, this isn't it? That's his friend Jeep. That been done. Okay, nothing really going on a soft tire. It's all the straight as you had a salt. Should sound like his 50 his low 59 is the best from Binden so far. He's almost 3/4 of a second behind his teammate Costa. Is on the those 2 nearly sitting behind Binder on the C16. Just kind of continuing those Q1 worries that seem to be falling around 2025 at the moment. Nelson Mendes is literally pleased lawyers themselves far. I think the night is tremendous. Whereas 9 teams yesterday. It's the dishes dinner. I did his favourite did. There's been we heard just a bit through your tongues. It's Ralph Fernandez as he wants so I think quit him this morning. That's 9. That was the way what he did yesterday. So he's on the same place he's doing yesterday. And these conditions are nowhere near as certainty. So it's fast one time. He's done it pretty does got well this story around this circuit. We've seen it over the years to the latest part routes. But only does this circuit play to the strengths of the Aprilia, but it masks some of its weaknesses in those heavy braking zones. So you're saying but took his phone to Manfred yesterday. There's only 3 major braking zones around this predecessor did. It's building the interiors into play. So 1 by Acosta in the pound 6 right now in Q1. He's got a 10th to the power stuff to pack. 2 twag me up. He's certainly quite nice because he's only 100 clear. That's about it, and there's a bit of a gap then back to more that the US comes through serious speed to find of his second run. He's over 3.5 tenths back at the moment of Acosta. You've got really big Giannis. I can't see a bit more from Idiaz on that opening run. He was nearly 6 tenths back. There's Binder, last TDD. Oliveira trying to make it that quartet of Yamahas in Q2. Of course, with Quattuaro and Miller and Riddens already through from yesterday. Tried me also like, well, rewards a place in Q2, having come so close yesterday. Not even a 10th of a second away from the top 10. those who make sure like Stargard is being given influence on the toy base of the 2020 World Champion. Feels like he has 10-6 potential in the sprint and league Grand Prix tomorrow. It's me, Mart is down on the tick lane. Some kept to him to his last one on track. He's now returned to the tick lane. This is through turn 5 of the leads, the entry corridor onto the Wellington straight. They've seen the two riders already go down there this weekend. As you're looking to try it, Martin onto that Wellington straight, get his best road down to Brooklands. I tell you what, the British fans among the locality good job. Like T-shirts and the grandstand as here was extremely set today. Put some 7-inch chill. He's you got a couple of photos of it. Just is it suit me here? There's an extra couple of layers of the old Collins Bob chair. It's it is me. I like to it. I can't play Super Sagas. We've got the best things. I'm still the remainder of this Q1 session here in the T-side Grand Prix of the United Kingdom. It's Acosta and me, and at the moment the two that are going through into Q2. Here's some job that point Acosta do. So he would have had his confidence knocked a little bit after the track. Jorgensen lost the old in FP2. Just a reminder, he does not have a second bike house as far as this. So you can kill and see what another mistake. Can the Silver Moto2 world champion? If it's in his mind on the first run, he didn't show it, did he? That 158 point side is going to throw actually everything at this now on this consecutive run. His Gin and Duke to the main territory, 8.2, they did it, 8.2 the first place, to even worry about that. So Pedro Acosta, your president started, man, they did it by 10, it did each north street, 30s of them over, he's doing yourself in duty turn with that man. He was a Shuriel and stack trip Hondas, 6 Mir, the Sparger out and Reedy, in other line, but it's the 36 in the hands of Mir, who was doing the best job of that trip at the moment, in services. Spotting due to Jim Stanley just as they start this second and Steiner run here, then through they sweep through Maggins and Beckett's, just all about agility, all about maneuverability in this particular section. You don't want to have an amazing turning motorcycle in this time. Through chapter we go down. It was routed down this. Here pieces is way inside that on so he's mighty close. Since practice advancement to check out MotoGP, equal the 158.73 on the bikes down with 2 blues, notice where my bike is. 2 and toss years to lay after the information on our screens is that he's got to say the soft foot tyre on that he went down and started this Q1 session. It needs to study a brand new rear tyre and he's willing to give time with it. Through the extra sector of this lap, the rest of the field now begin their runs and it's hurting and Medelli towing that trio of Hondas up towards yeah, a big spell this, isn't it? To Medelli, because you'd have to fan through wherever he does, fully sorry soon the lap times. That's where he plays. Rip Kelty coming as well. Only 20 laps on 3 gates in my eyes. The deal with Ralph Landis. True woodcut, fully commitment there as you need to. In that particular part of Silverstone, that's turn 8, it's really 9, he goes now. Maverick Figales, well it's all over the Maverick Figales, he is so frustrated. It looks like there's some kind of technical issue on the Tech 3 KTM for Top Gun. At the moment, the best he can hope for is 16th on the grid. There's more drama here. Nice Figales with a parts KTM Tech 3 machine. What's after the Chan truck? Third apart, chuck in the front 3 turn 2. Sickly Saigura is good many years today. Just actually, he wasn't a fly side like Agura was. There's been no problems here for Ralph Fernandez in terms of the yellow flags. All that drop and solid way behind here. It's to be given to the yellow this week. Maverick to get on his points. Jade's here now when he's Fernandez sitting third. He's not really at the benefit of his lap that he's driftly on. Then just in the prices are clear again. It's going to be touching. Oh, isn't it? It's the one that Ralph Fernandez pulled into that. So just as the Alpines were clearing, hopefully he did. He might well bond to out there out and in around as a press out Titans breeze. Now terrific for them. This isn't pleased, didn't it? And he replaces Mir in the top 2. Yeah, Mir though could be going in the T1. I'll upset him like 2 quickly here. Ralph Fernandez in these top right now with justification because he was up into second place, but that 158.651 is coming under big pressure. He's a tree of rise doing on the pressure. Wolverine on the 21 button. 20 Mir as well. A cost Mason. Ralph Fernandez was going to be pushed back down the center did there. Since collision by a case of premature innovation. There is Mayor. Here into the Thatcher Others. Good final team. We go pin with that. It goes 3-1. The 80 years now. Then you made an animation. Rafa Fernandez was celebrating there. Practically pulled the place due to. He's now done his 6th. I mean, down on no KTM is in the top 2 because Acosta clearly managed this. What his most recent run at 58, he thought he basically matched the lap time he did on his first run. He's still push Jordi and let's give it the move with KTM. Is 7th, 8th, and 9th. We're going to send this day with this, and now the surge parties have been there right now. There we Noreen see the one the grid as he stands right now. So Morbidelli at the moment, he is doing a great job of limiting the damage of that incoming 3-place bib penalty for tomorrow's main Grand Prix. And Joan Mir still alive in this session, Paul Disney. He's third fastest at the moment. Pedro Acosta stalls. Nelson Manders. Well, he obviously thought that Tartan, the one the J.734 did a really good contention for Q2. But at the moment, well, there's no way near it's over. Fernandez we are back 16th on the grid. Morbidelli was about a bite with this song now. He's on my wide into Kingston and now he is in 2nd place and in no position now to defend that place in Q2. Pretty could be, but only can the HRC get the stroll top 2 in this Q1 session is Mia to complete this second half of the lap. You won't know right now, but Morbidelli needs Mia to stand up to of Sheffield the evening guard. This is good, really, really close. Oh man, has not crucial time. It might be some backers. Was the old spot shaking his head, doesn't realising what the situation was. More than that, he might be breathing a massive sigh of relief again. Into style we go. There's already really frustrated Maverick Vinales. Toughed out the tape. A technical issue on his RC16. At the moment, it's good to see Vinales 18th on the grid for this British Grand Prix. All eyes on me. Can you get himself back inside that top 2? Can he not? Morbidelli out, making HRC 1 doing a really looks like he topped this session. Me on the line, and he misses out by just 0.02 of a second. So he was 12th quickest yesterday in practice. The restart one less than 10th. Once ago, it was just over a 10th today, which cost me it so dearly. And is this Pedro Acosta about to have an issue into Stoll Corner as his next stretching on the ground? And he realised that wasn't going to work. Into Stoll Corner, let's take a trip through the gravel trap. The highest KTM on the grid tomorrow, Pedro Acosta in 13th place. Yeah, no wonder there are a few rather gloomy faces inside the factory KTM garages. Jose Manuel Camsar coming out to console number 3 This is crew chief there. This is down into 16, wasn't it? But number 3 KTM goes kaput. Technical issue there denies Vinales a chance to fight the Q2. That's really frustrating, isn't it? As for Maverick again, understandably so, the frustration getting the better of him, the 10 or Waller, because he's 18th on the grid. One place appeared to grab him, and he was in the 19th. That's his worst qualifying of the season so far. There's been some average performances in their Q1 sessions. Luca Marie, their top job, 168.209. He leads the Honda charge then into Q2. He joins Honda rider Joan Zarco, the back of the pole. Right to be able to detect the club tip with that is it was Mir that was towing Marini around. They were both up behind Morbidelli in the end. By following his teammate Marini replaced Mir in the top 2. Marini had the chance to fight for a place on the front 3 or 4 rows of the grid. Joan Mir though, this start. Alden 6-0. Well, he's already carried out a pretty impressive damage limitation exercise, hasn't he, right now, Morbidelli? Because he will know tomorrow there's 3-place bib penalty coming his way for King. Seki yesterday afternoon. But he is through into Q2 with a 158.299. It looks a tough day off. This is with the KTM. We saw the rather sort of the glum-looking faces inside Pedro Acosta's garage. QI was there, KTM Motorsport Director. King Byron as well. There's been so much good news about KTM this week with a rescue deal agreed with financial backers that are going to keep KTM afloat. Did you see much lead late? Same for that trace so far this weekend at the British Grand Prix. As Luca Marini and Frankie Morbidelli, the 2 Italians find who sell through to Q2. As ever, it was super close, just 1.3 of a second covering the top 3, but it's Marini evidently who's gone through, and Mika who misses half. Pedro Acosta 5th, having led the first time as a Q1. Oliveira straight on the soil yellow in that session. Romal Fernandez, the soul track has a pretty air. Didi and Bialis for Tech 3. 7th and 8th. First time Best Indies are qualified in the Yamas this year. Finned at 9th, 19 public green to the South African, and then Lorenzo Salvatore, Alice Scarborough, and Sumkit Chandra. So we have 2 wonders in the shootout, the pole position in that Silverstone. Luke Murray leads Q1. Had his fellow Italian Frankie Moore that he don't go anywhere. Can Savio Portorola make his 3 consecutive pole positions in 2025? Your British Grand Prix battle for pole position is up next. Doing a heavy tumble in FP2 this morning at turn 15. Miller, Barbakers, Exeki, De Antonio, Bayaya, French Grand Prix winner Zarco, a former Silverstone winner Alex Reviews in that active battle with Marquez in United. He's in Q2 as well for the Factory Milan team. Shervin Aldegan nudged it late on yesterday at the end of practice. Only top 10 from yesterday afternoon, joined by Luca Morelli and Stein Keep with that. So we'd have 160 penalties dead in the end through to qualifying 2, as we would have expected, although Frank Novidadi did have to go through the Union route. We do have that trio of Yellen Eyes, the Norm 82 automatically yesterday. In joining them, we will have 2 Hondas with Luca Marina joining to Anzarco and the Sol Aprilia of Marco Bezzecchi. And after having competitive practice shut down yesterday with just half a second covering the 10th sped near the end, this should be a thrilling strategy with one of 2 or 3 different manufacturers potentially in the battle for the pen brand. The Anthony rider who has started on the front row of the grid in every Grand Prix so far this year is our World Championship leader by Marquez. He was on pole in the first 4 rounds over in Thailand, Argentina, Austin and Kertona. So training a overseas sweep at the start of the season. He has placed second second on the grid in the last 2 starts in qualifying. Just like a Frenchman, Fandigo, Plancherilla Road. Took on to call this. It's all going to be about who's going to take the big race. So one on the coolest combination is by far at the weekend. So as we told you in Q1 and in FT2, our big temperature, according to about 19 degrees, but it feels like 15 with that sort of wind that's blowing around this wide open Silverstone circuit, built all the way back in 1948, site of a former Royal Air Force base. It's flat as a pancake, so you'd really get a budgeting in some of the faster sections. Good to see Alex Marquez looking relatively okay. There'll be some new shiny leathers and boots and gloves more into Don ahead of this Q2 session, because it was a pretty empty fall. He's up at Stoke Corner. There is an empty 2 at the start of the day. Stumbling way out just as he was trying to Fred up the gets some way out of Doug. Brought out a red flag midway through that section with Mitsubishi City to concede this the racetrack could indeed find itself sitting to the side of the racetrack. Just how confident is this man going to this session? He's got a 50% red call. There's this like the sobriety shit. They repeated in the what's she long praise back-to-back years. Seeing where the Zembro starts being kept along or really close. They've been reputation in his first minute GP season as a bit of a keen-eye superstar. He's really finding that singular magic once again. Strap yourselves in those because this should be special at Silverstone. Q2 underway in the TSO Grand Prix of the United Kingdom. Leading the field out is the 73 of Alex Marquez. And the view of himself has been optimistic so far. He started so glad this year. It's all place in the round. He's actually Alex's that worst Q2 performance of the season. The latest background, most recent pole setter here. Of course, he's starting on in this session. Focusing on the market by Santi Zarco on pole here in 2022. I mean, that was a short-lived experience. They dumped out the lead at turn 16 on lap 5. 10 minutes as well to pull his bar drag and Marc Marquez. So there is a bit of a pong you shoot around Silverstone right now. Marc Marquez all the way back in 2014 was the last time you saw MotoGP with soft pole position here. And Silverstone, sorry. Shibine, it's quite eager to latch on to the earlier time of Alex Marquez. It's really the county of the car. This section, the man and it was a really no idea was his new brother. And Mom, just is your and Alex and we come to kids. Sorry, is all the better, and she's not needed motel be dead, my so fun. This season, Teki Panya, you can't feel that it is a piece that should be beneath society of salt and dates of the grain street now. And how difficult it is to find you the sports like here's the aero shops of Magus and Beckis, which just gives you no ideas. Trump enthusiasticals, particularly upper body, this part of Silverstone is as you weave and stake your way through this brilliant section. Now out of chapter we go. Pick up the throttle, pick up the drive, get the tiger, then a slitty shot there. This right. Turn 16 here, Stowe is a real bit overtaking up spot around Silverstone. This is that turn 16 with Alex Marquez. Having of this drama, been at D2 this morning. That's Mark 2 Seki, and they did pretty roughly there. The same Schwalke ceremony. We're going to start the city very, very shortly on the 72 factory at brilliant city ball shoots today with spares. There's finally some, shall we say, men tested videos to the factory at brilliant team, given what's been going on S circuit over the last few days. Just a quick reminder, please. Lead up on Bill soon, and from Q and Richigamme Prius, but either man leading in the potential. Possibility now it should be Martin 2025. You focus on the present. We'll focus now on the market shares boys going out to here in this Q2 sessions. The series will build up to get out first and running for its time of this 15-minute session. But Alex showing Mark around, and he could already see there the difference it made in the third sector. Marcus states and Spickham and leading through that and starts saying zero, although he's now did a really to a bit of a brick lead. And for team will lose the 73 about a bit. As I said with progress plan can make the video, but Messi might just switch through the post down. And so one of the strains. Alex Marquez who lost for us had some 76 of zero the times tiers 18. Most strict with it here. The Mosey did good in the years behind. Marquez really tossing up behind it and see how hard is he pushing to go with Alex too. That was on the end too. And he jumped again, Shagner. I see by Zarco's wide there. You can just see the back of the picture. Zarco wide going into Cops. So this is an aborted lap for the French Grand Prix winner. Marks the fastest rider on track there through the first two sectors. But next fastest is the rider right behind Nard. Alex rings. Then they start to get live. We've seen brings it up. They start to do times the pass. It might get back to be up to perfection. See at the end thing. Well, he was stalling Martin yesterday in practice, which got him into the top 10 into this Q2 session. And Silverstone we goes. This time around there are no problems. I think Alex that's well, yeah, the heavies hit on his right, certainly, and Ryan Halliburton to the high side in at D2 earlier on. So we are now about to see as Ritters goes charging into 36 to the factory on the line. So these are your bank smaller times in this Q2 section at Silverstone. Alex Marquez, Alex brings it as the police up dig ain't. Boy, it's 5 Alex rims. People the younger I want to do right now, rims from just Miller. But to be real sure, you saw once again a graphic demonstration of that young is absolutely nested in the final sector, isn't it? He was queenie in the back to Marquez. Cheers, that you'll line club. Each of areas nor into that pond line. We couldn't, but all the has done merry a moment. For surely Wilder. Look at this from Quattrone. These are my money as well. All his lines look a contender doing the grab work himself. He breaks hard into the third gear right hand. No start. All day right now with Marquez. At the moment is on that provisional stride right, but for how much longer? Because we can't see. This has gone so the Stratton isn't it? Potentially getting something provisional was one nobody can be session. But recouping I think Richigamme inside the top three, the Q2 session. Well, no, it was the last start Matt Albert at this stage. Giramo flies no one, just 8.506. He is on course right now, up from a third successive pole position. Look at this, Matt Marquez is about to pure those times out of the wall track. Here's a helicopter shot. Marquez versus Marquez. Rings still in there as what we're about to be in the old 57 is very, very short. It really is very much staying with the Marquez Bruno seriously at this stage because we're now coming into time lap with that Yamaha really comes into its own. Marquez in City at this point to the last. Return sync on his brother, and they're both to the end of the front row shortly. Do not adjust your sex. If you are seeing Yamaha first, Yamaha second, and Yamaha third, the new phases of a Q2 session in MotoGP. Here we go then out of Stowe, 73 versus 93. That's been the story of the sprints, or the story of the season, really, hasn't it? In 2025, MotoGP, just off to back of the Marquez siblings is Alex Riz on that factory Yamaha. This is Marc Marquez solely pounding it out of the mid 57, high 157, 57.91 here. And Marc Marquez takes complete control of this Q2 session. He leads the Pirates route into the second. Bernaya now makes a factory to catch him 1-2. You cannot take your eyes off this Q2 session here at Silverstone. With that so much drilling, but he's still plenty more to come. Arrow going quickly too, although not quick enough to go in terms of Marquez at the moment. Good excellent speed to be the 57s. Well, now he is in the 157s. There's more time to be found in, whereas the chat continues to liberate at the parade last night. Tetamar is 3 tenths down at this stage, but if he didn't need anything, he's so far in this final stage that this should put him on the program. Given how cool it is compared to the rather pleasant temperature of yesterday, that's a stonking time by Mark. He's like 3 tenths slower than what he managed yesterday. Fabio Quartararo looking to get himself back on this run. He does, of course he does. At 158.19 size, he's been the one lap wonder kid, hasn't he, over the last 2 or 3 Grand Prix. Yeah, Lynn Jarvis is looking on at the nod of the McPrivy, Addison and the boss. So it's Marc Marquez that leads after the early exchanges in that session. Here was Quattararo absolutely getting the maximum out of his cells and that factory going up. This is on the brakes. They've been to turn 16. How hard is he pushing? Well, here's how hard he's pushing on that slightly revised factory Yamaha rope, which he says gives it a little bit more downforce. As a result, better turning on that M1. Turning which he really needs now through 16 and 17 and 18. So, as it stands, it is Marquez first and Fabio Quartararo second. Paco Bagnoy is third. What about Arrow the Gammon? He's to get started Tommy Layden at 2 all to sharp end in this session. Rings now 5th and Miller in 7th place. Sean Zarco is 10th. We saw him run wide at Comps while he was in that train. Tried to go with Mark, Alex and Brins. What's a while you feel he's got more in the tank yet. There was a little bit of a variety there when he crossed the line. On that 58, you want to go second. We have seen that away in the last 2 cool front sessions when Quartararo takes his brain in it, so to speak, on that final of the key team. He's able to produce something truly special. They were doing 57 series of 57 threes yesterday, so there isn't any time to be found out there as they continues to run parade. But Marc Marquez with the best part of 3 tenths of a second in his pocket at this stage. Well, it looks like a repeat for Realtime Le Mans. Where Q2 basically that evolved into a personal duel between Mark and Fabio Quartararo. They still had more driver in this session from 2 of the very best in the world. Yes, Fabio Quartararo. You do love those mighty graphics. They really are absolutely fantastic. Chateau, I'm not in my cat fans who are a graphics team. Back cats and based in Barcelona. Alex Marquez then lost at the moment, which would equal his lowest position of the season. It shows how good Alex has been so far this year in Q2. These don't seem to be the tough moments around this time. He's ignored the give all big. And to be fair to him, he's not a great deal of time behind Bagnaia in that fight for the front row. Bagnaia then, with 5.5 minutes of the session remaining, heads back out on circuit. The very rip on course, not just his third sunrise start of the season. Sunrise be few and far between him that historically says, hey, after you all the brother this start, so there's different yourself in there as well. Goodness, now get as well. And then comes around, I guess he has a good look over his left shoulder and sees his younger brother sitting right on his rear tire. So as he stands right now, 32-year-old Mark Marquez on course from him would be pole position number 99 in his coaching career. And where do we go next? To the Tosi Make the Century. Now we go. He was going to be a massive favourite, having dominated the weekend action there last year when he was part of the preceding Ducati project. This is not a given though, is it? Because we have seen Quattararo steal his thunder in our last two Grand Prix in Jerez and Le Mans, right at the end of Q2 sessions. Like you just know, Quattararo's going to crack on here and a goal then now to that third successive pole. As Lewis mentioned, he told himself his words, when he has to just switch off the brain, disengage the old grey matter and find a gun or lap's arm. He's where he really goes into his own business, Quattararo, right? So as you would explain, it's brand new front and brilliant, sold in the Michelin tire. It's not on Martinez. Does he want to get headed check me about this left again? There's quite it's very hard to jump middle touch. It's like to ways the Marquez brothers through. He's giving us a stunt into the middle of it. So in the middle of it. This scene, I told you, so in exactly the right decision. Would you stop and final strike? But you start on B with Alex, looking directly ahead to Miller at the moment. This is now the road the left hand of Chattel, and then now you already pick up some single speed. Monkey up towards 340 kilometers now on that Penguin strike in 6th gear. There is serving out of the game. I don't see too much to the rookie have waited so far in this Q2 session. You can assure you that Silverstone tomorrow. He has his last flying opportunity to become the youngest ever and a trivia class winning in history. At the moment, Alder goes down in 11th place. So there was the side of Alex Marquez there. It's a veil just a bit away to look at this replay I was earlier on. This was on that furthest applying laps when Alex was leading Mark around and their rear tyres are stipping on the timer because they strip up the speed into the veil corner. But these flying laps are now underway, and this time it is Mark Marquez who is leading the train around Silverstone. Fascinating to see how this final 3 minutes to one follows here, and that Silverstone. TB lap coming in here potentially from and he's certainly strong in that first sector. He's following now through turn 6 of Bruplands. Back high, but it's not Maridi's accompanied just behind him. He's to know to the ring incredibly well. Times of the Sables, they are 46 Academy. Further pass here up, so the Ducati boss, so tempting his stigmas on the tentatively on the Ducati takes all the six to Marquez and missile his drink tire second through these first semis, so attention he's making his thing so right, so he's no longer providing that reference means Jack Miller on Hannes Marquez, but Bagnaia on a diff second center, pretty shifting away the gap between himself and his current pole position teammate. It was a mistake, or they just back at him deliberately. We'll find out. Hopefully, sure. Like there was Bagnaia now getting called something like his place on that front row. He's in his starting position so far this season now. Speed D3, in both Thailand and in the right on course. To retrieve that here in Silverstone. He thinks hard. This is where he's lacking confidence, isn't it? Trail biking on the money trade, the Candy GB25 to tune. What Morse, his previous strong point is now his biggest weak point. He says, here is Alex Marquez. Looking soon, but I got a positive sim run detention again. Good search sector that wasn't it? Down to 73. Here is Bagnaia then. He was to help out, don't you think it? Look, last 6 that was by that guard. Absolutely top clean. Then 37.822. Has taken Bagnaia onto pole position by the house distance. The direction Alex Marquez turns inside there on Ketamine. After over the line into that mean 57 now. Although 57 by more absurd. They can't swing or he's sniffing into it. Australia's day wasn't it? Basically did super up next sector 3 and we know how strong Quattararo has been in this full sector right now. He has been pretty much a league of his own. He tunnels the factory down the 100 straight, climb the brakes down into turn 15, 3 corners left. The top of Quattararo is another classic performance, isn't it, by the Saints, but surely at this stage you really potentially 3 times in a row for the third time in still on years. There's been some dark days. Yellowhouse stuck in the doldrums with such a length trying to they are back. And Fabio Poitrot is back at this first as well. Ireland won the games. That's what it is. Being desist, it looks like at this stage. At 157.233, struggling with the five Frenchman John Zarco, who's gone down in sector 2. And that Marquez just hitting through that yellow and black. So Marquez don't break with big save, but I'm pretty sure he just caught the yellow, so Zarco was crashed. And that is an all-time lap record once again by Quattro. How does he keep delivering at these absolutely awesome target attacks? He did it in Jerez, he did it in Le Mans, and he's done it once again here in Silverstone. Here's the go. Could it be good enough as for that third? Just looks over here. Marsh went off. Marc Marquez was going home and Marquez. So Marc Marquez off the front row for the first time in 2025. We'll now try and keep Morbidelli, but the bank, of course, he will be starting the sprees as he stands right now in 12th place. He's staying through the grid to the Grand 2 with his incoming sweet place grip tunnel 2 to Wilking, but is just the 8. John Zarkon is disposed to being. He crashed into Luffield. This is Marc Marquez very nearly doing the same. It's a close corner as he very nearly lost control there. You were letting do off down the route, but the checkered flag is out. Nobody's threatening. Eileen is finished. 3 paying decisions. Test FPL J to Wire. The end done in midden. In cat with Alexis, he is the flying French people right now. Mid 2020 size. A sensational calling was lit in Jerez. And actually really in pole position last time in the bar. And the sprees are to a center where something extraordinary once again. Fabio Poitrot. 3 successive all-time lap records to boot as well. Heady times. Virtual now. The good times are coming back, aren't they? From the Atlanta factory. The good times certainly coming back. For an exceptionally good rider. Fabio Poitrot is an all-time lap record in the tallest competition of the weekend so far. Did was Poitrot not just shown how far Marc Marquez was being pushed to try and beat it. He coached into 2 big mistakes, wasn't he? A little bit 93. He finds himself into the same round the Brit for the third time, as he mentioned, in 2025. Johan Zarco is he is to become just the second Frenchman in history to win back-to-back Grand Prix. He's got to do it hard way from the back of the third of the grid. This is Zarco going down into Blinklim's on his last lap. Marc Marquez, then I'm not going to terms it anyway. You don't think with the Cultuids, we'll never know because Stevens behind that and right into that yellow flag zone. But if there's an even plums, man, 3/10 of a second advantage for Fabio Poitrot for Marc Marquez. He's the only rider within half a second. And the flying Frenchman did it first time in 15 years. It was a trick of pole positions. He started out some Le Mans, Mugello, and Catalunya all the way back in 2021 was the last time Poitrot started from pole position in 3 successive Grand Prix. But as he mentions, he is back. Back to his brilliant best. Just on those last 3 polling laps. Last 3 Grand Prix have been something to behold. Just showing what a top-notch rider Fabio Poitrot is. El Diablo trying to place the devil on the back of those leathers. Boy, is he wide, just not the devil at the moment. Let's go get the fullest of his crew chief, Diego Gubali, and Elizabeth Jack into glide. They're 3 straight pole positions, 3 straight lap records. Quite enjoying your time at the moment. It's quite the positive moment. Looks like we find out how to get the very good performance in the and with that. No, we find there last season. Now we enter the moment and for the sprint for Paris, the pace is good. Like the last 3 even is not that good like the pole position like the time attack, but reputation and some of your favorite in this really should be right. Keep my medallion, dude. Beijing equals the upset. Nearly a day final already this season in Argentina. The end of the weekend on the podium now. So it's not exactly a must-steal weekend by country's streaming session. You get to read more than we will expect to do. So the things against these two, the damage will be 3 plays for penalty fees to serve to more. Costa lady kick late now on the early KTM it has available for this Q1 session. There's some catch answer on these 35mm Silverstone Honda machine. Good to see the time rider back in action. Having had this recent arm surgery immediately after Varese, which saw it miss the French Grand Prix. So exiting tech line in cool condition, what we were hoping for in Lake Magnet in the UK. As you mentioned, also KTM is fighting for just those two coveted spots in Q2. And as we said, anybody's guess as to what the weather will be like. In a few hours time, thinking one, the time might happen, will the sprint here, or the wobbling week, 10 laps on board there with Acosta. Sure, this will be a cautious out lap given how he was caught out in FP2, crashing at turn 7 on an outlet. Judy's dump into really right now is soon as Silverstone is best for win night. He's going to contact him about the cycle and leave him when approaches to spinded components in MotoGP. You like Evans, he really is destroying the forward, destroying his confidence, destroying his feeling, isn't he, the 29-year-old South African? And he started deep as agreed, he took him into his seats this season. He's not started in the top 10 yet, at any stage has been done, he's to fight it out in this section. He's to do reverse that particular trend as he didn't try more. Just to test the runs there, they did tipping it right under into Muggett's corner. He put them carefully because we saw Acosta soaring out as clutch his marble, the old turn 1. And all you're doing here is letting temperature to tire those tyres. You know, there's a few riders who that are clearly are not nowhere near optimum racing speeds. This is very ominous. And this is going to just soon tip which of plumbing how those tyres went out. These tyres flash out in bloomers. The Cordian and Solma, it's good lap and push to get some heat into the tyres, and well, they're doing the opposite. Yeah, it's always quite useful around here, so they just are quite to do. The longest straight is the longest open. Whereas the straight, they're not there to stop. The main straight here, they're coming out of the club. They will be Wellington straight between turns 5 and 6, but in mini straight, the only start for this straight is some Kims. So he didn't mind someone to get towed around. He can have a real impact around here. But Pedro Acosta keen to get on with it, and they're here already with a tired 2. Spitting over the top as he came through. Really scored and shared the rear stem tail as he went through turn 1 as well. I think these pushing, these all actually, these the Acosta, he's still done the obvious dummies led him on, showing his clashes in MT2. Very wrong. Now that he towers down the Wellington straight. Here, the arms grabbing a handful of brakes down into turn 6. This is into Brooklands. Still will be approaching turn 7, the second year right. This is where he crashed. Being FD2, right after the resumption, the Alex markers red flags. Safety through, goes to 37 this time around. Who would tower slide, that's up boosted really tight now. She has spent 10 to move code corner. So, well, you really do. Thought you favours the brave in this particular type of Silverstone. Now into the Iron Trick, this is perhaps very so precise. The mate of decides through this package of negotiation because if you go slightly offline, you compromise. Give this speed through this whole section, but all the push it lures all your exit grip, all your exit drive as well. Can we jack full so you're in the mistake in the hangman's bike as well. But yes, been a challenge to see. But the wider appears as you're maneuvering yourself left to right through Vancentions such as that while the Costa now approaching Stone Corner. He'll take a good idea as to everyone else is doing buses, but they all come across the line. The needs already become tires to sprint in this session. There were 357 years today, but of course, pretty chilly conditions, a bit of a breeze as well, and some tarmac around this morning. They're reaching 59s during pre-tactics too, so something in the it's here. I think Pedro Acosta was really pleased with his version, and yeah, it's a 59.3, so she can't do that. The Pedro Acosta. So he really tissue was doing them, so on the side to join, so I didn't want to go. There was Moody's fired that carry to on his side, 316, 17, then 19. Ralph Fernandez the line up already now the trackhouse with Adam actually because of a high side right now in very nice look down the tube. So you guys say 1:55.92. It's a pretty good lap that by Realtime, and this to his credit. He's over a quarter of a second now clear of Acosta. Xavier Quattuaro there, of course, going for 3 successive poles very short in Q2 to his right. Alan, that was Camado's talent to best. At once, he just crops up everywhere, doesn't he? I think every time he sees a door with Camaro, he throws himself into the top button. Come on, my boss, Paolo Campinotto. We love a cool so you can have like one-ass screws, but there's more airtime. Some of the riders, Rick Vinyamas is making it easier. You can study your bad time at the moment by going up into your second place. Tail of the sessions where you might not just stay on and build as you go through the session. It is a long lap, a spot of 6 kilometers and the thicket of 2 minutes. Of course, these 15 minutes go by very quickly in this Q1 session. Pedro Acosta, you can already see on his second lap, he's just building time to ticky up pace. But he's the helm appears to be the netted to the 150X. He might not be able with the performance right now of that factory cage yet, but he is still pushing to the absolute maxes. The Pedro Acosta on the brakes, right-hander through 16 we go. Right smart here, it's on the big iron side. In FT2. Now then once again a real hard any braking zone into 16. Good overtake, another 2 this around Silverstone. Now then through 17 you go, he just 1 quarter now to do really appears. They go through the lane angle, the might side of that step tired now. Only might Acosta goes, and he does wrestle back control of this Q1 session. In 1:58.566, puts Acosta top by and flies at the moment. Mountains up, it looks to respond and does. He finds the 58 result. They want to dig there's some brief more, but and put down this briefly back into T2 because that tried me on the stack trick Honda, who's right top 6 pace all weekend. So far here at Silverstone. D now slops up into second. There's big pressure breaking in than they did. These are dead to the wheel on the 15, 9 and 7. That would be called at 17 on the grid tomorrow afternoon. To the pretty strong 3. He ends the Q1 session in there. Looks like that's the end of the first shows now. They'll meet tempo back into the Silverstone went into Tick Lane Marie Thief on 8:58.9. The Yamas have been down in 6th place, so they've been much too easy. Some of the top 80s in this session forward, which only a cluster going through. Potentially to move down the staring down the palm, 17th place start in the Grand Prix tomorrow. That's deep from the great full. Is 200 GT or 2, this isn't it? That's still friend cheap. That been done. Okay, nothing really going on a soft tire. It's all the straight as you had a salt. Sound like this deal. His low 59 is the best from Binden so far. He's almost 3/4 of a second behind his teammate Costa. Mine is on the years. Those 2 nearly sitting behind. I've been on the C16. Just kind of continuing those Q1 movies that seem to be falling around 2025 at the moment. Elton Mendes is literally pleased lawyers themselves far. I think the night is tremendous. Whereas 9 teams yesterday. It's the dishes that I did his favourite is. This we heard just a bit through your times. Where Elton Mendes as he wants so I mean quit him this morning. That's 9,000 away did what he did yesterday. So he's on the same place he's doing yesterday. And missed the dishes are nowhere near a certainty. So it's fast one time. Started pretty does got well this story here around this circuit. We've seen it over the years to the latest part roads. But only does this circuit play to the strengths of the Aprilia, but it masks some of the big weaknesses in those heavy braking zones. So you're saying, well, but took his contact yesterday. There's only 3 major braking zones around this facility. It's pulling the interiors into play. So one by Acosta in the pound 6 right now in Q1. He's got a 10 to the power stop to pack. 2 drag me up. He's certainly quite nice because he's only 100 clear. That's about it, and there's a bit of a gap then back to more. That the US comes through serious speed to find of his second run. He's over 3.5 tenths back at the moment. The Acosta, you've got really big Giannis. Perhaps a bit more from Midyard on that opening run. He was nearly 6 tenths back. There's Binder, last he needed. Oliveira trying to make it. That quartet of Yamahas in Q2, of course, with Patarara, Miller and Riddens already through from yesterday. Tried me also like, well, rewards a place in Q2, having come so close yesterday. Not even a 10th of a second away from the top 10. Those who make sure late Stargag is being given in close on the Tobis of the 2020 World Champion. feels like he has top 6 potential in the sprint and league Grand Prix tomorrow. It's me, Mart is down, can't take the lane, some kept him to his last one on track. He's now returned to the take lane. This is through turn 5 of the leads, the entry corner onto the Wellington straight. They've seen the two riders already go down there this weekend. This year, looking straight, swatting onto that Wellington straight, getting some pressure down to Brooklands. I tell you what, the British fans are among the locality good, Sean. Like, T-shirts and the grandstand as here was extremely set today. Put some 7-inch chillies, you got nothing but photos of it. Just is a suit me here. There's an extra couple of layers of the old Collins Bob Shearer. It's a bit is me, I look cool. I can't play in Super Soakers, we've got the best things, man. That's still the remainder of this Q1 session here. In the Tissot Grand Prix of the United Kingdom. It's Acosta and me, and at the moment the two that are going through into Q2. Here's some job that point Acosta who sorry what about his confidence knocked a little bit after the track. Jorgensen lost the old in FP2. Just a reminder, he does not have a good bike out as far as of this, so you can kill and see what another mistake. Can the Silver Moto2 world champion? If it's in his mind on the first run, he didn't show it, did he? That 158 point side is going to throw actually everything at this now on this inception run. This Gin and Duke to the main trainer, he pointed to P.2, they did it. He pointed to the first place to even worry about that. So Pedro Acosta, your president started to man it, they did it by 10, it did each North Street, 30s of them already, to yourself an opportunity to turn with that man. He was a Shuriel and stacked through Hondas, 6 Mayor, the Sparger out and Reedy. In other moment, it's the 36 in the hands of Mir, who is doing the best job of that crew at the moment. Soon surfaces spotting due to and just as they start this second and Steiner run here, then through they sweep through Maggots and Beckett's. Just all about agility, all about maneuverability in this particular section. You don't want to have an amazing turning motorcycle in this town. Through chapter we go net. It was routed down this. Here he sees his way inside that son. So he's fighting mighty close. Didn't practice advancement to check out MotoGP. Either the 158.73 on the bikes down with 2 blues, that's where my bike is. 2 tons of use today after the the information on our screens is that he's got say soft foot tyre on that he went down and started his Q1 session. It needs to study a brand new 7th rear tyre and he's willing to give time with it through the extra sector of this lap. The rest of the field now begin their runs and it's Burton and Rodelli towing that trio of Hondas up towards a big spell this, isn't it? To Rodelli. Because you'd have to fan through wherever he does fully solid cylinder lap times. That's where he plays. Grip Kelty coming his way. Only 20 laps and all 3 gates in my eyes. The deal with Ralph than this. True woodcuts. Fully commitment there as you need to head in that particular part of Silverstone. That's turn 8. It's really 9. He goes now. Maverick Figales. Well, it's all over to Maverick Figales. He is so frustrated. It looks like there's some kind of technical issue on the Tech 3 KTM for Top Gun. At the moment, the best he can hope for is 16th on the grid. There's more dropping in. Ace Yardley's with a parts KTM Tech 3 retrieve. What's up to do? The Chan Truck, third to part, chuck in the front 310. 2. Second place Agura is good many years today. Just actually, he wasn't on play side like an Agura was. There's been no problems here for Ralph Fernandez in terms of the yellow flags. All that drop and solid blade way behind here. It's to be good to the yellow with Maverick to get on his points. Jade's here now when he's Fernandez sitting down. He's not any other benefit of his lap that he's driftly on. Then just in the prices are clear again. It's going to be touching. Oh, isn't it? It's the one that Ralph Fernandez pulled into that. So just as the Alpines were clearing, hopefully he did. Emmanuel Bond to admire out and in around as a press out tightness breeze. Now terrific Fernandez isn't pleased, didn't it? And he replaces Mir in the top 2. Yeah, Mir though could be going in the T1. I'll upset him like 2 quickly here. Ralph Fernandez in these top right now with justification because he was up into 2nd place, but that 158.651 is coming up the big pressure. He's a trio of riders doing on the pressure. Wolverine on the 21 button, Twen Mir as well, a cost Nisor. Ralph Fernandez, I think he pushed back down the center there, did there. Since the reclusion by a case of premature innovation. Here is Mayor. Here into the Thatcher Alders. Good final team. We're going pin with that. It goes 3-1. The 80 years now. Then you made an animation. Rafa Fernandez was celebrating there. Portuguese pulled the place to two. He's now done his 6th. I mean, that one, no KTM is in the top 2 because Acosta clearly managed this. While his most recent run at 58, he thought he basically matched the lap time he did on his first run. He's still push Jordan and give it a little bit easier. Is 7, 8, and 9. We're going to send this day. We're going to send out the surge parties up in the right now. There we not see the one McGreed as he stands right now. So Morbidelli at the moment, he is doing a great job of limiting the damage of that incoming 3-place bib penalty for tomorrow's main Grand Prix. And Juan Mir still alive in this session. Paul Disney, he's third fastest at the moment. Pedro Acosta stalls. Nelson Manders, well, he obviously thought that Tartan, the one the J.734 was did a really good contention for Q2. But at the moment, well, there's no way near, it's over. Fernandez really out back 16th on the grid. Morbidelli was about a bite, but there's some behind it. He's on only wide into King's team, and now he's in 2nd place and in no position now to defend that place in Q2. But it could be not only can the HRC get the Stroll top 2 in this Q1 session, it's Mia to complete this second half of the lap. You won't know right now, but Morbidelli needs Mia to step up here. Of Sheffield, the evening guard. This is good, really, really close. Oh man, has lost crucial time. Drew Magnus and backers was the old spot shaking his head doesn't realising what the situation was. Morbidelli might be breathing a massive sigh of relief again. Into Stowe we go. There's already really frustrated Maverick Vinales. Toughed out the tape. A technical issue on his RC16. At the moment it's good to see Vinales 18th on the grid for this British Grand Prix. All eyes on Mir. Can he get himself back inside that top 2? Can he not? Morbidelli out, making HRC 1 doing a really looks like he topped this session. Me on the line, and he missed his arms by just 0.02 of a second. So he was 12th the quickest. Yesterday in practice, the restart went less than 10th. Once ago, it was just over a 10th today, which cost me so dearly. And is this Pedro Acosta about to have an issue into Stoll Corner as his expression on the ground? Did he realise that wasn't going to work? Into Stoll Corner, let's take a trip through the gravel track. The highest KTM on the grid tomorrow, Pedro Acosta in 13th place. Yeah, no wonder there are a few rather gloomy faces inside the factory KTM garages. Jose Manuel Camsar coming up to console number of Vinales, his crew chief there. This is down into 16, wasn't it? But Maverick Vinales, KTM goes kaput. Technical issue there denies Vinales a chance to fight the Q2. That's really frustrating, isn't it? As for Maverick again, understandably so, the frustration getting the petrol in the Tangers or Wallet because he's 18th on the grid. One place ahead had grabbed him, and he was in the 19th. That's his worst qualifying of the season so far. There's been some average performances in their Q1 sessions. Luca Marini, their top job, 168.209. But he leads the Honda charge then into Q2. He joins Honda rider Johan Zarco, the back of the pole. Right to be able to detect the club tick with that is it was Mir that was towing Marini around. They were both up behind Morbidelli in the end. By following his teammate Marini replaced Mir in the top 2. Marini has the chance to fight for a place on the front 3 or 4 rows of the grid. Juan Mir though, this starts. More 6-0. Well, he's already carried out a pretty impressive damage limitation exercise, hasn't he, right now, Morbidelli? Because he will know tomorrow there's a 3-place bib penalty coming his way for forking. Secchi yesterday afternoon. But he is through into Q2 with a 158.299. He looks a tough day off this isn't to KTM. We saw the rather sort of the glum-looking faces inside Pedro Acosta's garage. That QI was there, KTM Motorsport Director. So King Byron as well. There's been so much good news about KTM this week with a rescue deal agreed with financial backers that are going to keep KTM afloat. Did you see much lead like same for that race so far this weekend at the British Grand Prix? As Luca Marini and Frankie Mordoia, two Italians find themselves through to Q2. As ever, it was super close, just 1.3 of a second covering the top 3, but it's Marini evidently who's gone through. And Mika who misses half. Pedro Acosta third, having led the first start as a Q1. Oliveira straight on the soil yellow in that session. Romain Mendes, the soul track has a pretty air. Bastidi and Bialis for Tech 3, 7th and 8th. First time Bastidi is out qualified than Yamas this year. Finned at 9th, 19 public green to the South African, and then Lorenzo Salvatore, Alice Scarborough, and Sunket Chandra. So we have two wonders in the shootout, the pole position in that Silverstone. Luke Murray leads Q1. Had his fellow Italian Frankie Moore that he don't go anywhere. Can Savio Portorola make his 3 consecutive pole positions in 2025? Your British Grand Prix battle for pole position is up next. Doing a heavy tumble in FP2 this morning at turn 15. Miller, Barbakers, Exeki, Degel Antonio, Bayaya, French Grand Prix winner Zarco, a former Silverstone winner Alex Red, who's in an active battle with Marquez in Q2. He's in Q2 as well for the Factory Milan team. Shervin Aldegan nudged it late on yesterday at the end of practice. Only top 10 from yesterday afternoon, joined by Luca Moredi and thank you for that. So we'd have 160 penalties dead in the end through to qualifying 2, as we would have expected, although Frank Novidadi did have to go through the Union route. We do have that trio of yellow eyes that all made it to automatically yesterday. In joining them, we will have 2 Hondas with Luca Marina joining to Anzarco and a Sol Aprilia of Marco Bezzecchi. And after how competitive practice shut down yesterday with just half a second covering the 10th sped near the end, this should be a thrilling strategy with one of 2 or 3 different manufacturers potentially in the battle for the front run. The Anthony rider who has started on the front row of the grid in every Grand Prix so far this year is our World Championship leader by Marquez. He was on pole in the first 4 rounds over in Thailand, Argentina, Austin and Cartagena. So training a overseas sweep at the start of the season. He has placed second in all second on the grid in the last 2 starts in qualifying. Just like a Frenchman, Fabio Platurilla right. So on the call this, it's all going to be about who's going to take the big race. So one on, the coolest combination is by far at the weekend. So as I told you in Q1 and in FT2, our big temperature according to that's 19 degrees, but it feels like 15 with that sort of wind that's blowing around this wide open Silverstone circuit, built all the way back in 1948, site of a former Royal Air Force base. It's flat as a pancake, so you'd really get a positive in some of the faster sections. Good to see Alex Marquez looking relatively okay. There'll be some new shiny leathers and boots and gloves more into Don ahead of this Q2 session, because it was a pretty empty fall. He's up at Stoke Corner. There is in a D2 lap at the start of the day. Stumbling way out just as he was trying to fret up get some way out of Doe. Brought out a red flag midway through that section with it. So he's proceeding to concede just the racetrack could indeed find itself sitting to the side of the racetrack. Just how confident is this man going to this session. He's got a 50% red call. There's the sobriety shit. They've repeated in the what's she long praise back-to-back years. See where the Zembro starts being kept along where really close. They've been reputation in his first minute GP season as a bit of a keen upon his superstar. He's really finding that new magic once again. Strap yourselves in those because this should be special at Silverstone. Q2 underway in the TSO Grand Prix of the United Kingdom. Leading the field out is D73 of Alex Marquez. And the view himself has been optimistic so far. He started so glad this year. It's third place in the rankings actually. Alex's worst Q2 performance of the season. The latest program, most recent pole setter here, of course, he's starting on in this session. Focusing on the market by Sergio Zarco on pole here in 2022. I mean, that was a short-lived experience, but he dumped out of the lead at turn 16 on lap 5. Tended as well to pull his bar crack and Marc Marquez. So there is a bit of a pong you shoot around Silverstone right now. Marc Marquez all the way back in 2014 was the last time you saw MotoGP with top pole position here. And Silverstone, so Dubai, it's quite eager to latch on to the Realtime of Alex Marquez. It's really the county of the pound. This section, but my mind, and it was a kid, and I did was his new brother, and my mom just is go on in Alex, and we come to your kids. Sorry, is all the better, and she's not needed motel, be dead, my so fun. This season, Techie Panya, you can't feel that tis a piece that should be beneath society of salt and dates of the grain street, not in how difficult it is to find you the sports like here's the aero shops of Magus and Beckis, which just gives you no ideas. Trump's physical, particularly upper body, this part of Silverstone is as you weave and stake your way through this brilliant section. Now out of chapel we go. Pick up the throttle, pick up the drive, get the tiger, then a sliddy shot there. This right. Turn 16 here, Stowe is a real bit overtaking up spot around Silverstone. This is that turn 15 with Alex Marquez. I've none of this drama. Been at D2 this morning. That's Mark 2 Secchi, yeah, they did pretty roughly there. The same Schwalke ceremony. We're going to still the very, very shortly on the 72 factory at brilliant City Ball shifts today. With spares. There's finally some, shall we say, men tested ideas to the factory at brilliant team, getting what's been going on S-circuit on the last few days. Just a quick reminder, please. Lead up on the soon and Frankie and Ridge Grand Prix has been either man in the potential. Possibility of the Chevy Martin Huntington 2025. You focus on the present. We'll focus now on the market shares boys going out to here in this Q2 session. It's Silvia will go up to get out first and running for its time of this 15-minute session. But Alex showing Mark around and he could see there the difference it made in the third sector. Marcus States and Splickerman and leading through that and started saying 0, although he's now did a ready to a bit of a brick lead. And 13 will lose the 73 about a bit. So I said with progress plan can make the video. We must see might just switch through the price down. And so one of the strains. Alex Marquez who lost right had some 76 of here in the times tiers. I think most sprints win it here. The most he did good in the years behind. Marquez really tossing up behind it and see how hard is he pushing to go with Alex too. That was on the end soon. And he jumped again Shagner. I see by Zarco's wide there. You can just see the back of the picture. Zarco wide going into Cops. So this is an aborted lap for the French Grand Prix winner. Marks the fastest rider on track there through the first two sectors. But next fastest is the rider right behind Nard. Alex rings. Then they start to get live. We've seen Brins at this start to do times the press. It might get back to be up to perfection. See a dirty thing. Well, he was stalling Martin yesterday in practice, which got him into the top 10 into this Q2 session. And Silverstone we goes. This time around there are no problems. I think Alex Sansweria, the heavy hit on his right, certainly, and Ryan Halliburton to the high side in at D2 of only on. So we are now about to see as Rinners goes charging into 36-2 with actually on the line. So these are your bank smaller times in this Q2 section at Silverstone. Alex Marquez, Alex brings it as the police up dig 8. With 5 8 Alex rims. People the Yamaha want to do right now, rims from just Miller. But to be real sure, you saw once again a graphic demonstration of that Yamaha is absolutely nested in the final sector, isn't it? He was queenie the Pokemon Marquez. Choose that you'll aim for each of areas nor into that plan one. We couldn't, but all I have done very moment. For surely Wilder. Look at this from Quattromano. These are my money as well. All his lines of a contender doing the grab work himself. The breaks hard into the third gear right hand. No start. All thing right now with Mark Marquez. At the moment is on that provisional stride right, but for how much longer? Because we can't see. This has gone so the Stratton isn't it? Potentially again, something provisional was the one nobody got this session. But recouping I think it's very Yamaha. Inside the top three, the Q2 session. Well, no, it was the last start Matt out, but apparently stage. Giramo finds no one, just 8.506. He is on course right now, up from a third successive pole position. Look at this, Matt Marquez is about to build those times out of the wall track. Here's the helicopter shot. Marquez versus Marquez, rings to lead there as worked up. We're about to be in all 57 is very, very short. It really is very much staying with the Marquez Primus here, isn't he? At this stage, because we're now coming into the final lap with that Yamaha really comes into its own. Marquez in City at this point to the last 3 turns in by his brother, and they're both to the end of the front row shortly. Do not adjust your sex. If you are seeing Yamaha first, a Yamaha second, and a Yamaha third, the new phases of a Q2 session in MotoGP. Here we go then out of stone to 73 versus 93. That's been the story of the sprints, or the story of the season really, hasn't it? In 2025, MotoGP. Just off to back of the Marquez siblings is Alex Riz on that factory Yamaha. This is Mark Marquez solely pounding it out of the mid 57, high 157, 57.912. And Mark Marquez takes complete control of this Q2 session. He leads the Pirates route into the second. Bernay, and that makes a factory to catch him 1-2. You cannot take your eyes off this Q2 session here at Silverstone. We've got so much training, but there's still plenty more to come. Montemaro going quickly too, although not quick enough to go in terms of Mark Marquez at the moment. Excellent speed to be the 57s. Well, now he is in the 157s. There's more time to be found in, whereas the chat continues to leverage at the parade last night. Tetamar is 3 turns down at this stage, but if he did need anything, he's so fast in this final stage that this should put him on the program. Given how cool it is compared to the rather pleasant temperature to be yesterday, that's a stonking time by Mark. He's like 3 tenths slower than what he managed yesterday. Fabio Quartararo then looking to get himself back on this run. He does, of course he does. At 168.19 size, he's been the one lap wonder kid, hasn't he, over the last 2 or 3 Grand Prix. Yeah, Lynn Job is looking on at the nod of the McCreevy, Addison and the boss. So it's Mark Marquez that leads after the exchanges in that session. Here is Quattararo absolutely getting the maximum out of his cells, and that factory coming up. This is on the brakes at the into turn 16. How hard is he pushing? Well, here's how hard he's pushing on that slightly revised factory on the Yamaha, which he says gives it a little bit more downforce. As a result, better turning on that M1, certainly which he really needs now through 16 and 17 and 18. So, as it stands, it is Marquez first and Fabio Quartararo second, Marco Bagnaia is third. What about Arrow the Yamaha? He's to get started Plummy Laden at 2 all to sharp end in this session. Rings now 5th and Miller in 7th place. Rashawn Zarco is 10th. We saw him run wide at Comps while he was in that train. Tried to go with Mark, Alex and Rins. What's a while you feel he's not more in the tank yet. There was a little bit of a variety there when he crossed the line. On that 58, you want to go second. We have seen that away in the last 2 cool front sessions where Quartararo takes his brain in it, so to speak, on that final with a key team. He's able to produce something truly special. They were doing 57 series of 57 threes yesterday, so there isn't any time to be found out there as the track continues to rubberade. But Marc Marquez with the best part of 3/10 of a second in his pocket at this stage. Well, it looks like a repeat for Realtime Le Mans, where Q2 basically has evolved into a personal duel between Mark and Fabio Quartararo. I mean, they still had more drama in this session from 2 of the very best in the world. Yes, Fabio Quartararo. You do love those graphics. They really are absolutely fantastic. Chateau, I'm not in my cat fans who are a graphics team. Back cats are based in Barcelona. Alex Marquez then lost at the moment, which would equal his lowest qualifier position of the season. It shows how good Alex has been so far this year in Q2. He's not seems to be the tough moments around this time. He's ignored the give will be, and to be fair to him, he's not a great deal of time behind Bagnaia in that fight for the front row. Bagnaia then, with 5.5 minutes of the session remaining, heads back out on circuit. The very rip on course, not just his third sunrise start of the season. Sunrise this year and far between him that historically says, hey, after you all the brother this turn, so there's different news up in there as well. Goodness, not now, get as well. And then comes around, I guess he has a good look over his left shoulder and sees his younger brother sitting right on his rear tire. So as he stands right now, 32-year-old Mark Marquez on course from him would be pole position number 99 in his coaching career. And where do we go next? Matosi make it a century? How we gone? Here is going to be a massive favourite, having dominated the weekend action there last year when he was part of the preceding Ducati project. This is not a given though, is it? Because we have seen Quaternaro steal his thunder in our last two Grand Prix in Jerez and Le Mans, right at the end of Q2 sessions. Like you just know, Quaternaro's going to crack on here and go all in now to that third successive pole. As Lewis mentioned, he told himself his words, when he has to just switch off the brain, disengage the old grey matter and find a gun or lap's arm. He's where he really goes into his art, isn't he? Quaternaro, right? So as you would expect, brand new front and brilliant sold in the Michelin tire. It's not on Marquez. Does he want to get headed to middle of this left again? There's it's very hard to jump middle touches like to ways the Marquez brothers through. He's giving us a slot into the middle of it. So switch up in, did he start in the middle bit? This scene I told you saw in exactly the right decision. Would he start and fly those flying fun? You start on B with Alex, looking directly ahead to Miller at the moment. This is now through the left hand of Chapel, and then now you already pick up some single speed. Not pitching up towards 340 kilometers now on that Penguin strike in 6th gear. There is serving out of the game. I haven't seen too much of the rookie have wings so far in this Q2 session. You can assure you that Silverstone tomorrow. He has his last flying opportunity to become the youngest ever and a trivia class winning in history. At the moment, Alder goes down in 11th place. So there was the inside of Alex Marquez there. It's a veil just a bit away to look at this replay I was earlier on. This was on that furthest applying laps when Alex was leading Mark around and their rear tyres are snipping on the timer because they strip up the speed into the veil corner. But these flying laps are now underway, and this time it is Mark Marquez who is leading the train around Silverstone. Fascinating to see how this final 3 minutes the ones follows here, and that Silverstone, TV lap coming in here potentially from Bagnaia. He's certainly strong in that first sector. He's following now through turn 6 of Brumplands. Axing hard, but he's not really the company just behind it. Piece ice to know to the ring incredibly well. Time to the Sables, they are 46 Academy. Farmer Glacier up on the Ducati boss, so tempting his stigmas on the tentatively on the Ducati takes all the six to Marquez and missile his drink time second through these first semis, so attention he's making his thing so right, so he's no longer providing that reference feed. Jack Miller on Hannes Marquez, but Bagnaia on a diff second center, pretty shifting away the gap between himself and his current pole position teammate. It was a mistake, or they just academy deliberately will find out. Hopefully, surely there was Bagnaia now going to call something like his place on that front row. He's in part used to his starting position so far this season now. Speed D3, him both tied and in a right on course. To retrieve that here in Silverstone. He thinks hard. This is where he's lacking confidence, isn't it? Trail biking on the money trade, the Candy GB25 to tune. What was his previous strong point is now his biggest weak point. He says, here is Alex Marquez. Looking soon, but I got a positive run detention again. To the third sector, that wasn't it? Down to 73. Here is Bagnaia then. In which the whole don't you think it? Look, last 6 that was by backyard. Absolutely top clean. Dim 37.822. Has taken Bagnaia onto pole position by the how distances. Computer tripped in Alex Marquez. In fact, they're on Ket's line. After the line into that mean 57 now. Although 57 final absurd. They can't swing or is sniffing into it. fairly stage because it did super up next sector 3, and we know how strong Quattro has been in this full sector right now. He has been pretty much a league of his own. He follows the Richigamme down the 100 straight, climb the brakes down into turn 15, 3 corners left. The Fabio Quattararo is another classic performance, isn't it, by the Saint Spread? Surely, at this stage, you really potentially 3 tons their own for the third time in 2 long years. There's been some dark days. Yellowhouse stuck in the doldrums with such a landslide that they are back. And Fabio Quattararo is back at this first as well. Ireland won the games. That's what it is. He deserves it. Looks like a big stage. At 157.23 through it. Drawn with the my Frenchman John Zarco, who's gone down in sector 2. And Matt Marquez just hit through that yellow and black. So Marquez don't break with Big City, but I'm pretty sure he just caught the yellows for Zarco's crash. And that is an all-time lap record once again by Quattararo. How does he keep delivering at these absolutely awesome time attacks? He did it in Jerez, he did it in Le Mans, and he's done it once again here in Silverstone. Here's the go. Going to be good enough as for that third. Just looks like we have Marsh off. Marc Marquez was going home and Marquez. So Marc Marquez off the front row for the first time in 2025. We'll now try and keep Morbidelli, but the moment, of course, he will be starting the sprees as he stands right now in 12th place. He's staying through the grid to the Grand 2 with his incoming sweet place grip penalty to Wilking, but is just the 8. John Zarkart is disposed to being. He crashed into Luffield. This is Matt Marquez very nearly doing the same. It's a close corner as he very nearly lost control there. You were then to after the round, but the checkered flag is out. Nobody's threatening. Irene is finished. 3 obtained decisions. Test beyond J to Wire. The stunning maiden. In capital Lexus, he is the flying French reborn there, mid 2020 size. A sensational calling was it in Jerez, and actually brilliant pole position last time in the bar. And the sprees of 2 centimeters, something extraordinary once again. Fabio Quattararo, 3 successive all-time lap records to boot as well. Heady times, Bertrand now. The good times are coming back, aren't they, from the Iwata factory? The good times certainly coming back. For an exceptionally good rider. Fabio Quattararo is an all-time lap record in the tallest competition of the weekend so far. Did was Quattararo's lap. Just saw how far Marc Marquez was being pushed to try and beat it. He pushed into 2 big mistakes, wasn't he? A little bit 93, who finds himself into 10th round of the grid for the 3rd time, as he mentioned, in 2025. Johan Zarco is he is to become just the 2nd Frenchman in history to win back-to-back Grand Prix. He's got to do it the hard way from the back of the 3rd of the grid. This is Zarco going down into Blinklims on his last lap. Marc Marquez, then I'm not going to determine it anyway. You don't think the Tortugas will never know because Stevens behind that and right into that yellow flag zone. But if there's an even plums, man. 3/10 of a second advantage for Fabio Quattararo for Marc Marquez. He's the only rider within half a second. And the flying French grid did it first time in 15 years. It was a trick of pole positions. He started out some Le Mans, Mugello and Catalonia all the way back in 2021 was the last time Quattararo started from pole position in 3 successive Grand Prix. But as he mentions, he is back. Back to his brilliant best. Just on those last 3 polling laps. Last 3 Grand Prix have been some reputation and some of your favourite in this session really should be Frankie Morbidelli. Your Vigent equals the upset nearly in T5 already this season in Argentina. He ended the weekend on the podium now. So it's not exactly a must-steal weekend by country's streaming session. You get period. Morbidelli will expect to do so. The things against these 2 limited the damage should be 3 plays for penalty fees to serve to more. Costa Levy take late now on the early KTM it has available for this Q1 session. There's some catch answer on these 35mm Cyril Hunt machine. Good to see the Thai rider back in action. Having had his recent arm surgery immediately after Varadvik, so it missed the French Grand Prix. So exiting tech lane in a cool condition, what we were hoping for in Lake Magnet in the UK. As you mentioned, also more KTM is fighting for just those 2 coveted spots in Q2. As we said, anybody's curious as to what the weather will be like it is you guys time thinking one, but on my side from all the sprint here, or the walking week, 10 laps on board there with Acosta. Sure, this will be a cool, she said, lap, given how he was cooled down in FP2, crashing at turn 7 on an outlet. Judy's dumping the really right now is soon as Subic is best score. We know DB's going to contact motorcycle and they when approaches to spinded components to MotoGP. Like Evans, eventually he really is destroying the forward. Destroying the confidence, destroying the feeling, isn't he, the 29-year-old South African? And he started deep as a grid. He took him into his seats this season. He's not started in the top 10 yet at any stage. Has been done. He's still to fight it out in this section. He's going to reverse that particular trend as he didn't try me. Just to attach the Eurons there. They did tipped him in right under into Murgat's corner. He did them carefully because we saw Acosta soaring out as clutch. He's marveled the old turn one. All you're doing here is letting temperature on those tyres. You know, there's a few riders who that clearly are not nowhere near optimum racing speeds. This is very ominous. And this is going to just soon tip which of plumbing how those tyres went out. These tyres flash out in bloomers. Of course, you didn't tell me it's good lap and push to get some heat into the tyres and well, they're doing the opposite. Yeah, it's always quite useful around here. So they just are quite to do. The longest straight is the longest open. Whereas the longest straight, they're not too fair to stun. The main track here, they're coming out of the club. They will be one inch straight between turns 5 and 6, but in mini straight, the only start for this straight is some Tim's. So did just so he didn't mind someone to get towed around. He can have a real impact around here. But Pedro Acosta keen to get on with it, and they were here already with a tire too. Straight over the top as he came through. Really scored and shared the roof stem tail as he went through turn 1 as well. I think these pushing, these all actually is the Acosta. He's still on the obvious dummies let him on. Show his crash in MT2. Very wrong. Now that he towers down the Wellington straight. Here the other driving a hand to the brakes down into turn 6. This is into Brooklands. They will be approaching turn 7, the second gear right. This is where he crashed. Being FD2, right after the resumption, him the Alex markers red flags. Safety through goes at 37 this time around. Who would tell us slide that step boost really tight now. She has spent 10 to the loop code king on her. So well you really do. Thought you favours a brave in this particular title of Silverstone. Now into the Iron Trick, this is perhaps very so precise. The mate of decides through this package of negotiation because if you go slightly offline, you compromise. Give your speed through this whole section, but all the push it levers, all your exit grip, all your exit drive as well. Can we on Jack? Full so you're mistaking the hangman's bike as well. But yes, been a challenge to see. Bit of wider appears as you're maneuvering yourself left to right through fancinches such as that one. The cost is now approaching stone corner. He'll take your idea as to everyone else is doing buses, but they all come across the line. The needs not really come. I'm sorry to express to this session. There were 357 years today, but of course, pretty chilly conditions, a bit of a breeze as well, and some tarmac around this morning. There were 59s during pre-tactics too, so something in the difference here. I think Pedro Acosta was really pleased with his version, and yeah, it's a 59.3, so she can't do that. The Pedro Acosta. So he ruined tissue was doing them, so on such a joint, so I didn't like it. There was really fired that K2 on his side, 360, 17, then 19. Ralph Fernandez had the line of Maureen at the track outs with good and action because of a high side right there in very fast look down the tube. So you guess they wanted to go at 0.0892. It's a pretty good lap that by Ralph Fernandez to his credit. He's over the quarter of a second now clear of Acosta. Xavier Quattuaro there, of course, going for 3 successive poles very shortly. Q2 to his right outlet was Camado's talent to best. At one screen, he just crops up everywhere, doesn't he? I think he just, every time he sees the door with Camelot, he throws himself into the top button. Come on, my boss, Paolo Campinotto. We love a cool, so you can have like 1 hour screws, but there's more airtime. Some of the riders So Richigamme is making it easier. He can still the amount of time at the moment by going up into the second place. Till the sessions where you might not just stay on and build as you go through the session. It is a long line, a spot of 6 kilometers and a dedicated 2 minutes. Of course, these 15 minutes go by very, very quickly to this Q1 session. Pedro Acosta, you can already see on his second map, he's just building time to ticky up pace. But he's how he appears to be the netted to the 158. He might not be able to with the performance right now of that factory KTM, but he is still pushing to the absolute maxes. The Pedro Acosta on the brakes, right-hander through 16 we go. We're out smart here, it's on the big outside. In FT2. Now then, once again, a real hard, any braking zone. Into 16. Could have a taken opportunity this around Silverstone. Now then, through 17 you go. He just one corner that to do really appears. They go through the lane angle. The might decided that step tired now. How might Acosta goes. And he does wrestle back control of this Q1 session. In 158.566. Puts Acosta top 5 and flies at the moment. And looks to respond and does. He finds the 58 himself. They want to dig there's some brave ball. But and put down this briefly back into T2 because that tried me on the factory Honda who's ranked top 6 pace all weekend. So far here at Silverstone. D now slumps up into second. It's big pressure breaking in than they did. These are dead to them. We're on the 15, 9 and 7. That would be Colin. That's 17 on the grid tomorrow afternoon. To the British Grand Prix. He ends the Q1 session in there. Looks like that's the end of the first ones now. They'll meet them both back into the Silverstone went into Dick Lane Marie 5th on 8:58.9. The Yellows have got down in 6th place, so they'll have been the much duty. Some of the fourth ATMs in this session forward, which only a cluster going through. The text to mobile downly staring down the palm with 17th place start in the Grand Prix tomorrow. That's D for the great full. His 200 GT or 2, this isn't a that's a friend Jeep. That been done. Okay, nothing really going on a soft tire to leave straight as you had a salt sound atmosphere is this deal. His low 59 is the best from Binden so far. He's almost 3/4 of a second behind his teammate Costa. Is in the years. Those two nearly sitting behind. I've been from the C16. Just kind of continuing those Q1 movies that seem to be falling around 2025 at the moment. Nelson Mendes is pretty pleased with his done so far. I think the nice Mendes for his 9 teams just it's a petitions done I'd be his favourite is. Because we heard just a bit through your times. Nelson Mendes as he wants so I mean quit him this morning. That's 9 hours away what he did yesterday. So he's on the same place he did yesterday and these petitions are nowhere near a certainty. So it's fast one time. He's done it pretty does got well this story appear around this circuit. We've seen it over the years to the latest part routes, but only does this circuit play to the strengths of the Aprilia, but it masks some of its weaknesses in those heavy braking zones. So you're saying, well, but took his compliment yesterday, and only 3 major braking zones around this predator did. It's believed the interiors into play. So one by Acosta in the pound 6 right now in Q1. He's got a 10 to the power stop to pack. 2 drag me up. He's certainly quite nice because he's only 100 clear. That's about it, and there's a bit of a gap then back to more. That the US comes through serious speed to find over his second run. He's over 3.5 tenths back at the moment. And Acosta, you've got really big Giannis. I've seen a bit more from Idiaz on that opening run. He was nearly 6 tenths back. There's Binder, last he needed. Oliveira trying to make it. Quartet of Yamahas in Q2, of course, with Patarara, Miller and Riddens already through from yesterday. Tried me also like, well, rewards a place in Q2, having come so close yesterday. Not even a 10th of a second away from the top 10. Those who make sure the latest Stargag has been given him close on the Tobis of the 2020 World Champion. Feels like he has top 6 potential in the sprint and league Grand Prix tomorrow. It's me, Mart is down pit lane, some kept him to his last one on track. He's now returned to the pit lane. This is through turn 5 of the leads, the entry corridor onto the Wellington straight. They've seen it, right, is already going down there this weekend. As you're looking straight, swatting onto that Wellington straight, getting some pressure down to Brooklands. I'll tell you what, the British fans are among the locality good charm, like T-shirts and the grandstand as here was extremely set today. put some 7-inch on. You've got a couple of photos of it. Just as a suit me here. There are extra couple of layers of the old Collins Bob Shearer. It is me, I like to it. I can't play in Super Sagas. We've got the best things. I'm still the European. They're all the Q1 session here. And the TISO Grand Prix of the United Kingdom. It's Acosta and me, and at the moment the two that are going through into Q2. Here's some job that point Acosta who sorry what about his confidence knocked a little bit after the crash. Jorgensen lost the old in FP2. Just a reminder he does not have a good bike house as far as this. So you can kill and see what another mistake. Can the Silver Moto2 world champion? If it's in his mind on month first, really didn't show it, did he? That 158 point side is going to throw actually everything at this now on this consecutive run. This Gin and Duke to the main territory, point to P.2, they did it, they point to the first place to even worry about that. So Pedro Acosta, your president started, man, they did it by it did each north street, threes of them over, he's doing yourself in the turn with that man. He was a Shuriel and stack through Hondas, 6 Mayor, the Sparger out and Reedy. In other moment, it's the 36 in the hands of Mir, who is doing the best job of that crew at the moment. Soon surfaces spotting due to Jim's, and just as they start this second and starting to run here, then through they sweep through Maggots and Beckett's. Just all about agility, all about maneuverability in this particular section. You don't want to have an amazing turning motorcycle in this time. Through chapter we go net. It was routed and this. Here he sees his way inside that son. So he's fighting mighty close. Since practice advancement to check out MotoGP. You got the 158.73 steam. On the base down with 2 blues, cool notice where my bike is. 2 and toss the use to lay after the information on our screens is that he's got to say the soft foot tyre on that he went down and started his Q1 session. It needs to study a brand new 7th rear tyre and he's willing to keep time with it through the extra sector of this lap. The rest of the field now begin their runs and it's hurting and Medelli towing that trio of Hondas up towards a big spell this, isn't it? To Medelli. Because you'd have to fan through wherever he does fully fired soon the lap times. That's where he plays. Grip Kelty coming as well. Only 20 laps more 3 gates in my eyes. The deal with Ralph Landis. True woodcut. Fully commitment there as you need to in that particular part of Silverstone. Amsterdam 8 is really 9. He goes now. Maverick Figales. Well, it's all over to Maverick Figales. He is so frustrated. It looks like there's some kind of technical issue on the Tech 3 KTM for Top Gun. At the moment, the best he can hope for is 16th on the grid. There's more dropping in. Aston Yarlis with the parts KTM Tech 3 machine. What's up to do? The Chan truck, third apart, chuck in the front 310. 2. Second place Igor is good many yesterday. Just actually, he wasn't on play side like an Agura was. There's been no problems here for Ralph Fernandez in terms of the yellow flags. All that drop and solid blade right behind here. It's to be good to the yellow with Maverick to get on his spots. Jade's here now when he's Fernandez sitting down. He's not any other benefit of his lap that he's driftly on. Then just in the process of clearing it. It's going to be touching. Oh, isn't it? It's the one that Ralph Fernandez pulled into that. So just as the Alpines were clearing, hopefully he did. He might well bond to Admir out and in around as a press side tightness breeze. Now on the turret Fernandez isn't pleased, didn't it? And he replaces Mir in the top 2. Yeah, Mir though, Cooper going in the team body. I'll upset him like 2 quickly here. Ralph Fernandez in these top right now with justification because he was up into second place, but that 158.651 is coming under big pressure. He's a trio of riders doing on the pressure. Wolverine on the 21 button, Twen Mir as well as Cost Mason. Ralph Fernandez, I think he pushed back down the center there, did there. Since the collision by a case of premature celebration. Here is Mayor. Here into the Thatcher Others. Good final team. We go in with that. It goes 3-1. The number 80 years now. Then you made an mentioned. Ralph Fernandez was celebrating him there. Hard to keep all the place due to it. He's now down in 6th. Coming down on no change. He is in the top 2 because Acosta only managed this. What his most recent abroad at 58, he thought he basically matched the lap time he did on his first run. He's still push Jordi and let's give it a little bit easier. Is 7, 8, and 9. We're going to send this day. We're going to send out the surge parties up in there right now. There we Noreen see the one with great as he stands right now. So Morbidelli at the moment, he is doing a great job of limiting the damage of that incoming 3-place grip penalty for tomorrow's main Grand Prix. And Juan Mia, still alive to this session, Paul Disney. He's third fastest at the moment. Pedro Acosta stalls. Nelson Manders, well, he obviously thought that that time the J.734 did a really good contention for Q2, but at the moment, well, there's no way near, it's over. Fernandez really out back 16th on the grid. Morbidelli was about a bite, but there's some behind. He's on the wide into King's team, and now he's in second place and in no position now to defend that place in Q2. But it could be not only can the HRC get the Stroll top 2 in this Q1 session, it's Mia to complete this second half of the lap. You won't know right now, but Morbidelli needs Mia to stand up for you. Of Chatfield, the evening guard. This is good, really, really close. Oh, Mia has not crucial time. Drew might be some backers. Was he also shaking his head, doesn't realising what the situation was. Morbidelli might be breathing a massive sigh of relief here. Into Stowe we go. There's a really frustrated Maverick Vinales. Toughed out the tape. A technical issue on his RC16. At the moment, it's good to see Vinales 18th on the grid for this British Grand Prix. All eyes on Mia. Can he get himself back inside that top 2? Can he not? Morbidelli out, making HRC 1-2. Really looks like he topped this session. Me on the line, and he misses out by just 0.02 of a second. So he was 12th quickest. Yesterday in practice, the restart by less than 10th. Once ago, just over a 10th today, which cost me so dearly. And is this Pedro Acosta about to have an issue into Stoll Corner as his hip scratching on the ground, and he realised that wasn't going to work. Into Stoll Corner, and let's take a trip through the gravel track. The highest KTM on the grid tomorrow, Pedro Acosta in 13th place. Yeah, no wonder there are a few rather gloomy faces inside the factory KTM garages. Jose Manuel Camsar coming out to console number 3 This his crew chief there. This is down into 16, wasn't it? But Maverick Vinales, KTM goes kaput. Technical issue there denies Vinales a chance to fight the Q2. That's really frustrating, isn't it? As for Maverick again, understandably so, the frustration getting the better of him, the Tangus or Waller, because he's 18th on the grid. One place ahead had grabbed him, and he was in the 19th. That's his worst qualifying of the season so far. There's been some average performances in their Q1 session. Luca Marie, their top job, 158.209. But he leads the Honda charge then into Q2. He joins Honda rider Johan Zarco, the back of the pole. Right to where Mia will do the tick-tick with that is it was Mia that was towing Marini around. And they were both up behind Morbidelli. In the end, by following his teammate Marini, replaced Mia in the top 2. Marini has the chance to fight for a place on the front 3 or 4 rows of the grid. And Mia, though, this starts. More than 6-0. Well, he's already carried out a pretty impressive damage limitation exercise, hasn't he, right now, Morbidelli? Because he will know tomorrow there's 3-place grid penalty coming his way for balking. Secchi yesterday afternoon. But he is through into Q2 with a 158.299. It looks a tough day off this, isn't it, to KTM? We saw the rather sort of the glum-looking faces inside Pedro Acosta's garage. QI was there, KTM Motorsport Director. King Byron as well. There's been so much good news about KTM this week with an ambassador deal agreed with financial backers that are going to keep KTM afloat. Did he see much lead late? Same for that race so far this weekend at the British Grand Prix. As Luca Marini and Frankie Mordoia, 2 Italians find themselves through to Q2. As ever, it was super close, just for 1-1-3 of a second covering the top 3, but it's Marini and evidently who've gone through. And Mika who misses half. Pedro Acosta 5th, having led the first starters of Q1. Oliveira straight on the soil yellow in that session. Ramal Fernandez, the soul track has a pretty air. Bastidi and Vinales for Tech 3, 7th and 8th. First time Bastidi is qualified the Yamas this year. Pinned at 9th, 19th public grade. To the South African and Lorenzo Salvatore, Scarborough and Sunket Chantra. So we have 2 wonders in the shootout, the pole position in that silver. So Luca Marini leads Q1. Had his fellow Italian Frankie Morbidelli don't go anywhere. Can Savio Porterara make his 3 consecutive pole positions in 2025? Your British Grand Prix battle for pole position is up next. doing a heavy tumble in FP2 this morning at turn 15. Miller, Markers, Exeki, De Antonio, Bayaya, French Grand Prix winner Zarco, a former Silverstone winner Alex Red, who's in an active battle with Marquez in Q2. He's in Q2 as well for the Factory Milan team. Shervin Aldegan nudged it late on yesterday at the end of practice. Only top 10 from yesterday afternoon, joined by Luca Morelli and Stan Keep with that. So we'd have 160 penalties dead in the end through to qualifying 2, as we would have expected, although unfortunately that he did have to go through the Tune route. We do have that trio of yellow eyes that all made it through automatically yesterday. In joining them, we will have 2 Hondas with Luca Marina joining to Anzarco and a Sol Aprilia of Marco Bensetti. And after having competitive practice shut down yesterday with just half a second covering the 10th sped near the end, this should be a thrilling strategy with one of 2 or 3 different manufacturers potentially in the battle for the pen brand. The Andy rider who has started on the front row of the grid in every Grand Prix so far this year is our World Championship leader by Marquez. He was on pole in the first 4 rounds over in Thailand, Argentina, Austin and Cartagena. So training a overseas sweep at the start of the season. He has placed second second on the grid in the last 2 starts in qualifying. Just like a Frenchman, Fabio Plancharola road. Something to call this. So going to be about he's going to take the big race. So one on the coolest combination is by far at the weekend. So as I told you in Q1 and in FT2, our big temperature according to that's 19 degrees, but it feels like 15 with that sort of wind that's blowing around this wide open Silverstone circuit, built all the way back in 1948, site of a former Royal Air Force base. It's flat as a pancake, so you'd really get a positive in some of the faster sections. Good to see Alex Marquez looking relatively okay. There'll be some new shiny leathers and boots and gloves more into Don ahead of this Q2 session, because it was a pretty empty fall. He's up at Stoke Corner. There is an FD2 at the start of the day. Stumbling way out just as he was trying to fret up, get some way out of Doe. Brought out a red flag midway through that section with Mitsubishi City. You can see just the racetrack could indeed find itself sitting to the side of the racetrack. Just how confident is this man coming to this session. He's got a 50% red call. There's this sobriety ship. They repeated in the what's here Grand Prix back-to-back years. Seeing where the temporary starts being Catalan, where of course they've been a reputation in this first minute GP season as a bit of a kidnapping superstar. He's really finding that new magic once again. Strap yourselves in those, because this should be special at Silverstone. Q2 underway in the TISO Grand Prix of the United Kingdom. Leading the field out is D73 of Alex Marquez. And the view himself has been optimistic, so probably started so glad this year. Third place in the round is actually Alex's worst Q2 performance of the season. The latest program, most recent pole setter here. Of course, he's starting on in this session. Focusing on the market by Sergio Zarco on pole here in 2022. I think that was a short-lived experience, but he dumped out the lead at turn 16 on lap 5. Tended as well to pull his bar Greg and Marc Marquez. So there is a bit of a pong shoot around Silverstone right now. Marc Marquez, all the way back in 2014, was the last time he saw MotoGP with soft pole position here. And Silverstone, sorry. Shubide, it's quite eager to latch on to the rear time of Alex Marquez. It's Brazilian the county and the car. The session, well, I don't know, and it was a real already, was his new brother, and Mom, is Johan, and Alex, and we come to kids. Sorry, is older, better, and she's not needed more tell me, dead, my so fun. This season, Jackie Pagna, you can't feel that it is a piece that should be beneath society of salt and dates of the Green Street, not in how difficult it is to find the sports like here's the aero shops of Magus and Beckis, which just gives you no ideas. Enthusiasticals, particularly up the body, this part of Silverstone is as you weave and stake your way through this brilliant section. Now out of chapter we go. Pick up the throttle, pick up the drive, get the tiger, then a slitty shot there. This right. Turn 16 here. Stowe is a real bit overtaking up spot around Silverstone. This is that turn 15 with Alex Marquez. I've none of this drama. Been at D2 this morning. That's Mark 2 Secchi, and they did pretty roughly there. The same Schwalke Sarmole. We're going to still get very, very shortly on the 72 factory at Brilliant City Ball shoots today, with spares. There's finally some, shall we say, men tested ideas to the factory at Brilliant Team, given what's been going on S-circuit over the last few days. Just a quick reminder, please. The Holocaust soon, and Franken and Richigamme Prius Benita Manley and its potential possibility now it should be Martin 2025. Here focus on the present. We'll focus now on the market shares boys going out to here in this Q2 session. It's Silverstone will go up to get out first and running for its time of this 15-minute session. But Alex showing Mark around, and he could see there the difference it made in the third sector. Marcus States and Splickham and leading through that and started saying 0, although he's now did a really to a bit of a brick lead. And 13 will lose the 73 about a bit. As I said, with progress plan can make the video, we must see might just switch through the price down. It's all one of the strains. Alex Marquez who lost us had some 76 of 0 at times to his 8 most strict win here. The Mosey did couldn't get behind. Marquez really tossing up behind it and see how hard is he pushing to go with Alex too. That was on the end too. And did jump again Shagner. I see Bas Arco's wide there. You can just see the back of the pictures. Arco wide going into Cops. So this is an aborted lap for the French Grand Prix winner. Marks the fastest rider on track there through the first 2 sectors. But next fastest is the rider right behind Nard. Alex Rings. Then they start to get live. Seeing Rings it up. They start to do a few times to the price. It might get back to be up to perfection. See a theatre thing. Well, he was stalling Martin yesterday in practice, which got him into the top 10 into this Q2 session. And Silverstone we go. This time around there are no problems. So I think Alex Sanswelia, the heavy hit on his right, certainly, and Ryan Halliburton to the high side in at D2 earlier on. So we are now about to see as Ridders goes charging into 36-2. It's actually on the line. So these are your benchmark times in this Q2 section at Silverstone. Alex Marquez, Alex Rings it is the police up there. Dig out. Boy, it's 5 Asian Alex Rims. People the younger I want to right now. Rims from just Villa. But to be real sure, you saw once again a graphic demonstration of that young I is absolutely nested in the final sector, isn't it? He was queenie in the Pokemon Marquez. Choose that you'll line for each of areas nor into that part of line. We couldn't, but all I have that Mario moment. For surely will do. Look at this one, punch around right. These are my money as well. All these lines of a content to do the grab work yourself. The breaks hard into the third gear right hand. Now start. All day right now with Mark Marquez. Who at the moment is on that provisional stride right, but for how much longer? Because we can't see. This has gone so the strap isn't it? Potentially getting something provisional was one nobody going this session. Recouping I think very Yamaha. Inside the top 3 the Q2 session. Well, no, it was the last time Matt out, but apparently stage. Giramo flies no one, just 8.506. He is on course right now, up from the third successive pole position. Look at this. Matt Marquez is about to build those times out of the water. Here's a helicopter shot. Marquez versus Marquez. Rings still in there as well. We're about to be in all 57 minutes very, very shortly. It really is very much staying with the Marquez Bruno seriously at this stage because we're now coming into the final lap of that Yamaha. Really comes into its own. Marquez City at this point to the last 3 10 on his brother, and they're both to the end of the front row shortly. Do not adjust your sex. If you are seeing Yamaha first, they Yamaha second, and they Yamaha third, the new phases of a Q2 session in MotoGP. Here we go then out of stone to 73 versus 93. That's been the story of the sprints, or the story of the season, really, hasn't it? In 2025, MotoGP. Just off to back of the Marquez siblings is Alex Riz on that factory mark. This is Mark Marquez solely pounding it out of the mid 57, high 157, 57.910. And Mark Marquez takes complete control of this Q2 session. So he leads the Pirates route into the second. Bernyan now makes a factory to catch him 1-2. You cannot take your eyes off this Q2 session here at Silverstone. With that so much drill name, but he's still plenty more to come. Montemaro going quickly too, although not quick enough to go in terms of Marquez at the moment. excellent. Spain to be the 57s. Well, now he's in the 157s. There's more time to be found in. Whereas the chat continues to liberate at the parade last night. 10 to 9 or 3 10s down at this stage. But if he did anything to me so far in this final stage, that this should put him on the program. Given how cool it is compared to the rather pleasant temperature of the yesterday. That's a stonking time by Mark. He's looking 3 10 slower than what he managed yesterday. Fabio Quartararo then looking to get himself back on the run. He does, of course he does. And once just the 8.19 size, he's been the one lap wonder kid, hasn't he, over the last 2 or 3 Grand Prix. Yeah, a Lynn job is looking on. The nod to the McCreevy, Addison at the boss. So it's Marbach that leads after the early exchanges in that session. Here was Quartararo. Absolutely getting the maximum out of his cells and that factory going up. This is on the brakes at into turn 16. How hard is he pushing? Well, here's how hard he's pushing on that slightly revised factory on the Harlow, which he says gives it a little bit more downforce. As a result, better turning on that M1. Certainly which he really needs now through 16 and 17 and 18. So, as it stands, it is Marcus first and Fabio Quartararo second. Marco Bagnoy is third. What about Arrow the Gammon? It's to get started Tommy Late at 2 all to sharp end in this session. Rings now 5th and Miller in 7th place. Rashawn Zarco is 10th. We saw him run wide at Comps while he was in that train. Tried to go with Mark, Alex and Brins. Quartararo in Newfield, he's not more in the tank yet. There was a little bit of a variety there when he crossed the line. On that 58, you want to go second. We have seen that away last 2 cool front sessions when Quartararo takes his brain in it, so to speak, on that final of the key team. He's able to produce something truly special. They were doing 57 series of 57 threes yesterday, so there is near time to be found out there as they expected to use zero grade. But Marc Marquez with the best part of 3/10 of the circuit that is pocket at this stage. Well, it looks like a repeat for Realtime Le Mans. Where Q2 basically that evolved into a personal duel between Mark and Fabio Quartararo. They still had more driver in this session from 2 of the very best in the world. Yes, Fabio Quartararo. You do love those graphics. They really are absolutely fantastic. Chateau, I'm not in my cat fans who are a graphics team. Back cats and based in Barcelona. Alex Marquez then lost at the moment, which would equal his lowest position of the season. It shows how good Alex has been so far this year in Q2. He's not seen a tough moments around this home. He's no, I don't think he will be. And to be fair to him, he's not a great deal of time behind Bagnoy in that fight for the front row. Bagnoy then with 5.5 minutes of the session remaining, heads back out on circuit. The very rib on course, not just his third. Sunrise start of the season. Sunrise issue and far between him that historic flick says, hey, after you all the brother this start. So there's different yourself in there as well. Couldn't spot Mount Kid as well. And then comes around, I guess. He has a good look over his left shoulder and sees his younger brother sitting right on his free tire. So as he stands right now, 32-year-old Marc Marquez on calls from him would be pole position number 99 in his coaching career. And where do we go next? To Matosi making the century? How are we going? He was going to be a massive favourite, having dominated the weekend action there last year when he was part of the preceding Ducati project. This is not a given though, is it? Because we have seen Quartararo steal his thunder in our last 2 Grand Prix in Jerez and Le Mans, right at the end of Q2 sessions. Like you just know, Quartararo's going to crack on here and go all in now to that 3rd successive pole. As Lewis mentioned, he told himself his words when he has to just switch off the brain, disengage the old grey matter and find a gung-ho lap's arm. Is where he really goes into his own, isn't he? Quartararo, right? So as you would expect, brand new front and brilliant sold in the Michelin tire. It's not on Marquez. Does he want to headed to middle of this left again? There's quite a it's very hard to middle touches like to ways the Marquez brothers through to give us a stop into the middle of it. Did he start in the middle of it? To this scene, I told you so in exactly the right decision. Would you start and fly those flying fun? You start on B with Alex, looking directly ahead to Miller at the moment. This is now through the left hand, the left chapel, and then now you really pick up some single speed. Monkeying up towards 340 kilometers now on that Penguin Dragon 6 gear. There is serving out of the game. I haven't seen too much to the rookie halfway so far in this Q2 session. You can ensure about Silverstone tomorrow. He has his last flying opportunity to become the youngest ever and a trivia class winning in history. At the moment, Alligator is down in 11th place. So there was the side of Alex Marquez there. It's a veil just a good way to look at this replay I was earlier on. This was on that furnace applying laps when Alex was leading Mark around, and their rear tyres are slipping on the timer because they strip up the speed into the veil corner. But these flying laps are now underway, and this time it is Mark Marquez who is leading the train around Silverstone. Fascinating to see how this final 3 mates the ones follows here, and that Silverstone, TV lap coming in here potentially from and he's certainly strong in that first sector. He's following now through turn 6 of Brooklyn's. Axis high, but it's not Mari's accompanied just behind her. P-size 2 know to the ring pretty well. Time to the Sables, they are 46 Academy. Furman Bassier up on the Ducati boss, so tapping his stigmas on the textually on the Ducati takes all the six to Marquez and missile his drink time second through these first semis, so attention he's making his thing still right, so he's no longer providing that reference feed. Jack Miller on Hannes Marquez, but Bonyai's on a diff second center, pretty shifting away the gap between himself and his current pole position teammate. It was a mistake, or they just academy deliberately. We'll find out. Hopefully, sure. Like there was Bagnon going to call something like his place on that front row. He's in part used to his starting position so far this season now. Speed D3, in both Thailand and the Horizon on course. To retrieve that here in Silverstone. He thinks hard. This is where he's lacking confidence, isn't it? Trail biking on the money trade, the Candy GB25 to tune. What Moss, his previous strong point, is now his biggest weak point. He says, here is Alex Marquez. Looking soon, but I both the same run detention again. To the third section, that wasn't it? Down to 73. Here is Banyard. In which the Hobart don't you think it? Look, last 6 that was by that guard. Absolutely top clean. Dim 37.822. Has taken Banyard onto pole position by the how distance is computer directing Alex Marquez. In fact, they're on Ketsamide. After the lining to that mean 57 now. Over 57 by more third. They can't wang or is sitting into the Australia's day to be was net did super up and executive right. And we know how strong what the road has been in this full sector right now. And he has been pretty much a league of his own. He comes the factory down the 100 straight, climb the brakes down into turn 15. 3 corners left. The Fabio Quattararo is another classic performance, isn't it? By the same spread. Surely at this stage you really potentially 3 tons their own for the third time in still on years. There's been some dark days. Yellow House stuck in the doldrums with such a length line. They are back. And Fabio Quattararo is back at this base as well. Ireland won the games. That's what it is. He deserves it. Looks like a big stage. At 157.23 through it. Strong with the my Frenchman John Zarco, who's gone down in sector 2. And that Marquez just hitting through that yellow and black. So Marquez don't break with fix it. But I'm pretty sure he just caught the yellow so Zarco's crash. And that is an all-time lap record once again by Quattararo. How does he keep delivering at these absolutely awesome target attacks? He did it in Jerez, he did it in Le Mans, and he's done it once again here in Silverstone. Here's the go, going to be good enough as for that third. Just looks over here, Mark Marquez was going home and Marquez. So Mark Marquez off the front row for the first time in 2025. We'll now try and keep Morbidelli, but the moment, of course, he will be starting the sprees as he stands right now in 12th place. 15th, he'll be able to grid tomorrow to the Grand 2 with his incoming sweet place grip penalty to Wilking, but is yes the 8. John Zarkon is disposed to being he crashed into Luffield. This is Mark Marquez very nearly doing the same. It's a corpse corner as he very nearly lost control there. You were then off down the round, but the checkered flag is out. Nobody's threatening. It is finished 3 of paying decisions. Test field J to Wire the end. Done in mid. In capital letters, he is the flying French people are now mid 2020 size. A sensational tolling was lit in Jerez, and actually brilliant pole position last time in the bar. And the sprees of 2 cents were something extraordinary once again. Fabio Quattararo 3 successive all-time lap records to boot as well. Heady times, first we go now. The good times are coming back, aren't they? From the Atlanta factory. The good times certainly coming back. for an exceptionally good ride at the end. Can't be a Portrait. It is an all-time lap record in the tallest competition of the weekend so far. Kid was Poitrot, not just shown how far Marquez was being pushed to try and beat it. He pushed into two big mistakes, wasn't he? A little bit 93. He finds himself into the same round with the Red Bull third time, as you mentioned, in 2025. Johann Zarco is he is to become just the second Frenchman in history to win back-to-back Grand Prix. He's got to do it hard way from the back of the third of the grid. This is Zarco going down into Micklem's on his last lap. You know, Marquez, then how much of determines it anyway. You don't think the Tours will never know because he was behind that and right into that yellow flag zone. But if there's an even plums, man, 3/10 of a second advantage for Fabio Poitrot and Flavio Marquez. He's the only rider within half a second. And the flying French grid did it first time in 15 years. It was a trick of pole positions. He started out some Le Mans, Mugello and Catalunya all the way back in 2021 was the last time Poitrot started from pole position in 3 successive Grand Prix. But as you mentioned, he is back. Back to his brilliant best. Just on those last 3 polling laps. You know, last 3 Grand Prix have been reputation and some of your Messier, your favourite in this session really should be Frankie Medallion. Because you have seen nearly a day final already this season in Argentina. He ended the weekend on the podium now. So it's not exactly a nice steel weekend by going to his streaming session. You get Turin over that we will expect to do. So the things against these two, really the damage will be 3 plays for penalty fees to serve to more. Costa lady tick late now on the early KTM it has available for this Q1 session. There's some catch answer on these 35 minutes. Johan regime, good to see the Thai rider back in action. Having had his recent arm surgery immediately after Varentic, so it missed the French Grand Prix. So exiting tech line in a cool competition, what we were hoping for in Lake Maghan in the UK. As you mentioned, also more KTM, you say fighting for just those 2 coveted spots in Q2. And as we said, anybody's curious as to what the weather will be like. In a few hours time, thinking one, the time might happen, will the sprint here, or the walking week, 10 laps on board there with Acosta. Sure, this will be a call. She sat lap given how he was cooled down in FP2, crashing at turn 7 on an outlet. Judy's dumping the really right now is soon as Silverstone is best for we know he's gonna contact him about the cycle and they when approaches to spinded components in MotoGP. You like Evans, he really is destroying the forward. Destroying his confidence, destroying his feeling, isn't he, the 29-year-old South African? And he started deep as a grid. He took him into his season this season. He's not started in the top 10 yet at any stage. Has been done. He's still to fight it out in this section. He's going to reverse that particular trend as he didn't try mere. Just to attach the Urans there. They did tipped him in right under into Muggett's corner. He got him carefully because we saw Acosta soaring out as clutch. He's marveled the old turn 1. And all you're doing here is letting temperature control those tyres. You know, there's a few riders who that are clearly are not nowhere near optimum racing speeds. This is very ominous. And this is going to just soon temperature plummet how those tyres went out. These tyres flash out in bloomers. Of course, you didn't tell me it's good lap and push to get some heat into the tyres and well, they're doing the opposite. Yeah, it's always quite useful around here, so because there are quite a few. The oldest straight is the longest open. Whereas the straight, they're not too fair to stun. The main straight here, they're coming out of the club. They will be Wellington straight between turns 5 and 6, but in mini straight, the only start to this straight is some Tim's. So he didn't mind someone to get towed around. He can have a real impact around here. But Pedro Acosta keen to get on with it, and they're here already with a turn 2. Spitting over the top as he came through. Really scored and shared the rear stem tail as he went through turn 1 as well. I think these pushing, these all actually, these the Acosta, he's still got the obvious dummies let him on. Sure, his crash in MT2 very wrong. Now that he towers down the Wellington straight. Here, the other grabbing a handful of brakes down into turn 6. This is into Brooklands. Still will be approaching turn 7, the second gear right. This is where he crashed Being out D2, right after the result shoots him the Alex Marquez red flags. Safety through goes at 37 this time around. Who Tower slide, that self boost is really tight now. She is spectacular loop cut corner. So well you really do. Thought you favours the brave in this particular type of Silverstone. Now into the I don't trick this is perhaps very so precise. The mate of precise through this package of negotiation because if you go slightly offline, you compromise. Give this speed through this whole section, but all the unfortunately there's all your exit grim, all your exit drive as well. Can we on Jack full so you're in the mistake in the hangman's bike as well. But it's been a challenge to see. It's been a wider appears as you're maneuvering yourself left to right through fancinches such as that while the posted now approach you. Stone corner, he'll take your idea as to everyone else is doing buses, stalled by all come across the line. The needs are already come. I'm sorry to express to this session. There were 357 years today, but of course, pretty chilly conditions, a bit of a breeze as well, and some tarmac around this morning there were 59s during pre-tactics too, so something in the difference done. It's here. I think Pedro Acosta were pretty pleased with his version, and yeah, it's a 59-3, so she can't do the Pedro Acosta. Tissue was doing them, so on the side to joint on didn't like it. There was really fired that K2 on his side, 360, 17, 19. Ralph Fernandez had the line up Murray now the track out with good Adam action because of a high side right there in the very first look down the tube. So you guess they wanted to go at 0.0892. It's a pretty good lap that by Ralph Fernandez to his credit. He's over the quarter of a second now, clear of Acosta. Xavier Quattuaro there, of course, going for 3 successive poles very shortly. Q2 to his right, Alan, that was Camado's talent to best. At one screen, he just crops up everywhere, doesn't he? I think he just, every time he sees a door with Camelot, he throws himself into the top button. Come on, my boss, Paolo Campinotto. We love a cool suit, have one-ass screws, but there's more airtime. Some of the riders. Bring the Yamas is making it easier against all your man time at the moment by going up into your second place. Till the sessions where you might not just stay on and build as you go through the session. It appears it's a long lap, a spot of 6 kilometers and the thicket of 2 minutes. Of course, these 15 minutes go by very quickly in this Q1 session. Pedro Acosta, you can already see on his second lap, he's just building time to take you up pace. But he's how he appears to be the netted to the 150X. He might not be able with the performance right now of that factory cage yet, but he is still pushing to the absolute maxes. The Pedro Acosta on the brakes, right-hander through 16 we go. Right smart here, it's on the big outside in FT2. Now then, once again, a real hard, any braking zone into 16. Good overtake, another 2 this around Silverstone. Now the Troy 17 you go, he just one corner that to do really appears they get to the lane angle. The might side of that step tire now, only by the Costa goes, and he does wrestle back control of this Q1 session. In 158.566, puts Acosta top fire and flies at the moment, mounts up, it looks to respond and does. He finds the 58 yourself, they want to dig, there's some brief wall, but and put down this briefly back into T2 because that tried me on the stack trick Honda, who's right top 6 pace. All weekend, so far here at Silverstone. D now slots up into second. There's big pressure breaking in than they did. These are dead on the 15, 9 and 7. That would be called at 17 on the grid tomorrow afternoon. So the British Grand Prix. He ends the Q1 session in there. Looks like that's the end of the first shows now. They'll meet them very back into the Silverstone went into Dick Lane Marie's face. On 8:58 the Yamas have been down in 6th place, so they've been the much to the some of the top 18s in this session forward. Only a Costa going through. The text to mobile downly staring down the palm 17th place start in the Grand Prix tomorrow. That's deed for the great full. Just 200 GT or 2, this isn't it? That's in friend Jeep. That been done. Okay, nothing really going on a soft tire. It's all the straight as you had a salt should sound out the people. This deal, his low 59 is the best from Binden so far. He's almost 3/4 of a second behind his teammate Costa. Mine is on the years. Those two nearly sitting behind. Binder from the C16, just kind of continuing those Q1 movies that seem to be falling around 2025 at the moment. Nelson Mendes is literally pleased lawyers themselves far. I think the night is tremendous. Whereas 9 teams yesterday. It's a petitions to a bit his favorite did. This way we heard just a bit through your tongue. This Ralph and as he wants, so I mean, quit him this morning. That's 9,000 away what he did yesterday. So he's on the same place as did yesterday, and these petitions are nowhere near a certainty. So it's fast one time. It's done it pretty, does got well this story here around this circuit. We've seen it over the years to the latest spark routes, but only does this circuit play to the strengths of the Aprilia, but it masks some of its weaknesses in those heavy braking zones. So you're saying, well, but took his content yesterday, and only 3 major braking zones around this predator did. It's believed the interiors into play. So one by Acosta in the pound 6 right now in Q1. He's got a 10th to the pass, stuffed back to Richigamme. He's certainly can't relax because he's only 100 clear. That's about it, and there's a bit of a gap then back to more than the US comes through serious speed to find over his second run. He's over 3.5 tenths back at the moment of Acosta. You've got really big Giannis. I've seen a bit more from Videos on that opening run. He was nearly 6 tenths back. There's Binder, last he needed. Oliveira trying to make it. That quartet of Yamahas in Q2. Of course, with Patarara, Miller, and Riddens already through from yesterday. Tried me also like, well, rewards a place in Q2, having come so close yesterday. Not even a 10th of a second away from the top 10. Those who make sure late Stargag is being given in close on the Tobis of the 2020 World Champion. Feels like he has 10-6 potential in the sprint and league Grand Prix tomorrow. As Meemar is down on the lane, some kept him to his last one on track. He's now returned to the tick lane. This is through turn 5 of the leads, the entry corridor onto the Wellington straight. They've seen it, riders already go down there this weekend. This year, looking straight, swatting onto that Wellington straight, getting some pressure down to Brooklands. I'll tell you what, the British fans are among the locality good, Sean. Like, T-shirts and the grandstand as here was giving set today. Put some 7-inch chill. He's got nothing but photos of it. Just is a suit me here. There's an extra couple of layers of the old Collins Bob Shearer. It's a bit is me. I like to it. I can't play in Super Sagas. We've got the best things about it. That's still the remainder of this Q1 session here. And the Tiso Grand Prix of the United Kingdom. It's Acosta and me, and at the moment the two that are going through into Q2. Here's some job that point Acosta who sorry what about his confidence knocked a little bit after the crash. Jordan lost the old in FP2. Just a reminder, he does not have effective bike house as far as of this, so you can kill and see what another mistake. Can the Silver Moto2 World Champion? If it's in his mind on the first really didn't show it, did he? That 158 point side is going to throw actually everything at this now on this second run. This Gillian dude, Terry main Terry in 8.2, they did it, 3.2 the first place to even worry about that. So Pedro Acosta, your president started to man it, they did it by it did each North Street 30s of them already to be yourself in opportunity turn with that man. Here's a Shuriel and stack trip Hondas, 6 Mayor, the Sparger out and Reedy. In other line, it's the 36 in the hands of Mir, who is doing the best job of that crew at the moment. Soon surfaces spotting due to and just as they start this second and starting to run here, then through they sweep through Maggots and Beckett's. Just all about agility, all about maneuverability in this particular section. You don't want to have an amazing turning motorcycle in this through chapter we go there. It was routed down this. Here PC is his way inside that and so on. So he's mighty close. Since practice advancement to check out Spider GT, you know the 158.73 on the bikes down with 2 bleeds cool notice where my bike is. 2 tons of use today afternoon. The information on our screens is that he's got the same soft foot tyre on that he went down and started this Q1 session. It needs to be a brand new self rear tyre and he's willing to give time with it through the exterior sector of this lap. The rest of the field now begin their runs and it's Burton and Rodelli towing that trio of Hondas up towards yeah, a big spell this, isn't it? To Rodelli. Because you'd have to fan through wherever he does. Fully sorted soon the lap times. Is there a battery in place? Grim Kelty coming as well. Only 20 laps and all 3 gates in my heart. Here was Ralph Landis. True woodcuts. Fully commit with it as you need to in that particular part of Silverstone. That's turn 8. It's really 9. He goes now. Oh, Maverick Figales. Well, it's all over to Maverick Figales. He is so frustrated. It looks like there's some kind of technical issue on the Tech 3 KTM full Top Gun. At the moment, the best he can hope for is 16th on the grid. There's more dropping in. Aston Yarlis with the parts KTM Tech 3 machine. What's up to do? The Jan truck, third the back, chuck in the front 310. 2. Second place Saigura is good many yesterday. Just actually, he wasn't on play side like a Agura was. There's been no problems here for Realtime in terms of the yellow flags. All that drop solid way behind here. It's to be good to the yellow with Maverick to get on his spots. Jade's here now when he's Fernandez sitting third. He's not in the other benefit of his lap that he's driven on. Then just did the prices are clear again. It's going to be touching. Oh, isn't it? It's the one around Fernandez pulled into that. So just as the Alpines were clearing, hopefully he did. Emmanuel Bond to admire out and ending around as a press outside his breeze. Now into a bit for them. This isn't pleased, didn't it? And he replaces Mir in the top two. Yeah, Mir though could be going in the team. What I'll upset him like too quickly here. Rather there's these top right now with justification because he was up into second place, but that 158.651 is coming under big pressure. He's a tree of rise doing on the pressure. Wolverine on the 21 button. Twan Mir as well as Cost Mason. Ralton Adams, I think we pushed back down the 10th day of there. Since to reclusion by our case of premature innovation. Here is Mayor. Here into the Thatcher Alders. Mid final team. We go pin with that. It goes 3-1. The number 80 years now. Then you made an unconvections. Brad Fernandez was celebrating there. Portuguese pulled the place due to it. He's now down in 6th. Coming down on no KTM is in the top 2 because Acosta only managed this. What is most recent run at 50 he started basically matched the lap time he did on his first run. He's still push Jordi and give it a little bit easier. Is 7th, 8th, and 9th. We're going to send this day. We're going to send out the surge parties up in the right now. There we see them on the grid as he stands right now. So Morbidelli at the moment, he is doing a great job of limiting the damage of that incoming 3-place bib penalty for tomorrow's main Grand Prix. And Juan Mir still alive through this session. Paul Disney. He's third fastest at the moment. Pedro Acosta stalls. Nelson Manders. Well, he obviously thought that the one the J.734 was did a really good contention for Q2. But at the moment, well, there's no way near. It's over. Fernandez will be out back 16th on the grid. Morbidelli was about a bite, but there's some behind it. He's on low wide into King's team and named it down. He's in second place and in no position now to defend that place in Q2. Pretty could be, but only can the HRC get the stroll top 2 in this Q1 session. Is Mia to complete this second half of the lap. You won't know right now, but Morbidelli needs Mia to stand up for you. Of Sheffield, the evening guard. This is good. Really close. Oh man, has lost crucial time. It might be some backers. Was the old spot shaking his head doesn't realising what the situation was. More with that, he might be breathing a massive sigh from these again. Into Stowe we go. There's already frustrated Maverick Giannis. Tough out the tape. A technical issue on his RC16. At the moment, it's good to see Vinales 18th on the British Bridge going through. All eyes on me. Can you get yourself back inside that top 2? Can he not? Morbidelli out, making HRC 1-2. Really looks like he topped this session. Me out of the line, and he misses out by just 0.02 of a second. So he was 12th quickest yesterday in practice. So we start one less than 10. Once ago, just over 10 today, which cost me so dearly. And is this Pedro Acosta about to have an issue into Stoll Corner as his hip scratching on the ground? And he realised that wasn't going to work. Into Stoll Corner, let's take a trip through the gravel trap. The highest KTM on the grid tomorrow, Pedro Acosta in 13th place. Yeah, no wonder there are a few rather gloomy faces inside the factory KTM garages. Jose Manuel Camsar coming out to console number 3. This is crew chief there. This is down into that 16, wasn't it? But Maverick Vinales, KTM goes to butt. Technical issue there denies Vinales a chance to fight for Q2. That's really frustrating, isn't it? As for Maverick again, understandably so, the frustration getting the bench over him, the Tangers or Waller, because he's 18th on the grid. One place they've had to grab him, and he was at in the 19th. That's his worst qualifying of the season so far. There's been some average performances in their Q1 sessions. Luca Marie, their top job, 158.209. But he leads the Honda charge then into Q2. He joins Honda rider Sheldon Zarco, the battle of the pole. Right to where being able to detect the club tip with that is it was Mia that was towing Marini around. and they were both up behind Morbidelli in the end. By following his teammate Marini replaced Mir in the top 2. Marini has the chance to fight for a place on the front 3 or 4 rows of the grid. Juan Mir, though, this starts more than 6-0. Well, he's already carried out a pretty impressive damage limitation exercise, hasn't he, right now, Morbidelli? Because he will know tomorrow there's a 3-place grid penalty coming his way for forking. Secchi yesterday has to do. But he is through into Q2 with a 158.299. Give us a tough day to office is with the KTM. We saw the rather sort of the glum looking faces inside Pedro Acosta's garage. That QI was there, KTM Motorsport Director, so King Byron as well. There's been so much good news about KTM this week with an ambassador deal agreed with financial backers that are going to keep KTM afloat. And essentially, they sang for that trade so by this weekend at the British Grand Prix. As Richigamme and Frankie Bordeaux, two Italians find who sailed through to Q2. As ever, it was super close, just pointed on 1-3 of a second covering the top 3, but it's Meridian evidently who's gone through. And Mika who misses half. Pedro Acosta third, having laid the first starters at Q1. Oliveira straight on the soil yellow in that session. Romain Fernandez, the soul track has a pretty air. Bastidi and Bialis for Tech 3, 7th and 8th. First time Bastidi is qualified in the Yamas this year. Pinned at 9th, 19th public grade to the South African, and then Lorenzo Salvatore, Alice Marlborough, and Sanket Chandra. So we have 2 wonders in the shootout, the pole position in that Silverstone. Luca Marini leads Q1. Had his fellow Italian Frankie Morbidelli don't go anywhere. Can Savio Quartararo make his 3 consecutive pole positions in 2025? Your British Grand Prix battle for pole position is up next. With a heavy tumble in FP2 this morning at turn 15. And Miller, Barbakers, Secchi, the Gian Antonio, Bayaya, French country winner Zarco, a former Silverstone winner Alex Flores, in an active battle with Marquez in United. He's in Q2 as well for the factory on Milan team. Sherman Aldegan nudged it late on yesterday at the end of practice. Those top 10 from yesterday afternoon, joined by Luca Marini and Stein Keep with them. So we'd have 160 penalties dead in the end through to qualifying 2, as we would have expected, although Frankie Morbidelli did have to go through the tune-in route. We do have that trio of yellow eyes that all made it through automatically yesterday. And joining them, we will have 2 Hondas with Luca Marina joining to Anzarco and the Sol Aprilia of Marco Bezzecchi. So that's the competitive practice shut down yesterday, with just half a second covering the 10th sped near the end. This should be a thrilling strike with P1 of 2 or 3 different manufacturers potentially in the battle for the pen brand. The Anthony rider who has started on the front row of the grid in every Grand Prix so far this year is our World Championship leader, Marquez. He was on pole in the first 4 rounds over in Thailand, Argentina, Austin and Cartagena. So trading a overseas sweep at the start of the season. He has placed second second of the grid in the last 2 starts in qualifying. Just like a Frenchman, Fabio Plancharola road. Some fun to call this. It's all going to be about who's going to take the big race in one arm. The coolest combination is by far at the weekend so far. As we told you in Q1 and in FP2, our big temperature, according to that was 19 degrees, but it feels like 15 with that sort of wind that's blowing around this wide open Silverstone circuit, built all the way back in 1948, site of a former Royal Air Force base. It's flat as a pancake, so you'd really get a budgeting in some of the faster sections. Good to see Alex Marquez looking relatively okay. There'll be some little shiny leathers and boots and gloves more into Don ahead of this Q2 session, because it was a pretty empty 4 this up at Stoke Corner. There is an empty 2 at the start of the day. Stumbling way out just as he was trying to fret up get some way out of Doe. Brought out a red flag midway through that section with Mitsubishi proceeding to concede this. The racetrack could indeed find itself sitting to the side of the racetrack. Just how confident is this man coming to this session? He's got a 50% red call. There's the sobriety ship. They've repeated in the Grand Prix back-to-back years. Single December starts being Catalan road. Of course, they've been reputation in this first minute GP season as they were keen upon your superstar. He's really finding that singular magic once again. Strap yourselves in close, because this should be special at Silverstone. Q2 underway in the TISO Grand Prix of the United Kingdom. Leading the field out is D73 of Alex Marquez. And the view himself has been optimistic so probably started so far this year. It's third place in the rankings actually. Alex's worst Q2 performance of the season. The latest 5 round most recent Tom Setter here. Of course, he's starting on in this session. Focusing on the market by Sergio Zarco on pole here in 2022. That was a short-lived experience, but he dumped out of the lead at turn 16 on lap 5. Tended as well to pull his spark drag and Marc Marquez. So there is a bit of a pong you shoot around Silverstone right now. Marc Marquez, all the way back in 2014, was the last time he saw MotoGP with top pole position here. And Silverstone, sorry. Shibine, it's quite eager to latch on to the earlier time of Alex Marquez. It's Brazilian the county and doing the session. And it was a kid, and already was his new brother. And Mondes is going in Alex and we come to kids. Tori is older than her, and she's not needed motel be dead. My so fun this season. Take Panya, you can't feel the Tizuki Sessibe, Vinny, Society of Salt and Dates of the Green Street, nothing. How difficult it is to find you the sports like there's the aerial shots of Magus and Beckis, which just gives you no ideas. Pharmaceuticals, particularly up the body, this part of Silverstone is as you weave and stake your way through this brilliant section. Now out of chapel we go. Pick up the throttle, pick up the drive, get the tiger, then a slitty shot there. This right. Turn 16 here, Stowe is a real bit overtaking off spot around Silverstone. This is that turn 15 with Alex Marquez. Having of this drama, been at D2 this morning. That's Mark Secchi, and they did pretty roughly there. The same Schwalke ceremony. We're going to still detect very, very shortly on the 72 factory at brilliant City Ball shifts today with spares. There's finally some, shall we say, men-tested pantyhose in the factory at Trinity, and given what's been going on S-circuit on the last few days. Just a quick reminder, please. Lead up Holocaust soon, and then Frank and Ridge Grand Prix has been demanding in the potential possibility of it should be Martin planting 2025. Here focus on the present. We'll focus now on the market shares boys going out to here in this Q2 session. It's Silverstone will go up to get out first and run it for its time of this 15-minute session. But Alex showing Mark around, and he could see there the difference it made in the third sector. Mark states and Spickerman leading through that. Started saying 0, although he's now did a run into a bit of a brick lead. And 13 will lose the 73 about a bit. So with progress plan can make the video. We must see my just to switch student price down. So one of the, strains. Alex Marquez who looks right outside to 6 of 0 the times to his 8 most sprints with idea. The MotoGP couldn't is behind. Marquez really so he got behind it and see how hard is he pushing to go with Alex too. That was on the exit. I'm hitching. Get Shagna. I see about Zarco's wide there. You can just see the back of the picture. Zarco wide going into Cops. So this is an aborted lap for the French Grand Prix winner. Marks the fastest rider on track through the first 2 sectors. But next fastest is the rider right behind Nard. Alex Rings. Then they start to get live. We've seen Rings it up. They start to do 2 times the pass. It might get back to be up to the See a theatre thing. Well, he was stalling Martin yesterday in practice, which got him into the top 10 into this Q2 session. In Silverstone we go. This time around there are no problems. I think Alex, that's where the heavy hit on his right, certainly, and Ryan Halliburton to the high side in at D2 earlier on. So we are now about to see as Rinders goes charging into 36 2 that's actually on the line. So these are your benchmark times in this Q2 section at Silverstone. Alex Marquez, Alex Rings it is the police up there. Dig out with 5 Asian Alex Rims. Even the Yamaha 1-2 right now. Rims from just Villa. But to be real sure, you saw once again a graphic demonstration in that Yamaha is absolutely listed in the final sector, isn't it? He was queenie in the Pokemon Marquez. Choose that you'll aim for each of areas more into that kind of line. We couldn't, but on the other hand, that very moment, we surely will do. Look at this one, Quattrone. These are my money as well. All these lines of content to do the grab work himself. Breaks hard into the third gear right hand. That's stayed. All then right now with Marc Marquez. At the moment is on that provisional stride right, but for how much longer? Because we can't see. This is gone so the Stratton Kisnick potentially getting something provisional was one nobody can be session. Recouping I think Surrey Yamaha. Inside the top 3 the Q2 session. Well no, it was the last time Matt Alvin at these days. Giramo finds no one, just 8.506. He is on course right now, up from a third successive pole position. Look at this, Matt Marquez is about to build those times out of the water. Here's the helicopter shot. Marquez versus Marquez, Rings to lead now as what we're about to be in all 57 is very, very shortly. Really is very much staying with the Marquez Bruno seriously at this stage because we're now coming into the final lap with that Yamaha really comes into its own. Marquez City at this point to the last 310 Simple his brother and they're both to the end of the front row shortly. Do not adjust your sex. If you are seeing Yamaha first, Yamaha second, and Yamaha third, the new phases of a Q2 session in MotoGP. Here we go then, out of stone, 73 versus 93. That's been the story of the sprints, or the story of the season really, hasn't it? In 2025, MotoGP, just off to back of the Marquez siblings is Alex Riz on that factory Yamaha. This is Marc Marquez solely pounding it out of the mid 57, high 157, 57.910. And Marc Marquez takes complete control of this Q2 session. He leads the Pirates route into the second. And that makes a factory to catch him 1-2. You cannot take your eyes off this Q2 session here at Silverstone. We got so much drilling, but there's still plenty more to come. Lotto Arrow going quickly too, although not quick enough to go in terms of Marquez at the moment. Good excellent speed, speed of 57s. Well, now it is in the 157s. There's more time to be found in as the chat continues to leverage at the race last night. Tetamar is 3 tenths down at this stage, but he did everything he's so far. In this final stage, that this should put him on the program. Given how cool it is compared to the rather pleasant temperature of the yesterday, that's a stonking time by Mark. He's looking for 3 tenths slower than what he managed yesterday. Fabio Quartararo then looking to get himself back on this run. He does, of course he does. At 168.19 size, he's been the one lap wonder kid, hasn't he, over the last 2 or 3 Grand Prix. Yeah, a Lynn Job is looking on at the nod of the McCreevy, Addison and the boss. So it's Marc Marquez that leads after the early exchanges in that session. Here is Quattararo absolutely getting the maximum out of his cells and that factory coming up. This is on the brakes at the into turn 16. How hard is he pushing? Well, here's how hard he's pushing on that slightly revised factory on the Harlow, which he says gives it a little bit more downforce. As a result, better turning on that M1. Certainly which he really needs now through 16 and 17 and 18. So, as it stands, it is Marquez first, and Fabio Quartararo second, Marco Bagnaia is third. What about Arrow the Gammon? Sticket start Plumule Leighton at 2 all to sharp end in this session. Rings now 5th, and Miller in 7th place. Rashawn Zarco is 10th. We saw him run wide at Comps while he was in that train. Tried to go with Mark, Alex and Brins. Quartararo in Newfield, he's not more in the tank yet. There was a little bit of a variety there when he crossed the line. On that 58, you'll want to go second. We have seen that away last 2 cool front sessions when Quartararo takes his brain in, so to speak, on that final one, a key team. He's able to produce something truly special. They were doing 57 series of 57 threes yesterday, so there is near time to be found out there as they continues to rubber. But Marc Marquez with the best part of 3/10 of a second in his pocket at this stage. Well, it looks like a repeat for Right-Hand Le Mans, where Q2 basically that evolved into a personal duel between Marc and Fabio Quartararo. I mean, they still had more drama in this session from 2 of the very best in the world. Yes, Fabio Quartararo. They do love those United graphics. They really are absolutely fantastic. Chateau, I'm not in my cat fans who are a graphics team. Back cats and based in Barcelona. Alex Marquez then lost at the moment, which would equal his lowest position of the season. It shows how good Alex has been so far this year in Q2. He's not seen a tough moments around this home. He's acknowledged that he will be, and to be fair to him, he's not a great deal of time behind Bagnaia in that fight for the front row. Bagnaia then, with 5.5 minutes of the session remaining, heads back out on circuit. The very rib on course, not just his third. Some right start of the season. Sug Rose be few and far between him that historic Blake says, hey, after you all the brother this time, so there's different yourself in there as well. Couldn't spot Mount as well. And then comes around, I guess. He has a good look over his left shoulder and sees his younger brother sitting right on his rear tire. So as he stands right now, 32-year-old Marc Marquez on calls from him would be pole position number 99 in his coaching career. And where do we go next? Matosi making a century? How we gone? Here is going to be a massive favourite, having dominated the weekend action there last year when he was part of the preceding Ducati project. This is not a given though, is it? Because we have seen Quartararo steal his thunder in our last 2 Grand Prix in Jerez and Le Mans, right at the end of Q2 sessions. Like you just know, Quartararo's going to crack on here and a goal then bouncing that 3rd successive pole. As Lewis mentioned, he told himself his words, when he has to just switch off the brain, disengage the old grey matter and find a gung-ho lap's arm. Is where he really goes into his own Quartararo, right? So as you would expect, brand new front and brilliant sold in the Michelin tire. It's not on Nez. Does he want to the headed Chip Miller with this left again? There's one it's very hard. Jack Miller does it's like to waves the Marquez brothers through to give us a slot into the middle of it. Did he start in the middle of it? To this scene, I told you saw in exactly the right decision. Would he start and fly those flying fun? You start on B with Alex, looking directly ahead to Miller at the moment. This is now the through the left hand of Chapel, and then now you already pick up some single speed. More pitching up towards 340 kilometers now on that Penguin strike in 6th gear. There is serving out again. I haven't seen too much of the rookie halfway so far in this Q2 session. You can ensure about Silverstone tomorrow. He has his last flying opportunity to become the youngest ever an Octavia class winning in history. At the moment, Alder goes down in 11th place. So there was the inside of Alex Marquez there. It's a rail just a bit away to look at this replay I was earlier on. This was on that furnace applying laps when Alex was leading Mark around and their rear tyres are snipping in the timer because they strip up the speed into the Vale corner. But these flying laps are now underway, and this time it is Marc Marquez who is leading the train around Silverstone. It's fascinating to see how this final 3 minutes the one follows here and that Silverstone. You know, DB lap coming in here potentially from and he's certainly strong in that first sector. He's following now through turn 6 of Brumplands. Axis high right, it's not really the company just behind him. He's to know to the ring incredibly well. Time to the Sables, they are 46 Academy. Furman Glacier up so the Ducati boss, so tempting his stigmas on the tentatively on the Ducati takes all the Sigurds having to Marquez and miss like his drink time. Second is through these first semis, so attention he's making his name so right, so he's no longer providing that reference. He's Jack Miller on Hannes Marquez, but Bagnaia on a diff second centre, pretty chipping away at the gap between himself and his current pole position teammate. It was a mistake, or they just back at him deliberately. We'll find out. Hopefully, surely. There was Bagnaia now going to call something like his place on that front row. He's in part used to his starting position so far this season now. Speed D3, counting both time and handing a ride on course. To retrieve that here in Silverstone. He thinks hard. This is where he's lacking confidence, isn't it? Trail biking on the money trade, the MotoGP FP2 to tune. What was his previous strong point is now his biggest weak point. He says, here is Alex Marquez. Looking serious, but I got a positive same run potentially again. To the third sector that wasn't it? Down to 73. Here is Bagnaia then. He was the about don't you think it? Look, last six that was like that guard. Absolutely top win. Dim 37.822 has taken Bagnaia onto pole position by the house stepping system. The direction Alex Marquez turns in favor of Ketawai. Now there's a line into that mean 57 now. Although 57 by more absurd. They can't swing or is sitting into the Australia's day feels net did super up next sector 3 and we know how strong what the road has been in this full sector right now. And he has been pretty much a league of his own. He travels the factory down the 100 straight, climb the brakes down into turn 15, 3 corners left. The Fabio Quartararo is another classic performance, isn't it, by the same spread. Surely at this stage you really potentially 3 tons their own for the third time in 2 long years. There's been some dog days. Yellow House stuck in the doldrums with such a landslide that they are back. And Fabio Quartararo is back at this first as well. Ireland won the games. That's what it is. He deserves it. Looks like at this stage. At 157.23 through it. Drawn with my Frenchman John Zarco, who's gone down in sector 2. And that Marquez just hit through that yellow and black. So Marquez doing break with big save. And I'm pretty sure he just caught the yellow so Zarco's crash. And that is an all-time lap record once again by Quartararo. How does he keep delivering these absolutely awesome target attacks? He did it in Jerez, he did it in Le Mans, and he's done it once again here in Silverstone. Here's the go. Could it be good enough as for that third? Just looks like we had Marsh off. Marc Marquez was going home and Marquez. So Marc Marquez off the front row for the first time in 2025. We'll now try and keep Morbidelli, but the moment, of course, he will be starting the sprees as he stands right now in front place. 15th, he'll be able to grid survive to the Grand 2 with his incoming sweet place grip penalty. The Wilking bet is yes, the 8. John Zarkart is disposed to but being he crashed into left field. This is Marc Marquez very nearly doing the same. It's a corpse torn as he very nearly lost control there. You were then do off down the round, but the checkered flag is out. Nobody's threatening. I need his finished trick of paying decisions. Test FBR J to Wire the stunning midden. In capital letters, he is the flying French reborn now, mid 2020 size. A sensational tolling was lit in Jerez, and utterly brilliant pole position last time in the barn. The sprees of 2 centimeters, something extraordinary once again. Fabio Quartararo, 3 successive all-time lap records to boot as well. Heady times, Mercury on now. The good times are coming back, aren't they, from the Atlanta factory? The good times certainly coming back. For an exceptionally good rider, Fabio Quartararo is an all-time lap record in the tallest competition of the weekend so far. Did was Quartararo's lap. Just shown how far Marc Marquez was being pushed to try and beat it. He pushed into 2 big mistakes, wasn't he? For number 93, who finds himself in from 10 rounds of Red Bull third time as he mentioned in 2025. Johan Zarco is he is to become just the second Frenchman in history to win back-to-back Grand Prix. He's got to do it hard way from the back of the third of the grid. This is Zarco going down into Midlands on his last lap. Marc Marquez, then I'm not going to attempt it anyway. You don't think the Tours will never know because he was behind that and right into that yellow flag zone. But if there's an even plums man, 3/10 of a second the advantage for Fabio Quartararo for Alex Marquez. He's the only rider within half a second. And the flying French grid did it first time in 15 years. It was a trick of pole positions. He started does some Le Mans, Mugello and Catalunya all the way back in 2021 was the last time Quartararo started from pole position in 3 successive Grand Prix. But as he mentions, he is back. Back to his brilliant best. Just on those last 3 polling laps. Last 3 Grand Prix have been reputation, and so your Messier, your favourite in this session really should be Frankie Medallion. Your major equals the upset nearly in day final already this season in Argentina. He ended the weekend on the podium now, so it's not exactly a must steal weekend by going to his streaming session. You get to read more than we will expect to do. So the things he needs to, these two, really the damage will be 3 plays for penalty fees to serve to more. Costa leading tick right now on the early KTM it has available for this Q1 session. There's some catch answer on these 35 minutes. Johan Machine, good to see the tyre rider back in action. Having had this recent arm surgery immediately after Varese, which saw it miss the French Grand Prix. So exiting tech line in poor condition, what we were hoping for in Lake Maghan in the UK. As you mentioned, also KTM is fighting for just those two coveted spots in Q2. As we said, anybody's guess as to what the weather will be like in a few hours' time. Team 1 for time my side and all the sprint here over the walking week. 10 laps on board there with Acosta. Sure, this will be a call. She's out lap given how he was caught out in FP2, crashing at turn 7 on an outlet. Is dump into really right now is soon as Subic is best for we know he's going to contact him motorcycle and they when coaches to spinded composed to manage GT. You like haven't you eventually he really is destroying the forward, destroying his confidence, destroying his feeling, isn't he, the 29-year-old South African? And he started deep as agreed. He took him into his seats this season. He's not started in the top 10 yet at any stage. Has been done. He's looking out to fight it out in this section. He's going to reverse that particular trend as he can try me. Just to attach the Urans there. They did tipped him in right hander into Muggett's corner. He put him carefully because we saw Acosta soaring out as clutch. She's marveled the old turn 1. All you're doing here is letting temperature control those tyres. You know, there's a few riders who that clearly are not nowhere near optimum racing speeds. This is very ominous. And this is going to just soon tip which of plumbing how those tyres went out. These tyres flash out in glimmers. Of course, you didn't tell me it's good lap and push to get some heat into the tyres, and well, they're doing the opposite. Yeah, it's always quite useful around these so because there are quite a few. The longest race, the longest open. Whereas the industry, they're not too there to stun. Through the maze track here, they're coming out of the club. They will be Wellington straight between turns 5 and 6, but in mini straight, the only start for this race some Tim's. So did so he didn't mind someone to get towed around. He can have a real impact around here. For Pedro Acosta keen to get on with it, and they're here already with a tired 2. Spitting over the top as he came through. Really scored and sharing the rear stem tail as he went through turn 1 as well. I think these pushing. These all actually, the Acosta, he's still got the obvious dummies led him on, showing his crash in MT2. Very wrong. Now that he towers down the Wellington straight. Here, the others grabbing a handful of brakes down into turn 6. This is into Brooklands. Still will be approaching turn 7, the second year right. This is where he crashed. Being FD2, right after the resumption, him the Alex markers red flags. Safety through, goes at 37 this time around. Who would tell us like that's pushing really tight now. She is spectacular move code corner. So well you really do. Thought you favours the brave in this particular type of Silverstone. Now into the I don't trick this is perhaps very so precise. The mate of decides through this package of luggage station because if you go slightly offline, you compromise. Give this speed through this whole section, but all the push it levers, all your exit grip, all your exit drive as well. Can we full so you're mistaken the hangman's bike as well. Might it's been a challenge to see, but the wider appears as you're maneuvering yourself left to right through fancinches such as that while the Costa now approach you. Stone corner, he'll take your idea as to everyone else is doing buses, stalls may all come across the line. The needs are already McCann and tires to express in this session. There were 357 years today, but of course, pretty chilly conditions, a bit of a breeze as well, and some tarmac around this morning there, reaching 59s during pre-tactics too, so something in the difference here. I think Pedro Acosta were pretty pleased with his version, and yeah, it's a 59.3, so she can't do that, the Pedro test on. So he ruined tissue was doing them, so on the side to joint, on didn't want to do there was zebras. Moody's fired that K2 on his side, 360, 17, then 19. Ralph Fernandez at the line already now the track out with Adam actually because of a high side right there in very fast left down the turn. So you guess they wanted to go at 0.0892. It's a pretty good lap that by Ralph Fernandez to his credit. He's over the quarter of a second now clear of Acosta. Xavier Quattuaro there, of course, going for 3 successive poles very shortly. Q2 to his right out, and that was Camado's Carlos Tavesio. And what is scary, he just crops up everywhere, doesn't he? I think he just, every time he sees a door with Camarado, he throws himself into the top button. Come on, my boss, Paolo Campinotto. We love a cool, so you can have like 1 hour screens, but there's more airtime. Some of the riders, Rick Vinyamas is making it easier against all your man time at the moment by going up into your second place. Tail of the sessions where you might want to just stay on and build and build as you go through the session. It is, it's a long lap, a spot of 6 kilometers and a decade of 2 minutes. Of course, these 15 minutes go by very quickly in this Q1 session. Pedro Acosta, you can already see on his second lap, he's just building time to ticky up pace. But he's the helm, he has to be the netted to the 150X. He might not be able to with the performance right now of that factory cage yet, but he is still pushing to the absolute maxes. The Pedro Acosta hard on the brakes, right-hander through 16 we go. We're out to Mark here, it's on the big high side in FT2. Now then, once again, a real hard, any braking zone into 16. Good overtaking opportunity this around Silverstone. Down to 317 you go, he just 1 quarter now to do really appears. They go through the lane angle, the might started that step tired now. Only my Acosta goes, and he does wrestle back control of this Q1 session. In 158.566, puts Acosta top 5 and flies at the moment. Zumba looks to respond and does. He finds the 58 result. They want to dig there's some brief wall, but and put down this briefly back into T2 because that tried me on the stack trick Honda, who's right top 6 pace all weekend. So far here at Silverstone. D now slots up into second. There's big pressure breaking in than they did. These are dead to the wheel on the 15, 9 and 7. That would be Colin at 17 on the grid tomorrow afternoon. To the British Grand Prix. He ends the Q1 session in there. Looks like that's the end of the first shows now. They'll meet them both back into the Silverstone went into Dick Lane Marie Fifth on 8:58.9. The Yamas have moved down in 6th place, and then have been much too deep. Some of the fourth ATMs in this session forward, which only a cluster going through. The text to mobile downly staring down the palm with 17th place start in the Grand Prix tomorrow. That's D from the great thought. His 200 GT or 200, isn't it? That's still friend Jeep. That been done. Okay, nothing really going on a soft tire. It's all the straight as you had a salt. Should sound like people. This deal is low 59 is the best from Binden so far. He's almost 3/4 of a second behind his teammate Costa. Mine is in the years. Those two is sitting behind. Binder from the C16. Just kind of continuing those Q1 movies that seem to be falling around 2025 at the moment. Elton Mendes, who's pretty pleased lawyers done so far. I think the night is tremendous. Whereas 9 teams yesterday. It's a petitions done a bit his favourite. This bit we heard just a bit through your tongues. Where Elton Mendes as he wants so I mean quit him this morning. That's 9,000 away what he did yesterday. So he's on the same pace as did yesterday, and these petitions are nowhere near a certainty. So it's fast one time. Started pretty does got well this story around this circuit. We've seen it over the years to the latest spark rates, but only